If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 166. Chapter 166. What's happening? The intense roar made the returning Iwagakure defense ninjas, who had already received intelligence, stop one after another. This was the border of the land of Earth, and while it was no longer a border in the traditional sense, this kind of situation still made them alert. Of course, many of them thought that it might be the Tsuchikage's disciple, Deidara, causing some sort of commotion again. Deidara was a known explosion maniac, a fact well known to the people of Iwagakure, and many didn't particularly like the guy. It wasn't that his abilities were inadequate or for any other reason. After all, Iwagakure had a demolition team, and people were generally quite accepting. And his abilities were absolutely satisfactory and appreciated in the battlefield. However, the problem was that it seemed he didn't really consider anyone else. His eyes were only on those damned explosions, and his daily experiments were extremely dangerous. Imagine conducting such experiments in densely populated areas of the village. Isn't that risking lives? Nobody would object if you did this to the enemy, but doing this to your own people, isn't that madness? Deidara seemed to be aware that his actions were not acceptable, and he also seemed to sense the general dislike towards him. Hence, he simply left the village. Many people applauded his departure, thinking that they had gotten rid of a plague god. However, to their chagrin, the third Tsuchikage insisted on bringing the boy back, causing them quite a headache. Why bring him back? What if he causes trouble again? What if we come back from our rotation to find our families injured or even dead? What would we do? Many ninjas harbored such thoughts. They were defense ninjas, yes, but they were also on rotation. This shift was theirs, and the next one would be someone else's. They really didn't want a madman in the village, only to return from their missions to hear of some tragedy. It wasn't just them, even the mission ninjas within the village were worried, but they had no say in the matter. Being ninjas, they had to dutifully carry out their tasks. Captain, it's not a simple explosion. At this moment, a sensory ninja suddenly spoke. About 10 kilometers ahead, there's a very obvious and strong chakra fluctuation. If there's no accident, it must have been caused by a battle. A battle. Upon hearing this, the leading ninja's face immediately turned serious. The explosions caused by Deidara's experiments and those resulting from battles had completely different implications. Because the latter could only mean one thing: they might be facing a serious incident, or even a situation where a team is already engaged in combat with an enemy. Did Deidara make a move? The leading ninja silently pondered, but soon he shook his head and issued an order. Notify Lord Noki. We can't make a decision on this. Report as it is. Yes, Captain. The Iwagakure ninja nodded immediately and then quickly ran off to convey the message. A swift hawk spread its wings in the sky and flew directly towards their command center. After all, this time all the defense ninjas from the 3 major defense zones were called, requiring a commander to direct them. And Kitsuki, the son of Noki, was this time's commander, and he had even arrived at the front line. Kitsuki didn't quite understand why his father had such a massive operation to capture Deidara. He felt this was simply a waste of resources. Furthermore, mobilizing a large army would affect the defense zones. And if they deployed so many to capture one person and failed, it would be quite embarrassing. According to him, they should have figured out where Deidara was and then he could go and capture him directly. Why did they need so many people? If Noki knew his thoughts, he would surely be furious. In fact, if someone slightly politically savvy was present, they would immediately understand the implications behind this. It was not as simple as capturing Deidara. This was Noki showing his determination, and at the same time demonstrating his influence to those harboring malicious intentions. Unfortunately, Kitsuki was not particularly insightful when it came to political matters. He really couldn't see this aspect. Perhaps it was because of this, that despite his old age, Noki still held the position of Tsuchikage, while Kitsuki, despite being at his prime, was still just a Jainin. "Commander, this is a message from the Swift Hawk." While Kitsuki was pondering, a ninja quickly entered and handed him a piece of paper. Kitsuki nodded, then directly opened it and began reading. Soon his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. A battle occurred. Was it our people or others? Though Kitsuki didn't have a political mind, as a ninja, he was highly competent. Just by seeing this information, he understood a lot. He had also sensed the explosion earlier. He didn't act rashly because he was waiting for the intelligence to arrive. Now he could confirm the situation. Send an order down, have all units dispatch their fastest maneuvering squads to completely seal off and surround that area. The main force will follow and fill in the gaps, and prepare weapons to deal with airborne threats. Deidara can fly. After a brief consideration, Kitsuki quickly made the best arrangement. In the uncertainty of whether Deidara was fighting the enemy or his own people, he had to consider both possibilities. If it was a battle with the enemy, this meant someone had intruded, and such people must be eradicated, regardless of how many they might be. There could be no complacency. Even if these people had not entered the village, causing trouble in the land of Earth was a death-seeking behavior, and no village would let them go. If it was Deidara, regardless of whether he was experimenting or fighting with his own village, they also could not be let off the hook. Proper preparations could address all troubles. Kitsuki's considerations were comprehensive. After all, he had participated in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. "Yes, Commander." The ninja loudly responded and then quickly rushed out to arrange things. Kitsuki also craned his neck, his gaze fixed in the distance. He had watched Deidara grow up, and he was familiar with his character and abilities. However, because of this understanding, he needed to be even more focused, as Deidara's strength was not to be underestimated. Flames were burning continuously, the earth was scorched black at this moment. Among these flames, countless snake corpses emitted a burnt stench, kunai were embedded all over, a green aura was rising upward. But these flames dissipated quickly. After all, someone had used a water release, it could be considered as cooling down these flames. However, it was clear that whether it was Uchiha Kaito or Akatsuki, their intentions to kill were decided. They were using high-intensity ninja techniques, aimed to kill the enemy directly. For example, Uchiha Kaito, raising his hand resulted in a massive fire release. There was no room for negotiation. These guys. Deidara was still somewhat naive. He had always lived under the protection of Noki, so he was genuinely scared by these two groups' sudden actions. Just a second ago, although the tension was palpable, no one had made a move and was still analyzing the pros and cons. The scene at least looked harmonious. But the next second, these two groups crossed paths, revealing their backs, and without hesitation, they launched an attack. What kind of people were they? As the flames dissipated, Uchiha Kaito and Akatsuki stared at each other, each keeping their guard up. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a bit stiff and silent. Everyone remained cautious, but there was no embarrassment on their faces. "Hey, didn't we agree to go our separate ways?" At this moment, Uchiha Kaito's voice broke the silence, and his words gave Deidara a feeling of wanting to spit blood. "Aren't you the head of the Leaf Village's security department, and also the clan head of the Uchiha? Don't you have any shame? When the fight started, it seemed like you weren't forced to take action either, right? The first to act, it seems, was you guys." Sasori fell silent for a while before saying in a low voice. However, as he spoke, he quickly started to circulate his chakra, and countless puppets appeared behind him. Not just him, the Cyclops watched Uchiha Kaito and the others with a blood-red eye, while the others were also circulating their chakra constantly, obviously preparing for a big battle. Seeing this, Deidara had completely given up on trying to figure out these guys, feeling he might be too young. Just now, he really believed that these people would let it go, pretending that no one had noticed anyone else. "Nonsense, you were clearly the first to act," replied Kakuzu, who seemed capable of lying without any change in his demeanor, his indifferent voice reaching everyone's ears. "Would we retaliate if you hadn't taken the first move? You really are fickle." Orochimaru licked his lips, saying just that before he focused his gaze on Uchiha Kaito. "How about this? We continue to go our separate ways." Kisame didn't seem to want to fight with Uchiha Kaito and the others. His shark-like face showed a smile, though it looked rather ferocious. "Getting into a fight here will attract the attention of the people from Iwagakure. Let's just treat it as a misunderstanding." Uchiha Kaito and Kakuzu looked at each other, then Uchiha Kaito nodded and said, "Right, just a misunderstanding. Let's leave it at that." Orochimaru licked his lips, speaking directly, "After all, everyone's time is precious." "I think so too," Kakuzu nodded slightly, "wasting time is like wasting money." With that, Uchiha Kaito and Kakuzu began to slowly turn around, and likewise, the four members of Akatsuki also began to turn around with their movements. It seemed as if everything was about to calm down, even Deidara thought that it was the end. However, what happened next left Deidara completely dumbfounded, and he thoroughly understood that there was a significant gap between him and these people. Uchiha Kaito, Kakuzu, and the Akatsuki members had just turned around, and in the next moment, they turned back as if they were highly coordinated teammates. This time, Uchiha Kaito quickly drew his ninja sword, an azure chakra spread over his blade. His eyes had turned incredibly crimson, and he swung his sword fiercely, firmly blocking Kisame's same hata. At this moment, Kakuzu had taken all the masks from his body. He was not like Uchiha Kaito who could temporarily suppress his power. He was very clear about the strength of the Akatsuki members, and he knew that if he was careless, he might be finished. Therefore, as soon as he made a move, he went all out, directly using Earth Grudge Fear mode. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, head grief. The three ninjutsu were activated simultaneously, and the coverage of these three techniques was beyond imagination due to his full effort in casting them. Whether it was Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, or Sasori, all raised their brows slightly upon seeing the three techniques, and then they immediately leapt away in different directions. This left a lot of space for Kaito Uchiha, allowing him to focus on Kisame momentarily. Speaking of which, Kaito Uchiha felt quite unlucky because his fear of social death led him to choose the longest route. In his anticipation, this route would take more time, so he wouldn't have to rush back to the Leaf Village, allowing everyone to calm down. However, who would have thought that because of choosing this route, he would inexplicably run into the Akatsuki group together. Normally, the proud members of Akatsuki wouldn't operate as a group, considering each one of them is extremely arrogant. Operating in small squads is only for mutual supervision, and that's already at the limit. The threat posed by them grouping together is unimaginable. Furthermore, today, to recruit a new ninja, they simply chose to come together as a group. Since they have their own tasks in the surrounding countries, they decided to come together. As a result, Kaito Uchiha and Kakuzu accidentally ended up face to face with these guys. He had even wondered if Kakuzu was deliberately setting him up, but when he noticed Kakuzu's bewildered expression, he understood this really was an accident. Indeed, when encountering a socially fatal situation, one also becomes unlucky. Kaito Uchiha sighed inwardly, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Handling so many Akatsuki ninjas at once, even if he was now strong enough, he wouldn't claim a sure victory. However, he did know one thing, that these guys from the Akatsuki, one by one, were wary of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made so many probes earlier, or tried multiple surprise attacks. It seems, my reputation in the ninja world is not low either. Kaito Uchiha felt amused, but the strength in his hands began to increase. Looking at Kisame, who was seriously facing him and had already started using same hata, Kaido Uchiha revealed a faint smile on his face. Well, I can't let you guys down. Kaido Uchiha was watching Kisame with cold eyes, his crimson eyes were already emitting a strange power. He had always admired Kisame, or it could be said that there was no ninja from the Hidden Mist village that he didn't admire. These guys either showed unyielding loyalty or possessed the perfect qualities of a ninja, something that even the Leaf village struggled to achieve. Of course, this village owes the cultivation of such ninjas to Obito Uchiha. His near-revengeful operation of destruction within the Hidden Mist village had truly crippled them, but it's undeniable that such operations also trained a large batch of excellent and bloodthirsty ninjas. Obito Uchiha's revenge was not difficult to understand, because in the end, Rin was killed by the people of the Hidden Mist village, and this grudge was deeply etched in his memory. After inheriting the resources of Madara Uchiha, how could he easily let go of the village that killed Rin? Frankly speaking, whatever Obito Uchiha did was irrelevant to Madara Uchiha, and even from the Leaf village's perspective, his actions were actually helping them. But unfortunately, due to differing stances, Kaido Uchiha never considered defying or helping Obito Uchiha. If it was before the Nine Tails incident, it could still be said. But after the Nine Tails incident, no one was willing to save this unfortunate guy, even Kaido Uchiha wasn't. Just like Itachi Uchiha, killing the enemy is absolutely fine. But when you raise your hand against your own parents and teachers, especially when they are people who love and care about you so much, if you are so ruthless, then it's beyond salvation. Kaido Uchiha holds grudges, and he is a person who has inherited a 5,000-year-old tradition from the Senju clan. Sometimes he can show his compassion and empathy, but when certain issues arise, he will never compromise. Looking at Kisame in front of him with a deep gaze, Kaido Uchiha suddenly revealed a smile. Shark face, are you from the Hokage clan? I am Hokage Kisame. Kisame, alone with Kaido Uchiha, didn't dare to joke around, his expression seemed somewhat heavy. I never thought I would encounter someone like you. I'm curious about how you guys have portrayed me, as you seem quite afraid of me. Kaido Uchiha's voice remained calm as he quietly watched Kisame and whispered. At the same time, the chakra in his body began to change. Of course, he felt same hata consuming his chakra, how could he not react? After all, you are the one who defeated the third Hokage. Moreover, there are quite a few people in the organization who talk about you. For example, you nearly crushed Itachi Uchiha. Kisame said in a deep voice. He felt the pressure from Kaido Uchiha, and he was a little confused about why Kaido Uchiha didn't look strong, but his power was so great. Hokage Kisame himself was incredibly strong. Although Kaido Uchiha's power was not comparable to his, he couldn't put all his strength into a sword fight. If he couldn't control his power, then if Kaido Uchiha retreated, he would be done for. But such power also left Kisame feeling incredulous. Is that so? This is the first time I found out that I could be remembered by a group of rogue ninjas. But that's also an honor for me. Kaido Uchiha laughed lightly, then he curiously looked at Kisame. Speaking of which, the Hokage clan is considered a large family in the Land of Water. Do you really think it was a good thing for you to defect? This was my personal decision. Didn't your clan also have an Uchiha Itachi who defected? The Hokage clan really was a large family in the Hidden Mist village. Kaido didn't know this before his crossover, and only found out afterwards. Kisame, facing Kaido's question, seemed somewhat indefensible, even retorting with a question of his own, suggesting that he didn't want to answer this topic. That guy has problems in his head, you can consider him a lunatic. I don't think you see the village as belonging to the shadow, do you? Kaido replied with a light chuckle, and Kisame nodded with utmost seriousness. Indeed, I've experienced the tragic results of the shadow treating the village as his personal property. It seems my future days won't be easy. So, are you considering joining me? Kaido unsheathed his weapon at this point. Staying in such a dead-end organization is a waste for you. I think I'll pass. I don't plan on leaving, at least not at the moment. Kisame's voice became somewhat detached, at least I have no such thoughts at present. It seems we can only be enemies now, it's quite sad that you have to team up with that guy. Kaido gently shook his head, then looked at Kisame and asked in a low voice. After absorbing so much of my chakra, is your ninja sword feeling all right? Kaido's words made Kisame's face change instantly. At that moment, Kisame could feel Kaido's chakra beginning to violently fluctuate. That vast chakra, full of coldness and destruction, felt like something humans should not possess. In his hand, Kisame's same hata also emitted a sound like a wailing, seemingly proving that Kaido's chakra was not a supplement for him. Several thoughts flashed through Kisame's mind. He leapt backwards to disengage the same hata from Kaido's sword, reacting directly to the power Kaido had unleashed. However, Kaido clearly wasn't going to let him escape that easily. He charged forward, his ninja sword swinging continuously. Purple arcs of electricity danced continuously on Kaido's ninja sword, and Kisame was forced to constantly defend, now feeling greatly burdened. He truly didn't expect that human chakra could instill fear in same hata, this was something that damn Uchiha Taka never mentioned. Moreover, this guy's Sharingan was stronger, which meant that his genjutsu abilities were likely even more terrifying. Kisame didn't dare to meet Kaido's eyes. Not being able to see his eyes led to blind spots in his field of vision, preventing him from making hand signs at will. Who knows when this guy would charge over with a slash, then he'd be in big trouble. Additionally, Kisame noticed something else. Why did the ninja sword in this guy's hand give him such a familiar feeling? Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and Kisame was defensively struggling more and more. All he could think about was cursing at this guy. Why was he so strong, and yet so fast? Was this guy even human? Seems like your same hata isn't eager to swallow my chakra, is it? At this moment, Kaido's voice suddenly reached his ears, and Kaido's ninja blade came slashing from above. Kisame immediately raised same hata to block the onslaught, while lowering his head, not daring to glance at Kaido. Don't you think this sword feels familiar? Kaido fiercely kicked at Kisame, who seemed to seize the opportunity and swiftly slammed backwards. He finally came to a halt after a long while. However, when he was about to confirm Kaido's position, a startling chakra vibration appeared behind him. And along with it was Kaido's slightly mocking voice. This sword, it was taken from Rega. It seems like I have quite a connection with you, Miss Shinobi Hei. Kakuzu, have you really decided to take action against us? Kaido and Kisame crossed paths for the first time, while Kakuzu, Sasori, Orochimaru, and Ataka surprisingly formed a standoff. Sasori's cold voice came from the red secret technique puppet, but regrettably, Kakuzu didn't pay him any heed and continued to remain vigilant. Actually, Kakuzu was naturally worried about the current situation, but compared to that, he had more faith in Kaido's strength. He assumed the shark-faced Kisame must be from the Hokage clan, a clan known for their vast chakra and physical strength. It wouldn't be easy for ordinary people to handle them, but they were dealing with the Sharingan, especially one with Kaido's level of strength. They were really asking for trouble. Besides, Kaido's abilities weren't limited to physical techniques. As one who had been schooled by Kaido, Kakuzu had a clear understanding of just how exaggerated his strength was. Of course, this exaggeration hadn't reached the level of Uchiha Madara in the past, but it was quite unique in the current context. As long as Kaido could quickly dispose of that Hokage brat and then back him up, escaping wouldn't be a problem, let alone fighting. Even though Kaido's space-time ninjutsu always caused quite a ruckus, rendering it unfit for assassinations, but being able to traverse space was enough. It's not up to me, and I'm not making any decisions. Kakuzu calmly shook his head, fixing his gaze on the group in front of him and slowly speaking up. I've said it before, I'm just here to make money with clan leader Kaido. If he pays more, I follow him. It's as simple as that. Seems like you're beyond redemption. Trusting a man devoid of any shinobi etiquette, maybe one day you'll die without even knowing how. Uchiha Kaito said indifferently. He seemed calm on the outside. But inside, he was in complete chaos. He truly didn't expect to encounter Kaido here, which gave him immense pressure. He truly couldn't forget how ruthless Kaido was when he attacked, and he couldn't forget how exaggerated Kaido's strength was. And this guy even forced the death of the third Hokage. This filled Uchiha Kaito's heart with hatred towards him, but also with great fear. However, between hatred and fear, he still maintained his composure, as both Byjz and Kisame utterly dismissed him. Even though Uchiha Kaito really wanted to refute their dismissal by calling them a bunch of renegade ninjas. He knew the situation in the Hidden Mist village, some things couldn't be changed just because he wanted them to be. This was the root of his inner turmoil. But he absolutely couldn't show his inner chaos. He still had to affirm his beliefs, at least outwardly. Because if he showed any change, the man who called himself Uchiha Madara wouldn't let him off, and even if he did change, Kaido wouldn't let him off either. Oh? What right does a stray dog like you have to talk to me? Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, then spoke disdainfully. Whether he has the quality of a ninja or not isn't up to you. If you're referring to him forcing the death of the Hokage, do you have it? You were labeled a renegade ninja by Konoha and by the third Hokage himself. He was the head of the security department. The difference in credibility between you two is huge. Uchiha Kaito fell silent, silently watching Kakuzu, his body's chakra starting to boil. Not just him, Sasori and Orochimaru too. Orochimaru really didn't want to fight, but in this situation, he had no choice but to act. Fortunately, Orochimaru gently licked his tongue. He didn't prepare Uchiha Madara's reanimation, but there were others who were reanimated. These two weren't so easy to control, but it didn't matter now. If it came to that, stalling for time would be good too. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kaito took the initiative. He spit out a huge fireball, while Kakuzu immediately planned to use his water-style mask to defend. Kaido had indeed shattered 4 of his bodies, but Kaido killed so many Anbu at once, and it was unknown how many were severely injured. With Kaido's permission, and under the guidance of Kaido's shadow clone, Kakuzu had received some replenishment, so he wasn't worried about his condition now. Just as he was about to release his water ninjutsu, Orochimaru suddenly made a move. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. He stretched his hand forward, several snakes hissed from his sleeve towards Kakuzu. The snakes entwined with each other and cooperated skillfully, clearly their intelligence was not low. Upon seeing this, Kakuzu immediately moved aside, and Sasori also made his move. He manipulated the red secret technique puppet to crouch slightly. In the next moment, the puppet spat out a high-density barrage of kunao and shuriken, their speed making them difficult to dodge. Moreover, Kakuzu, with his sharp vision, clearly noticed the green liquid on the kunao and shuriken. Obviously, they were coated with poison. Troublesome guy. Kakuzu cursed inwardly, then swiftly dodged Orochimaru's venomous snakes, incidentally directing those snakes toward attack his fireball. He executed all of this smoothly, but alas, the opponents were experts, mastering both the quality of their ninja techniques and the timing of their releases. Even though his actions were already fluid enough and agile, he inevitably got grazed a bit. However, he didn't mind. During the dodging process, he had already utilized earth release to harden his body, so he didn't have any problems. Furthermore, because he had released such an earth release strengthening technique, it allowed him to calmly face Sasori's poison stings and needles. Ding ding ding! Sounds resembling the collision of metal constantly echoed as Kakuzu directly used his body to block those poison stings and needles. However, he couldn't just let those things hit his body. If those things really pierced his defenses, his outcome would be extremely miserable. Constantly retreating and dodging, Kakuzu handled these details quite accurately. Moreover, the trio on the other side was a mess when they teamed up, which gave Kakuzu a chance to find a way to cope. However, the three were extremely powerful ninjas. Despite their messy coordination, their strength was undeniable. Therefore, all Kakuzu could do was continue to maneuver around them. The ground was being blasted open by their continuous release of powerful ninjutsu. The surrounding rocks were basically cleared by them. Flames, hurricanes, and thunderbolts were spreading continuously within this space. One could imagine the intensity of this battle. Kakuzu kept dodging while retaliating. He no longer dared to use the earth release to resist the ninjutsu alone. Because Orochimaru and Sasori, one had lightning release, and the other even had a puppet capable of harnessing the power of the lightning release. Lightning release beats earth release, this was the truth in the ninja world, and Kakuzu had no solution to this. What's going on? A junior of the Hoshigaki clan hasn't been dealt with yet. If this goes on, I'll be in trouble. Kakuzu thought. The next second his face changed, because Itaka had already rushed to his face. His Sharingan had transformed, brewing a strange power in his eyes. At the same time, several giant snakes had appeared behind him, completely cutting off his retreat. And the puppet controlled by Sasori had already appeared above his head with a ninja blade. It could be said that he was completely encircled at this moment. Darn, looks like I'll have to lose a heart, I'll need to charge more for this. Kakuzu muttered inwardly, his eyes glowed a dim green, and his chakra was expanding madly. Obviously, he had already prepared for the worst. However, just at this moment, a figure suddenly came crashing in. In an instant, his encircled situation was completely broken. The next moment, a violent rumbling that shook the earth and the mountains came from not far away. This speed, space ninjutsu. Kisame was astonished at the source and actual situation of Kaido's ninja sword, but what shocked him even more was the ninjutsu displayed by Kaido. The technique that suddenly appeared behind him with violent chakra vibrations, in an instant, made him realize that this might be space ninjutsu. This Uchiha can actually use space ninjutsu, which is simply unimaginable. How should one deal with such a guy? Kisame's face was now rather gloomy. He knew that being drawn into such a fight was inevitable, but the most deadly part was that this fight was entirely because of Uchiha Itachi. Without this guy, Uchiha Kaito would not have fought them. After all, strictly speaking, they had no intersection with Uchiha Kaito. Even if Kakuzu was instigated, it wasn't a big deal. After all, everyone in their organization is a rogue ninja. If they could betray once, why couldn't there be a second time? Now it's good. No matter what they say, it's useless. The other side is unwilling to let him go, and they have to take the initiative to eliminate hidden dangers because of Uchiha Itachi. But to let him face Kaito alone, he really couldn't do anything. Buzz. Regardless, Kisame immediately swung his sword towards his back. His same hata was in poor condition due to absorbing Kaito's terrifying chakra. Now it's impossible for it to provide Kisame with chakra to assist in the fight. But anyway, same hata is an extremely sharp ninja sword. Using it as a ninja sword has no problem at all. Moreover, you actively ran to my back but didn't attack. You can't avoid this distance. Kisame thought this way in his heart, but in fact, he was also apprehensive. He can't possibly distance himself from the opponent. The speed of the opponent plus this space ninjutsu basically doesn't allow him to think of ways to use ninjutsu to attack. This is equivalent to wasting half of his abilities. What makes him helpless is that the other party is a Sharingan ninja, which means his body techniques might not work against the opponent. Can Kisame's heart not be stifled? Such frustration also caused him to have some doubts about his own attack, and his doubts were obviously correct. But just as his ninja sword was about to hit Kaito, a sudden pain came from his wrist. He was astonished to find that the other party had already grabbed his wrist. Bang! Same hata smashed hard on the ground, creating a deep pit. Seeing this, Kisame immediately shook off with force. Under his tremendous strength, he escaped Kaido's control the moment Kaido's ninja sword pierced his chest. At the same time, he exerted extra strength, allowing his body to quickly retreat. This move allowed him to create a good distance, but he was still somewhat frightened inside. If he hadn't been strong enough and physically fit, the move he just made would not have diverted Samehada's attack but would have directly broken his wrist. But it's okay, his space ninjutsu seems to cause a strong chakra fluctuation, which will tip me off. And now such a chakra fluctuation has not occurred, which means he has not followed. Since this is the case, Kisame is an extremely excellent ninja, his analytical ability is also very strong. He began to make hand signs quickly while pondering. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Accompanied by his chakra that was as strong as a tailed beast, a source of water large enough to form a lake appeared on the arid ground. He is a shark, he is Kisame Hoshigaki, only in water is he in his home field, and the ability to use techniques is his most perfect way of fighting. Nice water release, I think you're better off with me. What can you do in this organization? At this moment, Kaido suddenly landed on the water surface and calmly spoke to Kisame who was in the distance. All are aloof rogue ninjas, and even a stray dog like Ataka can be sheltered. What do you think you guys can do? Leaf Village is different. Although there are other clans in Leaf Village, I can say without hesitation that my say is the greatest. Whether it's resources or personnel, Leaf Village has it. I just personally value talent, and you are a talent. However, just a friendly reminder, don't kill my interest in you. You should know that I'm not yet serious in this fight. Kaido spoke big words. In fact, he was already serious about the fight, he just hadn't used some of his power yet. Facing a ninja like Kisame, if he really wasn't serious, he would be joking with his own life. But he could say anything he wanted, no one else knew, and indeed, Kaido really thought highly of Kisame. He sincerely wanted to try to recruit this guy, but it seemed to have little effect. His words had clearly silenced Kisame a bit. The next moment, Kisame's hands clapped together, and his majestic chakra began to churn crazily. This action was a response to Kaido. Water release, 4 sharks rain. Kisame slapped the water surface with one hand, and 4 water sharks leaping vertically instantly appeared around him. These 4 sharks flew towards Kaido without hesitation, their speed was astounding. Kaido's eyes rotated slightly, he had already seen through the essence of this technique. This technique is directly linked to Kisame's chakra, as long as Kisame is not dead, this technique can split infinitely. Frankly speaking, this technique is really troublesome, but Kaido doesn't worry too much. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. With his hands quickly forming seals, flames of black and white were spewed out directly. The wild flames covered a very wide range, almost all the lake surface summoned by Kisame was enveloped, and the 4 sharks were obviously among them. The temperature became scorching hot in an instant, and the space seemed to start to distort. The thick water vapor instantly blocked Kaido's line of sight. However, this kind of fog without attached chakra didn't count for much to Kaido. He almost instantly locked onto Kisame in the distance, but he soon furrowed his brows. Water clone. Kaido gently shook his head, the next moment his gaze was fixed beneath the water surface, and then he spoke softly. You dare to play such tricks in front of my eyes? Are you too confident or do you underestimate me? Or to say, you don't know what the power of these eyes means, do you? As his voice fell, Kisame suddenly surged out from the water. His body was wrapped by a shark, and he had somehow regained his same hata blade in his hand. The sharp chakra constantly revolved on his same hata blade, accompanying his swing towards Kaido, it seemed to completely shred Kaido. However, at this moment, the 3 tomo in Kaido's eyes started to spin crazily, and in an instant, they had connected together. The next second, a layer of azure chakra appeared on his body, and this chakra quickly fused and diffused. In the end, the moment the same had touched him, this chakra had turned into a giant in the form of a skeleton. Chapter 167, Chapter 167. Since talking is useless, then no more useless words. Kaido has always been a man of action. His early skirmishes with Kisame had given Kaido an understanding of Kisame's basic abilities. It can only be said that this guy's comprehensive abilities are really very strong. In terms of physical techniques, his power and reaction are excellent, although his speed is a bit lacking, but that also depends on who his opponent is. And there's no need to mention his technique and chakra performance, especially that water release technique is really impressive. With his nearly perfect ninja skills, anyone with certain power would want to recruit him, as long as it doesn't harm their own interests. That includes Kaido. But since Kisame has rejected Kaido, there's no need for Kaido to be polite anymore. Especially, holding back in a fight with Kisame and going all out are two completely different situations. Kaido, with his arms folded, stood still inside Susanoo. He silently watched Kisame's same had a blade slashing onto Susanoo. Feeling that terrifyingly ultimate power and chakra transmission, he couldn't help but shake his head. Kisame really is a monster. With such power intensity, if I didn't have Susanoo for protection, I would never dare to take it head-on. Kaido looked calm, but his chakra output was huge. After all, Kisame was no joke. Susanoo had indeed been shattered before, even Kaido himself had the experience of shattering Susanoo. Fortunately, with the intensity of Kaido's eyes and his chakra supply, his Susanoo has received a great boost in power. So even Kisame's such sneak attack did not directly break Kaido's defense. Do you think you can really hide your every move from my eyes? Although there were some ripples in Kaido's heart, he looked so calm and indifferent on the surface. He gently shook his head and then slowly spoke. I told you, I haven't been serious before because I had high hopes for you. But since you refused, I won't hold back anymore. Opportunities are scarce in life, whether one can grasp them is their own problem. Isn't that right, Kisame? With Kaido's cold voice ringing out, Kisame's shark face instantly became incredibly ugly. He could feel the chakra on Kaido, which was cold and full of destruction, becoming more dense. He immediately disregarded everything and rushed into the water. But Kaido had no intention of letting him go. The ninja blade was instantly drawn by Kaido, and the manjaku in his right eye began to spin quickly. The power of the reverse path was stimulated to the extreme at this moment. Then he controlled Susanoo, which was holding the ninja blade high in its right hand, and swung it fiercely at the water surface. A giant blade edge infused with Kaido's terrifying chakra appeared in an instant, forming a bizarre energy torrent at the point where the blade edge hit the water surface. Such power seemed to cause a slight distortion, and the next second, the water surface was split in two as if it were tofu. The blade rushed madly forward, with Kisame running desperately. In the water, Kisame's speed could be maximized. Regrettably, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compete with such a blade. In such an extreme situation, Kisame's face hardened in an instant, performing a seal while fleeing. Ninja Art Shark Skin Fusion. The Shark Skin Fusion mode was Kisame's last resort. He really didn't want to use this technique unless absolutely necessary, as his mastery of it was too poor. Real ninja combat does not encourage risk-taking, especially using techniques that one is unfamiliar with, which could very well backfire. But in matters of life and death, ninjas often become gamblers. Because if they gamble, they might just survive, but if they don't, they're dead for sure. Kisame had no choice in this situation, so he decisively chose this technique. In a moment, he transformed into a half-human, half-shark creature. Is this the shark skin fusion? Kaido watched from a distance, but he wasn't surprised to see Kisame use this technique. In his memory, this was Kisame's ultimate move, and it also seemed to give Kisame the ability to devour and sense chakra. It's a good, very practical technique, but his fusion degree is not high, so he's not skilled at it. Otherwise, if he had brought out this fighting power earlier, he wouldn't have been pushed to this point by me. Kaido thought to himself, then quickly caught up. At this moment, Kisame's speed had increased even more, and Kaido could clearly feel his chakra becoming even more intense. The key thing was that Kaido found this guy's chakra constantly vibrating and starting to feed back into his body cells. This feeling was somewhat similar to medical ninjutsu, which reminded Kaido that Kisame seemed to have the ability to heal himself with chakra. So he's planning to fight back if he can't hide. Kaido saw through Kisame's idea in an instant, and at this moment, the blade Kaido had released had already caught up with Kisame. Soundlessly, the blade had swept across Kisame's body, and in that instant, Kisame was shot out like a cannonball. It was at this moment that Kaido's blade had completely crossed the lake created by Kisame, and the terrifying energy surge entered the earth in an instant. At this moment, the earth began to shake crazily, and the massive energy surge triggered an earthquake. Layers of blood fog had already appeared on Kisame's retreating body, and even more terrifying was that his body was already showing a clear trend of breaking. If it weren't for the layer of chakra that was wrapped around him and continuously healing him, he might have already gone to the Pure Land to accompany their fourth Mizukage by now. Boom! Kisame fiercely smashed the puppet in the sky, then his whole body crashed onto the ground. Splutter! Blood spewed from Kisame's mouth, and fresh blood kept seeping out from his body. This brutal scene left Kakuzu, Orochimaru, Sasori, and Itachi a little stunned. The following earth-shaking rumble immediately alerted them to the gravity of the situation. Especially the suffocating wave of chakra coming towards them, it made them understand the terror of the Uchiha clan leader. Kakuzu was quick-witted. He immediately ducked his head to avoid Itachi's eyes, then took a leap backward. He cautiously watched Orochimaru's giant snake, only to find that Orochimaru paid no attention to him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. What a touching display of power! It seems, Kisame, you didn't have enough information on Uchiha Kaito. Orochimaru truly didn't pay attention to Kakuzu's meaning. He licked his tongue and looked into the distance. Seeing Kisame in such a miserable state did not surprise him. Rather, he had expected this situation to arise. Without enough information, without enough mental preparation, being sneak attacked by Kaito was all too normal. Even Orochimaru, with a certain amount of information about Kaito, did not want to clash with him alone. Running away from a one-on-one encounter with a Sharingan user was never a joke. Even with their level of power, their chances of winning in a one-on-one encounter with a Mangekyou are absolutely not high. Kisame was heavily injured, but he was lucky. Facing this blade infused with reverse path power, his gamble apparently paid off. The power of that blade was truly terrifying. If it weren't for him activating the shark skin fusion mode in advance, he would probably be dead by now. But Kisame didn't have any intention to lie down and die. Although his physical condition was terrible, he still had his foundations. Moreover, he had just forcibly used the chakra of the shark skin fusion mode to repair himself, and used the shark skin to absorb most of the damage. So, after his body was repaired, he could still move. Even though lying down would be a better choice for him now, Kakuzu was still nearby. And Uchiha Kaito was also coming over. If he were to lie down, it would truly be waiting for death. You better tell us all the information you know, or all of us are in trouble. After Kisame got up, he immediately locked his gaze onto Itachi. His face was pale, his expression ferocious, coupled with his shark-like face, he looked exceptionally terrifying. But one can imagine the anger he was holding inside. This damn bastard didn't say a word, so he had no idea what kind of power Kaito actually possessed. Even if he was misdirecting his anger, he, who had always despised Itachi, did not care about such things at this moment. The last time I fought with him was a year ago, I can't guarantee if there have been any changes since. Itachi's face was not very good either, but he quickly relayed the information he knew. His gaze swept over everyone, then he continued. His Sharingan is very powerful, but I don't know what its specific abilities are. However, he can release a special kind of black flame with immense power. Moreover, he can use Susanoo, which is the most powerful ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can summon a chakra giant with both offensive and defensive capabilities, but the consumption is huge. In addition, he uses space-time ninjutsu, but I'm not sure how it works, though it's certainly different from the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Lastly, his swordsmanship is very strong. However, what's worth noting is that his best skill is the use of techniques. That's all I know. It seems like, clan leader Kaito never gave his all when facing you. Perhaps he didn't think it was worth it. After listening to Ataki, Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke in a low voice. Just then, Kaito's figure appeared in the sky above them, slowly landing beside Kakuzu. I had the fortune to witness clan leader Kaito going all out. Such power is truly unforgettable. Orochimaru's words left the members of the Akatsuki somewhat surprised. Orochimaru never mentioned that he had crossed hands with Kaito before. Lord Orochimaru overpraises me. Lord Orochimaru's power is also extraordinary. Kaito looked up at Orochimaru, then turned his gaze to Kakuzu. After confirming Kakuzu's condition, he finally spoke. But, Lord Orochimaru, whether you can use such power anytime and anywhere, and whether its intensity is that high, really makes me doubt. Also, Lord Orochimaru, people always progress. If the power you use is still the same as last time, I will be disappointed. Arrogant bastard, do you think we don't exist? Sasori snorted coldly. He had no good feelings for the shinobi of Konoha, and he hadn't even brought out his strongest puppet to fight. Even if your strength is great, do you really think you can do whatever you want against so many of us? Then you all can go, leave him behind. Kaito had no time for nonsense. He pointed directly at Ataki, his expression resolute. Either stop wasting time. I know you don't want to bother with him, I know you have your pride, and a group of you will not be threatened by one person. But I will make no compromises when it comes to this guy. You figure it out. Figure it out? How can they figure this out? Kaito's words essentially blocked their retreat. Indeed, they were a group with ulterior motives who didn't really care about so-called teammates. But what Kaito said was also realistic. That is, ninjas who reached their level of power, no matter how shameless, still cared about their face, especially with Deidara nearby. If they really abandoned Ataki, then their mission today would be equivalent to failure. Moreover, their whereabouts had been exposed, especially since Deidara was not yet considered a rogue ninja from Iwagakure. Now that they had run into Kaito, if he exposed this matter, troubles would follow. At least they would be forced to cut off a source of income, which is not what they wanted, otherwise they wouldn't have attacked in such harmony. So there's no room for negotiation then. Orochimaru licked his lips, he shook his head indifferently, as expected, clan leader Kaito is still so dominant. In that case, Sasori's eyes became sharper, and Ataka's gaze was locked on Kaito. Let's get started. Commander, we've basically completed the deployment, and information from the front has arrived. 5 kilometers away from the battle, Kitsuka silently watched the situation ahead while an Iwanin standing next to him reported quickly in a low voice. But Kitsuka didn't answer immediately, his gaze remained fixed on the front, as if he was deep in thought. Just a moment ago, he had distinctly felt the ground shaking, a strong power resonating from the front. All of this made Kitsuka realize the difficulty of the situation, as he understood that this matter was probably not ordinary. He was now somewhat hesitant about whether to send his troops there, this unknown danger was truly making him anxious. Commander. As Kitsuka remained silent, the Iwanin beside him couldn't help but speak again. This time, Kitsuka finally responded, "First, tell me what's going on up ahead. Who's there?" "Commander, Lord Deidara is indeed there, but it seems like he's in some trouble. The Iwanin lowered his head and quickly answered. He appears to be caught in a chaotic battle. The identities of the warring parties are unclear, but it's certain that they are all powerful. And, they are not from our Iwagakuer. Outsiders, hey, and Deidara got involved as well. Kitsuke murmured, his expression showing some conflict, but soon he made up his mind. Have the follow-up troops hurry up. We may have run into trouble this time, but we still have to go. Because this is the land of Earth, and not just anyone can enter as they please. Boom, boom, boom. The humming of chakra was incessant, a larger-scale melee had quietly erupted. Since negotiations were impossible, then there wouldn't be any. Both Kaido and the Akatsuki members understood this clearly. Therefore, when they started to take action, they were far more decisive and ruthless than Naruto and the others in the original story. In mid-air, Sasori immediately flung out a brand new puppet, and this puppet exuded a unique chakra. The next moment, the puppet's body slightly paused, and endless bones were released from it in an instant. These sharp white bones quickly filled the ground. It was obvious that this puppet was likely from the Kagaya clan. So there's such a puppet, this Sasori is much more formidable than I imagined. Seeing this technique, Kaido instantly thought of Kimimaro. But it was unfortunate that this extremely loyal fellow was not a target for Kaido now. It was precisely because of his loyalty that, after following a master manipulator like Orochimaru, Kaido had even less opportunity. After all, he arrived late in the timeline. However, facing this technique, Kaido remained calm. His Susanoo did not dissipate, he believed his defense was absolutely unproblematic. Moreover, he was only using the first form of Susanoo now. His power could continue to stack, and most importantly, he had the reverse path technique which could work with Susanoo. But still, be careful where you step. Kaido murmured silently to himself. He maintained his crossed arm position without moving, but the massive skeleton ribs began to vibrate suddenly. In an instant, more chakra gathered on Susanoo, quickly constructing its body and meridians. In just a moment, the original skeleton giant had transformed into a humanoid form, and this giant had started to move during the construction. He had begun to draw his sword while still in the skeleton state, and by the time his ninja blade was fully unsheathed, the transformation was completed. Swiftly swinging the sword, Kaido leaped up at the same time, his chakra instantly activating on Susanoo. His figure stabilized in the sky, and the blade of the sword he swung was fiercely heading towards those bone spikes. Boom! Those bone spikes that had just been erected were instantly swept away in large numbers, raising a large amount of dust on the ground. But at this moment, two giant snakes leaped into the air, pouncing fiercely at Kaido. The foul smell could be detected by Kaido even from a great distance. He didn't use Edo Tensei, but that makes things a lot easier. Kaido murmured to himself silently, but his speed was still swift, with chakra rushing through him, his hands forming seals instantly. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A substantial fire dragon, alternating in black and white, was suddenly spewed out by Kaido, roaring as it charged directly at the two giant snakes. Although the two giant snakes appeared incredibly ferocious, they obviously held no advantage against Kaido's flames when it came to their physical bodies. A hoarse cry of pain abruptly echoed, the two giant snakes had been scorched in mid-air. And the flames fell to the ground with them, incidentally clearing up many of the bone spikes on the ground. Having done all this, Kaido floated in the air. However, at this moment, a streak of pitch-black flame suddenly ignited on his Susanoo. This sight couldn't help but raise Kaido's eyebrows slightly, as Uchiha Ataka's Mangekyo Sharingan was staring at him. It was clear that this was his eye technique, the Amaterasu contained in the eye he had left behind. I seem to have overlooked you, you should return your eye, you desolate cur. Kaido spoke indifferently. He instantly discarded the Susanoo covered by Amaterasu. He was well aware of the Amaterasu technique, if he didn't make some sacrifices when caught by this technique, he might get completely destroyed by it. Moreover, fighting with Susanoo indeed seemed a bit cumbersome, and the consumption of flying in the sky with such a large creature was obviously larger than usual. Even if Kaido had an abundance of chakra and strong recovery ability, he didn't dare to recklessly deplete his chakra, even though he still had a lot left. Use it in a regulated and systematic way, retain when it's time to retain, explode when it's time to explode. This is what a qualified ninja should do. Boom! Chakra erupted suddenly. Kaido quickly descended from the air, his hand viciously aimed at Uchiha Itake's eye socket. Magnet release, iron sand wall. However, at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly lit up, a black wall-like object abruptly appeared in front of Kaido. This black wall was filled with magnetism, and the surface even manifested things akin to spikes. Is it magnet release, from that Sasori? Kaido murmured silently to himself. The next second, two figures appeared in front of him without warning, one punch and one kick, instantly sending Kaido flying. The unexpected attack was indeed hard to guard against. Under these circumstances, a deep blue chakra emerged from Kaido, and his energy shield instantly blocked the damage. He turned over in the air and stood firm when he landed, without any stumbling. Looking up, he saw Uchiha Itachi, who was supposed to be hiding behind the iron sand wall, rushing out. Obviously, he was one of the initiators of the attack, and the other was Orochimaru. Interesting, you two actually have such cooperation. I really didn't see that coming. Kaido casually brushed the dust off his body. They didn't actually touch him at all, but he still did it subconsciously. I heard that Lord Orochimaru failed to attack this guy and lost an arm instead. I despise him too, but now that we're against the head of the Kaido clan, I have no choice. Orochimaru licked his lips and said indifferently while looking up. Besides, ever since I learned about the strength of the head of the Kaido clan, I don't care so much about this guy anymore. But there is one thing that Kaido said correctly, it's not easy for me to exert the power I had last time. However, I still have some other materials on hand, materials that I have prepared in advance but have never used. I believe the head of the Kaido clan won't be disappointed. As his words fell, Orochimaru's hands quickly began to form seals, while Kaido frowned. He didn't know what Orochimaru was up to, but he didn't want to see it. A surge of chakra appeared instantly, and the next second he was right next to Orochimaru. But Uchiha Itachi reacted very quickly. His eyes were locked on Kaido, and he immediately reacted when Kaido's chakra moved. And Sasori was also protecting Orochimaru all the time, even if he hated Orochimaru to death. Boom! The moment Kaido appeared, he punched Uchiha Itachi directly in the abdomen. However, the next moment, the iron sand was rushing towards him, forcing Kaido to retreat. But at this time, Orochimaru had completed his summoning, and two coffins quietly rose from the ground. Boom! Amidst the rumbling noise, two coffins with initial and second written on them broke through the earth. Two lifeless figures stepped out, their faces as wooden as meticulously crafted dolls, with obvious cracks on them. Uchiha Itachi's expression slightly changed at this sight. It was clear that he had recognized who these two people were. He really didn't expect Orochimaru to play with the souls of their ancestors in such a blasphemous way. A wave of anger appeared in his eyes, and his intention to kill gradually intensified. You want to kill me? At this moment, Orochimaru abruptly turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi, and said playfully. Is it because you saw me using this technique? But unfortunately, you're no longer a ninja of Konoha, and with Uchiha Kaito here, you will never be able to return. I'm not like you, both Jiraiya and Tsunade are in Konoha. If I want, I still have a chance. So don't look at me like that, because you're not worthy. Orochimaru's words silenced Uchiha Itachi, while Kaido, who was at a distance, amusingly ceased his attack. Although he didn't want Orochimaru to summon such a filthy resurrection, there was nothing he could do now that it was done. But he really enjoyed what Orochimaru had to say. After all, Orochimaru indeed had a chance to return to Konoha, but as long as Kaido was present, Uchiha Itachi could forget it forever. Those two guys. Since Kaido moved to the center of the field and became the core of the battle, Kakuzu was instantly safe. He didn't join the fight again, because he knew that although he and Kaido had tacit understanding in thoughts, there was no such understanding in battle. Therefore, he was now watching the injured shark-faced guy and the blonde kid they had newly recruited, while always keeping an eye on the battlefield. However, when he saw the two people summoned by Orochimaru, he really had a hair-raising feeling. With just one glance, he recognized who they were. For the current young generation, some people's stories are just legends, and they are unreachable characters for them. But that's not the case for Kakuzu. After all, he experienced that era himself. He immediately recognized that the one in red armor was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the one in blue armor was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. They both had braved hardships in a chaotic world and established a new order in Konoha. They both truly stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Summoning the dead to fight, it's a truly evil and terrifying power. But how much power can it exert? Though Kakuzu was startled, he quickly adjusted his emotions and forced himself to calm down. After all, he was an experienced ninja, and even in such a situation, he could control his emotions and analyze calmly. Especially since he noticed that the situation with the Senju brothers seemed a bit strange, their aura didn't seem as exaggerated and terrifying as he had seen before. This made him ponder a bit, but he was also prepared to flee, as the opponent was indeed scary. Where is this? Hashirama Senju voiced his confusion, then glanced around, in the human world. Big brother. Suddenly a voice came. He turned his head and immediately saw the figure of his younger brother, Tobirama Senju. However, he didn't seem like a living person, his whole body was filled with an eerie power and various wrinkles and cracks appeared. The key point was his body was essentially someone else's. In fact, he himself was in this situation, a point he had noticed long ago. Is it the reanimation jutsu? TCH, I was unexpectedly summoned back to the world by my own technique. What an irony! Kid, did you do this? Tobirama Senju had already noticed his own situation. He coldly turned his gaze to Orochimaru, who was standing behind him. Tobirama's perception abilities were also top-notch. He instantly pinpointed the person who had released the reanimation jutsu. However, he also noticed something else. His current strength compared to before was a mere fraction. Not just him, even his elder brother was in the same situation. He began contemplating how he could break free from this technique. Tobirama Senju was a proud person. How could he possibly allow himself to be controlled by others? In fact, anyone would likely detest being controlled by others. A child of the Uchiha clan. As Tobirama was considering how to resolve his predicament, Hashirama Senju unexpectedly turned his gaze to Itachi Uchiha standing off to the side. He also noticed Kaido, who was watching them from not too far away. However, the moment his perception touched upon Kaido, he immediately sensed something wrong. Because he detected a power similar to his own on Kaido, but that power was vastly different from his. Uchiha. Hearing the word Uchiha, Tobirama snapped back to reality like a conditioned reflex. Only then did he notice that there were actually two Uchihas in the field. Moreover, judging by the current situation, these two Uchihas seemed to belong to completely different factions. What is going on here? Hashirama scratched his head. In his memory the Uchiha clan was fairly united, he rarely saw Uchihas turning against each other. Kid, what's the deal with your forehead protector? Hashirama was in deep thought, while Tobirama's gaze was coldly fixed on Itachi Uchiha. The Leaf Village's emblem on his forehead protector was slashed by a deep horizontal line, the meaning of which was self-evident. This guy was clearly a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village. Moreover, a rogue Uchiha. This filled Tobirama with murderous intent. Now is not the time to discuss these matters, please hurry and deal with the person opposite, or at least stall him. Orochimaru licked his lips. Tuku now had already appeared in his long sleeves. He didn't actually want to control these two. After all, having seen Uchiha Madara's fight, he had realized that controlling them probably wouldn't bring out their full combat power. Even if their strength wasn't sufficient, their battle experience and familiarity with their own abilities were not something he could compare with. But if pushed, Orochimaru would still have to make some decisions, because the opponent he faced was not a simple enemy. That was Uchiha Kaito, a figure that existed like a nightmare. Kitsuke was a responsible commander, having made the decision and knowing the formidable strength of the enemy, he naturally wouldn't hide behind. Although his approach wasn't exactly that of a qualified commander, it won the trust and admiration of many ninjas. Actually, this was something he learned from his father, who was also a ninja ready to rush to the front lines at any time. They always understood what kind of people they were, this had never changed, so even when his father was a Kage, he still did the same. In this respect, there was indeed a vast gap between him and those of the third Hokage of the Leaf Village. The closer to the front line, the uglier Kitsuke's face became, because he clearly felt the terrifying chakra flow formed in front. Earth shaking, floods inundating, and even terrifying flames constantly appearing. Obviously, all these were caused by the ninjas fighting here, their power really chilled Kitsuke to the core. Even though he was confident in his own strength, facing such enemies filled his heart with worries. Because he might be fine, but the people he brought could be in danger. Commander, the rest of the troops have already lined up, should we make a move? At this moment, a stone ninja next to him asked in a not-so-quiet voice, his voice trembling a bit, obviously scared by the scene in the distance. Are you scared? Kitsuke took a deep breath, then asked softly, our enemy this time is no simple foe. Commander, this is the land of Earth. The young stone ninja suppressed his emotions and slowly said, even if we're scared, we can't let these people do as they please in the land of Earth. It seems you are quite resolved. Kitsuke couldn't help but laugh at his words, you will be a formidable ninja, because you have firm beliefs. Go relay the order. Saying this, Kitsuke retracted his smile, his expression becoming determined, let's move out. Boom. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance, followed by deep cracks spreading in all directions. What was even more terrifying was that strange trees appeared in the distance, and these trees even formed a small forest. What do you mean? Orochimaru's actions were secretive, but they didn't escape the notice of the Senju brothers, which caused them to involuntarily frown. The meaning is simple, the one in front of you is the current clan head of the Uchiha clan, the possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Your student, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was forced to act by him and was killed as a result, Orochimaru spoke calmly, while Kaido quietly observed him, not interrupting his speech. Of course, he was also forced to act, all thanks to the efforts of the second Hokage. He is now the actual controller of Konoha, and the person beside you is a rogue ninja from Konoha, whose betrayal was discovered because he targeted the Uchiha clan. And that's the reason clan head Kaido forced your student's hand. Unfortunately, we are being pursued by him now and we really need your power. Orochimaru's words were full of information, making both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju involuntarily frown. Hashirama really hadn't expected that Konoha seemed to be unstable after his death, and Tobirama's gaze was fixed on Kaido. Tobirama couldn't have imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen had actually brought the situation to the brink of annihilating the Uchiha clan. What he didn't expect even more was that Konoha was now in the hands of the Uchiha clan, something he absolutely couldn't accept. However, Tobirama didn't fully engage, his gaze now fixed on Uchiha Itachi. This guy dared to act against his own clan, and according to the person who summoned them, he was aiming to destroy his own clan. Such a ruthless person was indeed formidable. But the current situation is tricky, the information is too scanty, I can't determine who is right or wrong, and. Tobirama's thoughts were interrupted as his gaze shifted from Itaka to Kaido. This brat seems even more sinister, there seems to be something formidable in him. And he's now the actual controller of Konoha? Konoha has fallen into his hands, it's unacceptable. Is he a new Uchiha Madara? Tobirama has always been wary of the Uchiha clan, he even guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's steps may have been influenced by this brat's emergence. But it was a pity that Hiruzen lost, he lost completely. But we can't easily believe the words of this summoner. He and that Uchiha brat are dressed in the same attire, indicating they belong to the same organization. And he can perform the Edo Tensei, which means this guy is likely a rogue ninja from Konoha. It seems I must figure out how to gain control of the body. But the current strength of this body is too weak, it's going to be difficult, and I must discuss this matter with Big Brother. Tobirama's mind was spinning rapidly. He had already made a decision in a moment, but before he could speak, Hashirama suddenly started laughing. It seems, you young people make things very complicated. Hashirama calmly looked at Kaido, then laughed heartily as he spoke. You are the actual controller of Konoha? Does that mean you are the Hokage of Konoha? Which generation are you now? Konoha has reached its 5th generation, but I'm not the Hokage. Kaido gently shook his head, looking at the two of them with a playful gaze. Since Orochimaru didn't control these two, it meant that he had learned from the Uchiha Madara incident how to bring out their maximum combat power. Now, Kaido was interested to see what choices they would make. Is that so? That's really a pity, I've always hoped that an Uchiha could become a Hokage, but it's quite a shame. Hashirama Senju sighed softly, then his gaze became serious. But since he said you are the actual controller of Konoha, and you did not refute, then I want to see. Before he could finish his sentence, Hashirama had already used a body flicker technique to get in front of Kaido, his fist swung towards Kaido with a posture that seemed impossible to dodge. Just how strong are you, as the controller of Konoha? Chapter 168, Chapter 168. Hashirama Senju's attack was straightforward, devoid of any fancy maneuvers, yet his fist had an imposing force that seemed impossible to dodge. Kaido didn't know why Hashirama had taken the initiative to strike, but he was mentally prepared. The Mangekyo in his eyes made a slight turn, and in a flash, he avoided Hashirama's punch. The next moment, his ninja blade swung mercilessly towards Hashirama, but before it could reach him, Kaido furrowed his brows. Because he clearly saw that Tobirama Senju had already rushed in front of him, the kunao in his hand stabbing towards Kaido's stomach. These two guys, dead for so long yet their teamwork is still impeccable. Such a hassle. Kaido murmured to himself, but in that instant, he tilted his body miraculously, avoiding Tobirama's almost certain stab. Tch, those eyes. Seeing his attack dodged, Tobirama grunted lightly without much emotion, because he knew the power of those eyes. After all, he had once personally killed a person possessing those eyes, but now he didn't have much confidence to handle such a situation. Because he was not even half as strong as when he was at his peak, he couldn't even use his specialty, the Flying Thunder God technique. It was a bit difficult to deal with a Mangekyo user with this strength. He didn't know why his brother would take action, it wasn't like his brother's style. But he could guess a little, so he was willing to cooperate with his brother. Sure enough, the moment Kaido dodged Tobirama's attack, Hashirama's hands were clasped together, then he slammed them on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Hashirama didn't use Wood Release because he knew that his current state wouldn't make his Wood Release strong enough. Without understanding Kaido's strength and basic information, Hashirama decided to use regular power, which also facilitated his probing. Not using Wood Release. Kaido raised an eyebrow, but just as he was about to move, the annoying Tobirama followed up once again. Ninja Art, Dark Path. With his seal, Kaido's sight suddenly darkened, feeling like he was plunged into an abyss. Not only could he not see his own hand, even if he put his fingers in front of his eyes, he couldn't see clearly. However, such a situation for Kaido was only a matter of moments. In an instant, his vision had been restored to clarity. After all, his eyes had reached the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. How could they be easily controlled by such a technique? But in a strong ninja fight, even a split second can decide a lot. The moment Kaido's vision was restored, Hashirama and Tobirama had once again charged forward. These two were just like Uchiha Madara, even though their power had fallen to its nadir, their fighting consciousness had been retained. In such close-range attacks, even if Kaido could predict their direction of attack in advance, it would be of no use. Because they were too close, and their attack speed made it difficult for Kaido to make effective continuous evasions in the air, and blindly evading was not Kaido's style to begin with. Consider this as my respect for you. I'm curious to see if you can exert the same pressure on me as Uchiha Madara did. With a thought, blue chakra quickly emerged, the skeleton of a skull instantly covered Kaido's body, and the arm of Susanoo swept across in a flash. Bang! A powerful collision echoed, as Kaido's Susanoo arm collided fiercely with the attack of the Senju brothers. In this moment, an invisible ripple of air was visibly spreading in the air, created by the shockwave. The attacks of the three had directly turned the air here into a vacuum. Under the powerful impact, Tobirama Senju was sent flying like a cannonball, while Hashirama Senju also retreated, but he had already stabilized his figure in mid-air. But Hashirama's current state was also not particularly good. A crack had appeared on his left leg. Clearly, such a terrifying impact was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even though he was reincarnated from the impure world reincarnation, the low strength made it impossible for him to resist. However, this Uchiha boy is impressive. Hashirama Senju didn't mind his own condition at all, he even smiled at Kaido, who was not far away. Such power surpasses mine and Madara's in our prime when considering his age, but such strength is still somewhat low to control the Leaf Village. But it doesn't matter, I need to get serious, and I have some things I must confirm. Hashirama was thinking like this, and in the next moment, Tobirama appeared by his side with a body flicker technique. Tobirama's condition looked exceptionally bad, but due to the impure world reincarnation, his body was continuously recovering. Big brother, this kid's strength may be difficult for us to deal with, Tobirama said while recovering, but his gaze subtly glanced towards the back. And, those guys are not simple either. I didn't expect that we just woke up and got involved in such a complex situation. For the two newly resurrected, the current situation was somewhat complex for them, they really couldn't trust anyone easily. But Hashirama was optimistic, he naturally knew the complexity of the current situation, but his thoughts were much simpler. After all, they were already dead, and many things really didn't need to be complicated. Let's understand the things that should be understood first, and then do what can be done, this was his thinking. Since they were dead, the affairs of the world should naturally be handled by the living descendants, especially since they were still in a controlled state. I know, that's why I made a move to find out more, Hashirama Senju replied with a smile. Can't you guess what I'm thinking? I only cooperated with you because I knew. Tobirama Senju disdainfully shook his head, and said seriously. Otherwise, I would have dealt with that kid with only one Sharingan first. But his power is not low, his eyes seem to be Mangekyo Sharingan. What's going on with the current Uchiha clan? Mangekyo Sharingan is a rare sight, but two pairs have appeared here, which confounds Tobirama and also gives him a headache. Have you two finished discussing your plan? Just then, Uchiha Kaito's voice came over. He coldly looked at everyone. His body didn't have any obvious injuries, and his chakra had started to brew wildly. You were attacking continuously just now. Now it's my turn. Hey, Orochimaru, are the people you summoned reliable? At the moment of Kaito's confrontation with Hashirama and Tobirama, Sasori couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Itachi also couldn't help but look sideways. He felt something was off about these two, because the power they displayed was really too low. This seemed quite different from the two Hokage he knew. Such power would probably just belong to an average ninja of Jonin rank, which was really strange and unreliable. However, Orochimaru simply shook his head and smiled, reliable or not, you'll know just by watching. Besides, I never expected these two to defeat Uchiha Kaito. What do you mean? Sasori's voice was still cold, but soon he understood something. You want to gather more information about Uchiha Kaito, just relying on them. Don't underestimate these senior ninjas. Even if their strength is not strong, the combat power they can display is not something we can imagine. Orochimaru lightly licked his lips, his eyes were always locked on Kaito and the others. I didn't control their consciousness, because I wanted them to exert their full strength. For them, the sense of battle is also part of their combat power. As Orochimaru's voice fell, the first round of confrontation between Kaito and Hashirama had ended. The cooperation between Hashirama and Tobirama really impressed them. Such a simple yet extremely harmonious combination displayed an excellent effect. After just one round, Kaito had to directly use the Susanoo to respond. Of course, it could also be that Kaito was too lazy to deal with all these complications, and directly adopted the most effective defensive method to counterattack. But no matter what, this gave them a great shock. Even though these two did not display much high-level ninjutsu, but just like this, even they felt danger. Perhaps this is the battle consciousness of powerful ninjas that Orochimaru was talking about. However, soon, they could no longer sit back and watch, as the battle between Kaito and the Senju brothers directly impacted their position. In the distance, Kaito's words had just fallen when his Susanoo suddenly swelled, then Kaito formed a seal with one hand. He had never tried to use ninjutsu with Susanoo before, but he had seen this from Uchiha Madara. This gave Kaito great inspiration. Now he also wanted to try to use his own chakra to combine with Susanoo to display ninjutsu, to see what kind of effect it would have. Accompanied by Kaito's seals, Susanoo also raised a hand. The suffocating chakra instantly clouded the entire battlefield. The next second, when these chakras reached the moment of resonance, Kaito directly used Susanoo to release his own technique. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A burst of fire suddenly erupted, a fire release light beyond ordinary comprehension spewed from the face of the Susanoo. This terrifying flame was vast and boundless, like a sea of fire directly assaulting Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. It was like the wrath of the god of flames. Such flames changed the expressions of the Senju brothers, with Tobirama's face becoming particularly grim. Because in his memory, the only one who could do this seemed to be Uchiha Madara. Although this kid was far from reaching Madara's level, it was clear that he had the potential. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Faced with such a powerful flame, Hashirama had no choice but to use wood release. However, he was well aware that his wood release might have difficulty resisting such fire release, and even a slight carelessness could make him fuel for the flames. Tobirama also understood their current situation very well, so there was no need for excessive reminders. He had already started to quickly form seals. Water release, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. A vast stream of water sprayed out from Tobirama's mouth in an instant, forming a huge lake in the blink of an eye. However, everything they did seemed a bit lacking in the face of Kaito's offensive, even though Kaito didn't use black flames because it was his first time using Susanoo to perform ninjutsu. But even ordinary flames, under the blessing of Susanoo and under Kaito's extraordinary chakra, everything became more unimaginable. Boom! Just the first wave of collision ignited Hashirama's wood release, which was of the rare Yang release type and probably had the same intensity as Yamato's. The next moment, Tobirama's water release also intertwined with the flames, causing a huge amount of steam to rise and form a massive smog. This smog quickly rose into the sky, causing clouds to appear in the originally clear sky. The scale of the fire release unleashed by Kaito was just too vast. Even though Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were shielding the front, the fire still spread behind them. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Facing the unimaginably massive flames, Sasori quickly threw out a scroll and began to control a swarm of puppets to resist the spread of the fire. Orochimaru glanced at Kisame on the side. He hoped that Kisame could do something. Unfortunately, the one most adept at water release was currently incapacitated. Relying on him was less reliable than relying on himself. Therefore, Orochimaru quickly turned his eyes away and swiftly formed hand signs. Earth release, Earth-style rampart. In an instant, Orochimaru completed a powerful defensive ninjutsu. Normally, such a technique would require several or even dozens of ninjas to perform. But it was not troublesome for him. He alone could easily reach this level. Everyone in the rear was using their powers to defend. Apparently, they were truly troubled by Kaido's onslaught. The situation of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama was rather unfavorable. They were facing Kaido's attack directly, so they were under the greatest pressure. If they weren't currently in a state of reanimation, they might have already died. The flames kept igniting and destroying their bodies, which were continuously being repaired in the process. No one knew how much time had passed before the terrifying flames gradually subsided. The great tree descent had regained and grown due to the absence of the flames, and the lake formed by the super water shockwave had greatly expanded. "Big brother, something's wrong," said Senju Tobirama with a furrowed brow. The next second his expression abruptly changed. "Be careful, he's coming." Just as his words fell, Kaido suddenly appeared between the two of them with a roar of chakra. With a swift strike of his chakra-infused shinobi blade, he brutally cut off Senju Tobirama's neck. Having beheaded Senju Tobirama, Kaido felt extremely refreshed. Even though he knew this was only a reanimation and that this guy would recover quickly, he still felt immensely satisfied. Kaido had once felt fearful within the Uchiha clan, even prepared to flee, because of the inherited will of this guy. Although Kaido knew he couldn't fully blame Senju Tobirama, as his actions were somewhat aimed at both guarding against and winning over the Uchihas. However, this guy died too early, leaving many of his plans unfulfilled. And those like Sarutobi Hiruzen who escalated and radicalized the situation, resulted in the tragic outcome for the Uchiha clan in the original narrative. But it was true that this guy harbored resentment towards the Uchihas. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Homura Mito Kaito, Koharu Udaten and that damn Dans were all his disciples. On top of that, Kaido himself was petty. It was natural that he harbored resentment towards Senju Tobirama. His attack was more than justifiable. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama frowned at the sight. He knew that Senju Tobirama was a reanimation, but he was still unhappy to see his younger brother beheaded. He snorted softly, raised his hand, and a vast chakra began to gather in his palm. The next moment, a wooden spike brutally thrust out. Wood release, cutting technique. Kaido's eyes spun rapidly. He had already discerned the direction of the wooden spike's attack. He quickly brandished the ninjato in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was able to block Hashirama Senju's attack, and a bright blue chakra once again emerged around him. It was clear that this was a sign of Kaido's intention to use Susanoo once more, which caused Hashirama Senju to shake his head. "Don't rush, although I'm not an Uchiha, I know that the continuous use of Susanoo puts a lot of strain on your eyes. And the reason why I took action is not necessarily to settle a victory or defeat, but to clarify some things," Hashirama said. Hashirama's words made Kaido raise his eyebrows. He was somewhat confused about what Hashirama meant. Did this mean he didn't intend to continue the fight, or did he have his own thoughts and was trying to communicate in some covert way? After contemplating for a moment, Kaido quickly realized it should be the latter. Hashirama and Tobirama probably wouldn't easily believe Orochimaru's words, they wanted more verification. After all, both of them had been Hokages, and even though Hashirama's thought process was somewhat unusual, his basic judgment usually didn't have too many issues. What do you want to know? Kaido asked directly. However, he did not stop his movements, he did not continue to use Susanoo but pressed Hashirama backward with force. His ninjato, carrying the strong power of Raiden, slashed fiercely towards Hashirama, who ducked his head to dodge the blow. As he pressed his hand against the ground, he used another Mokuton jutsu. Wood release, wood locking wall. A row of wooden stakes rose quickly, blocking Kaido's slash, and his voice came from behind the wood release. What exactly happened in Konoha, or rather, what happened in Konoha after my death? You should ask your younger brother that question. Hiruzen Sarutobi was his student, and the mess he caused should be more suited for him to answer than me. Kaido shook his head. The chakra on his ninjato instantly transformed from Raiden to futon. His Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye rotated quickly, and the next moment, Hashirama's Mokuton was cut open by him. The extreme sharpness did not pause at all, aiming fiercely at Hashirama, who reacted very quickly, dodging to the side and then moving in closer. So, what the person who summoned us said is true. You forced the monkey to his death? Hashirama asked doubtfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tobirama's body began to regroup. His face was full of displeasure, but he also turned his gaze. Yes, you can say I forced him, but it was the last dignity I could give him. Kaido shook his head, glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, and then spoke with a smile. First Hokage, and second Hokage, I have two questions for you. Is it the one who becomes Hokage who gains everyone's approval, or is it the one who gains everyone's approval who can become Hokage? Also, is Konoha the Hokage's Konoha, or is Konoha everyone's Konoha, and the Hokage is Konoha's Hokage? Kaido's two questions made Hashirama raise his eyebrows, and Tobirama had already understood them. He asked before Hashirama could open his mouth, "Are you sure you're not joking? The Hiruzen has fallen to such a state. What's the point of deceiving you two dead people? And with your current strength, are you two worth lying to?" Kaido's words were full of disdain, and they were also completely true. He didn't need to lie to these two, especially given their current state of affairs. Leaving aside the issue of strength, just the fact that they were under control due to the Edo Tensei was pitiful enough. Kaido had such a large advantage, and they were both dead. What need would he have to deceive himself? So, you're saying, the Hiruzen saw Konoha as his own private property. Even if Hashirama's reaction was slow, he had understood by this moment. Kaido's two questions were already quite explicit. With a little thought and the hint from Tobirama, if he still didn't understand, then he really wouldn't be worthy of being the first Hokage. What else? Kaido nodded calmly, mobilizing the chakra within his body and speaking in a composed manner. How could I possibly let go of such a person, especially one who has acted against my clan? How could Konoha possibly let it go? Don't think that the Uchiha clan alone could remove him from the Hokage position. It was a unanimous decision by all the major clans in Konoha. So, what about those guys over there? Tobirama had mostly recovered by now. He sensed the fluctuation of Kaido's chakra and started preparing, but he still asked. One took the blame for your student, the other, an idiot from our clan who was brainwashed by your student and believed Konoha belonged exclusively to the Hokage. Kaido gave his answer calmly, especially when he spoke about Uchiha Itachi, his face was full of disdain. After saying all this, Kaido's chakra was fully mobilized. Well, I've said what needed to be said, and now it's time to make a decision. After all, we have already dragged this out for quite some time. To be honest, Kaido felt somewhat disappointed with the summoning of Hashirama and Tobirama this time. First of all, their summoned selves were a bit weak. Although their strength wasn't too different from Uchiha Madara's, the current display of their power was even more rigorous than Madara's. This is probably the advantage of the Sharingan. After all, the combat assistance provided by the Sharingan could play a significant role at every level of ninja rank. Secondly, it was their will to fight, especially Hashirama, who showed very little desire to fight. He was not like Uchiha Madara, who would fight with the intent of completely overwhelming you. This guy was purely here for intelligence gathering. This meant that he could never bring Kaido the unimaginable pressure that Uchiha Madara could. Kaido was not exactly a battle maniac, but he really enjoyed those with great strength who, for various reasons, had been weakened and were forced to fight him using their combat experience and consciousness. From these encounters, Kaido could learn a lot, which was extremely beneficial for his development. Especially someone like Hashirama, who had fought with Uchiha Madara for a lifetime. His combat experience was also very important to Kaido. Perhaps, Kaido could learn from him some tricks to deal with Uchiha Madara, more precisely, tricks to deal with the Uchiha clan. This could help him improve his weaknesses and make him stronger. But in the face of the current situation, all Kaido could do was sigh helplessly. Continuing to fight was just going through the motions. It would be better to end it sooner. Plus, there are people coming, and not just a few. Are they from Uegakuer? Kaido murmured to himself. His chakra had reached its peak, and electricity was faintly appearing around his body. Hashirama evidently sensed the fluctuation of chakra on Kaido's body, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. In truth, having obtained his answers, he didn't have much desire to fight. However, Kaido's performance at this time stirred some feelings within him. He was curious to see how much combat power Kaido could exhibit. And as Kaido was the actual controller of Konoha now, he also wanted to know Kaido's limits. This was a kind of probing. Even though he couldn't demonstrate his full potential at the moment, his inner desire was stirred. Should we end this fight? Hashirama suddenly said with a smile. His chakra began to gather frantically. As an Edo tensei, he possessed infinite chakra, which at this moment seemed especially terrifying. Well then, let me see what kind of ultimate power you, as the actual controller of Konoha, have truly mastered. As soon as the words fell, Hashirama threw a punch at Kaido. Kaido reacted swiftly, avoiding the strike with a sidestep. Water release, hard whirlpool water blade. Tobirama, who had already recovered, didn't hesitate at all. He had already sensed the state of his elder brother, and what he had to do now was to cooperate. A colossal water tornado, like a lance, mercilessly barreled towards Kaido, who countered with his electrically charged ninjato. His Mangekyo Sharingan enabled him to see through the jutsu instantly, allowing him to strike its critical point with a single stroke, causing it to disassemble instantly. However, Kaido noticed that Senju Hashirama had quickly increased the distance between them, which made him realize that Hashirama must have started to take the fight seriously. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. When Kaido disrupted his first attack, Senju Tobirama didn't hesitate to form seals for another one. However, Kaido clearly had no intention of dragging out the fight any longer. Compared to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Kaido was a bit lacking in strength. More critically, the Flying Thunder God technique, which could pose a threat to Kaido, was unavailable to him. Relying solely on his current chakra quality and basic ninjutsu, it was really hard to pose a real threat to Kaido. It wasn't that Senju Tobirama was not capable, on the contrary, in his prime, even with just 60% to 70% of his power, Kaido would need to be extremely cautious. However, he was currently too severely restricted to exert his rightful combat level. He couldn't even launch his typical attack mode. This made Kaido lose interest in him because, apart from replicating a few water release techniques, there wasn't much to gain from such a fight. Besides, I don't possess the water release chakra nature. Even if I replicate it, it won't be of much use. Kaido mumbled to himself as he watched the water summoned by Senju Tobirama rise and eventually form a gigantic water dragon. With a slight shift of his body. Buzz! In the next instant, under Tobirama's stunned gaze, Kaido appeared right in front of him, driving his ninjato directly into his abdomen. Let's end this! If you had the Flying Thunder God, I would take you seriously and be eager to fight you. But now, whether you can even match Hiruzen Sarutobi is questionable. At least his 5-release continuous blast posed a threat to me, something you couldn't do. SP, Space Ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama watched in disbelief, and then tried to counter-attack with a chill on his face. But Kaido did not give him the chance. A thunder field had formed around him, and his ninjato swiftly sliced off Tobirama's hands, then decapitated him in a follow-through motion. Having decapitated Senju Tobirama for the second time, Kaido's gaze finally turned to Senju Hashirama, who by this moment had also completed all his preparations. In this state, this is perhaps the most powerful wood release I can perform. Senju Hashirama murmured, then, without any hesitation, slammed his hand onto the ground. Wood release, wood dragon technique. As his chakra started to flow, the trees he had summoned began to voluntarily converge. Moreover, after once again connecting with his chakra, some of the trees began to attack Kaido. However, such an attack was of no use to Kaido, whose gaze still rested in the distance, watching the rapidly forming giant wooden dragon that emanated a terrifying aura. So it's the wood dragon technique. Kaido was also a bit surprised, but his own technique was already ready. The violent lightning was no longer controllable, and Kaido did not plan to control it either. He raised his left hand, index and middle fingers together. Instantly, purple lightning began to rage, endless thunderbolts guided by his chakra fell from the sky. Lightning release secret art myriad thunder prison pull. The terrifying lightning was so shocking that even Orochimaru and others furrowed their brows upon witnessing this. Such a technique, such a torrent of chakra, even a moment of carelessness from them might result in death. The deadliest part was the wide coverage of this technique. Combined with Kaido's unique spatial ability, it's a large-scale war weapon. They could completely imagine how horrifying it would be when Kaido, wielding this terrifying lightning, suddenly appeared among crowds. From an external point of view, all of this was already horrifying. Inside the realm of the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, what Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju could feel was even more real. Boom, boom, boom. The endless thunderbolts continuously landed on the trees. These trees, which were already lacking in yang release power, had relatively low defensive strength. Under Kaido's continuous thunder strikes, they couldn't stand for long. Some branches were even set on fire under such thunder strikes. Flames began to spread throughout the realm of the wood release, and the dark clouds in the sky formed by the combination of fire release and water release made Kaido's thunder strikes even more intense and terrifying. Roar! Though Kaido's lightning was intense, it wasn't that lethal to the wood dragon. After all, this was Hashirama's strongest technique under the current circumstances, and its quality was extraordinary. The wood dragon rushed toward Kaido. Even Kaido frowned at its roaring posture, remembering its entangling ability was very strong, even the tailed beasts had a hard time breaking free. Moreover, this technique had another strong feature: it could devour chakra. This kind of devouring was literally a physical restraint on the tailed beasts. Similarly, it highly counters Susanoo. Susanoo was also made of chakra, and naturally, it would be restrained by wood release. Before Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's fight reached the level of using sage techniques, Hashirama countered Uchiha Madara with wood golem and wood dragon. Kaido was quite wary of this technique, but even if he was wary, the wood dragon's limit was here. Like Uchiha Madara, their own upper limit was not enough. Even if a high-level account played with low-level tactics, facing a full rune account, the gap was still significant. I want to see how much chakra you can devour. Kaido thought, a blue glow appearing instantly on his body. His eyes quickly turned, and the glow on his body became incredibly dazzling. The battles he fought today exhausted him beyond imagination. Alternating between taijutsu, ninjutsu, and dojutsu, even his body, enhanced by external modifications, was feeling the strain. However, he still had a decent amount of chakra at the moment. He could continue fighting, and the quality of his fight was still very high. The value of yang release in physical reconstruction lies in its recovery speed and sustainability in combat. Amidst the enormous roar, the azure glow around Kaido turned into a towering figure wearing armor and a Tengu mask. The gigantic Kaido, struggling hard, continued to grow until he felt his eyes tired, at which point he stopped. Susanoo, has it gotten to this point? Senju Hashirama's body had been shattered countless times by the thunder, but he didn't care about these details. His gaze was always focused on Kaido. He felt that he had already done his best and wasn't concerned about the rest. Brother, this kid might become the next Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Senju Tobirama's voice rang in Senju Hashirama's ear. He too had recovered, but his gaze was somewhat gloomy as he looked ahead. He has such power at such a young age and has control of the village. This is not a good thing for Konoha. Besides, brother, have you noticed that he has your power within him? This boy is nothing but an ambitious man. But what can we do about it? Before Senju Tobirama could finish his sentence, Senju Hashirama interrupted him, leaving Tobirama speechless. We are already dead. Appearing in this world is not right. Besides, we already understand the general situation. So, for us, this mission has been successful. The affairs of the younger generation should be left to them. You have too much prejudice against the Uchihas, which led the Hiruzen on the path of no return. You are responsible for that too. So, let's just watch quietly now. After all, he's not just dealing with the wooden dragon, but also those guys outside. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, both possessing extraordinary sensory abilities, had long since realized that many ninjas were approaching, but this was not their concern anymore. Senju Tobirama sighed helplessly. He felt that his elder brother had not realized the seriousness of the situation. The power of this boy has exceeded the norm, especially his control over space-time ninjutsu, which made Senju Tobirama extremely wary. He couldn't imagine what terrifying things would happen when this boy's power was combined with space-time ninjutsu. However, he didn't have time to think about it now. Amidst the endless thunder, the towering Susanoo displayed an unimaginable deterrent. Suddenly, Susanoo lifted its ninjato slightly and swung it fiercely at the roaring wooden dragon. In an instant, it was as if space had been cleaved, the ground split, and the sky tilted. The massive wooden dragon instantly collided with Kaido's blade, causing a sudden explosion of intense energy. In the dark clouds of the tree world, it became a dazzling white light, which could be seen clearly even outside the tree world. Boom! As the dazzling white light reaches its peak, a mushroom cloud shoots up into the sky, and the cracked earth spreads wildly. The divine tree was completely annihilated at this moment, and the immense wood dragon also began to crack within the boundless energy flow. With the spreading cracks, it ultimately disintegrated and vanished under the blade. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju had long since vanished within such an energy storm. However, it was conceivable that they were probably annihilated in this flash, lost to the endless flow of chakra. Rumble! Thunder continued to fall, and the dark clouds in the sky became even denser. Lightning kept swirling around the colossal half-bodied giant. At this moment, the giant's image was incredibly clear. It was like a demonic god in a temple, ferocious and terrifying, causing fear at first glance. What kind of power is this? Is this his full strength? At the far end, Itachi Uchiha pushed away the huge rocks covering his body in a ragged manner. He gritted his teeth and looked at the giant, which resembled both a god and a demon. At this moment, he felt incredibly insignificant. He's grown again, such a terrifying guy. The figure of Orochimaru also appeared somewhat ragged, his body soaked and covered in thick, sticky fluid. But he didn't care at all. As he looked towards the distant giant, a hint of fanaticism appeared in his eyes. The power of Uchiha. Sasori, controlling his puppet, pushed away the huge stones burying him and Kisame Hoshigaki. He silently watched the distant figure, his gaze finally landing on Itaki Uchiha, seemingly lost in thought. Kisame, however, was left in silence and terror. He had indeed taken a direct hit from the giant, but the giant at that time was not as despair-inducing as now. This is art. In the sky, Deidara, who had noticed the situation early on, had naturally not been foolish enough to stand still. He had already taken to the air to escape the terrifying energy bombardment and to get a better view of the battle. At this moment, he couldn't help but murmur, and indeed, the Sharingan in his possession truly reflected art, an art that suited his tastes. The colossal figure was a manifestation of the Sharingan's power, and the explosion just now perfectly demonstrated what the art in his mind was. If this wasn't art, what could be considered art? Just as they were lost in their various thoughts, there was suddenly a massive chakra shockwave in the space. The next moment, Kaido, carrying an immense force, appeared directly before them. It really was an interesting fight, Orochimaru. Kaido's gaze locked onto Orochimaru. However, a smile then appeared on his face. But it's a pity that this time didn't put as much pressure on me as last time. If you don't have any other tricks, then everything should come to an end now. Kaido's words caused Sasori, Orochimaru, and the others to raise their eyebrows. At this point, they truly had no means to deal with Kaido. However, they did not fall into too much panic, as the current situation was different. Orochimaru licked his lips and said faintly, "It's about time we wrap this up. However, clan head Kaido, I think it's best not to act rashly now, because we have bigger problems on the horizon." As Orochimaru's words trailed off, hundreds, if not thousands, of ninja began to emerge in the distance, their presence overwhelming. Judging from their attire, they were clearly stone ninja. They seemed to be shocked by the previous battle but were still quickly surrounding this area. Clan head Kaido, I assume you wouldn't want the hidden stone to know about your dealings in the land of Earth. Orochimaru licked his lips again, uttering a phrase that baffled Kaido somewhat. Although Orochimaru's way of expressing himself was a bit lackluster, Kaido had to admit that he indeed didn't want his activities to become public knowledge. Thus, he did not take action nor speak, only quietly observing Orochimaru. "We'll help you break through. After such a prolonged battle, I doubt you can display your previous combat prowess." Orochimaru continued in his raspy, deep voice. Kaido's silence affirmed to Orochimaru that his proposition had piqued Kaido's interest. Moreover, clan head Kaido, even if you can still exhibit such strength, you can't possibly eradicate that many opponents. If word gets out, it wouldn't just be about individual actions, right? Orochimaru's words swayed Kaido. He turned his head to glance at Kakuzu, who gently nodded back at him. It was clear that Kakuzu also did not want to stir up more trouble, and crucially, Kaido was indeed running low on chakra. Kaido's silence made Orochimaru more certain of his decision. He made a gesture, and they all immediately scattered, charging towards the hidden stone ninja. Kaido glanced at the figure of Uchiha Itachi, finally withdrawing his gaze, not making a move, and feeling too lazy to do so. He directed his attention towards the stone ninja charging towards him, and with a single thought, chakra surged within him. In an instant, Kaido's Susanoo grew larger once again. While his chakra was not plentiful at the moment, he had other means to enhance his Susanoo, such as the yin-yang release of his right eye, or the great destruction that could be applied to his Susanoo. His immense chakra continuously trembled, causing some tremors between heaven and earth at this moment. Blood had already begun seeping from the corners of Kaido's eyes, but he paid no heed, still controlling his Susanoo to rise into the air. The colossal giant blocked out the sky, with purple arcs of lightning still swirling around him. At this moment, this Susanoo had completely transformed into a ferocious deity. In the distance, mysterious paper figures continuously whirled and twirled, slowly coming together to form two human silhouettes. These two individuals were Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, who had been completely obliterated by the tide of chakra. Death was not terrifying to those already dead, especially when they were reincarnated through the Edo Tensei. They were even less concerned about such matters. However, they didn't expect to see Kaito's sky-obscuring Susanoo as soon as they recovered. The cold and destructive chakra soon became baffling, even making the worldly wise Senju brothers frown. In the next second, the colossal Susanoo moved, and at that moment, horrifying screams echoed across the earth. "Brother!" Tobirama Senju quietly watched everything in the distance, and after a long time, he spoke with a gloomy expression. "This aura, this caliber, and this color of Susanoo. This kid, he must be the next Uchiha Madara." Chapter 169, Chapter 169. Amidst various abilities, a blue giant, tens of meters tall, descended from the sky. Its posture was as graceful as a water bird, but each swing of its shinobi blade stirred up huge waves of sand, taking countless ninjas with it. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. Especially when Kaido executed the last move of his waterfowl dance. The world seemed to tilt in that moment. His blade moved with apocalyptic might, the ground thundered, and the visible blade waves spread out in the air. Everywhere it passed, limbs were severed and blood flowed like rivers. However, after all this, Kaido's chakra was almost depleted. He looked into the distance. Orochimaru had once again summoned a giant snake, launching a fierce attack on the stone ninja. Among all, he had consumed the least. Aside from initially dealing with Kakuzu and resisting the surge of chakra, he hadn't expended much. His other expenditures were minimal. Even using the Edo Tensei was just a larger-scale summoning technique. And he had prepared in advance, so he consumed nearly nothing. Sasori and Uchiha Itachi were fighting desperately. Though their consumption wasn't high, they had clashed directly with Kaido. However, large-scale combat wasn't a problem for Sasori, given the vast number of puppets he controlled. This technique, designed for warfare, only showed its true value on the battlefield. Sasori continued to control his puppets to attack the stone ninja, leading Kisame in a rapid withdrawal from the area under this onslaught. As for Uchiha Itachi, no one paid him any mind. In a situation where everyone was showcasing their abilities, who had time to consider him? Moreover, the actions leading up to this point probably made the Akatsuki members loathe him. Kaido was, after all, after him. Wouldn't it have been better if he dealt with it on his own? Now, none of them were reaping any benefits, further intensifying their dislike for him. Whatever they thought, it had nothing to do with Kaido. His gaze swept the area before him. Around him, only a few scattered stone ninja remained. The rest were utterly intimidated by Kaido's display of power. Some sat paralyzed on the ground, some cried out in pain, and others began to flee. Kaido had no intention of continuing the slaughter. He had made his point clear. Moreover, he noticed that these were probably all guard ninjas, not particularly strong. In fact, the guard ninjas of each village weren't especially powerful, usually at the level of Chunin or even Genin. After all, Jounin were a village's rare resource, used either to nurture talented Genin or act as commanders. In a village, the majority were Chunin and Genin, naturally forming the backbone of the guard forces. Similarly, they are the backbone of the village, with various departments relying on them to maintain their operations. It can be said that the Chunin and Genin form the foundation of the shinobi villages. During times of war, they are the ones who contribute the most, even if their strength is not necessarily outstanding. Of course, thinking this way might be a bit arrogant. I only reached my current state with external help. Even now, I'm still far from matching the prowess of Uchiha Madara from the Warring States period. Even in this era, against someone like Nagato who wields others' power, I can't confidently say I would win for sure. All I can say is I'm the one who best understands the path and evolution of the Uchiha's power, and I keep moving forward on this path. Kaido's self-awareness is clear. He doesn't look down on these Chunin and Genin. Even though they can't withstand his power, their value is indeed very high. Moreover, if they were to be assembled under a unified command, instead of being spread out and facing so many as they are now, Kaido might have fled at the first chance. Gently wiping away the bloodstain at the corner of his eye, Kaido dispelled his Susanoo, and in a blink, appeared beside Kakuzu. Kakuzu was mostly cautious and observant throughout the fight. Probably the most dangerous moment was when Kaido unleashed that giant wooden dragon, causing a massive explosion. Even though Kakuzu didn't lose his heart, he now looked extremely haggard. When Kaido appeared in front of him, Kakuzu's gaze became slightly blurred, hinting he had a lot to say. But Kaido didn't give him the chance. He gently placed his hand on Kakuzu's shoulder, and a surge of chakra pulsed. Accompanied by a gust of wind tinged with the scent of blood, Kaido and Kakuzu vanished, leaving behind only a ripple of chakra as proof of their prior presence. From a distance, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju exchanged glances upon seeing Kaido disappear. Tobirama's words echoed in Hashirama's mind. Kaido truly resembled Uchiha Madara in many ways. Hashirama felt it deeply. He noticed that Kaido could amplify the strength of his techniques, which was very much like Madara. Additionally, Kaido's Susanoo was a deep blue, clashing with Madara's own. However, Hashirama quickly shook his head, looking at the horizon and calmly remarked, "Who knows about these things? Who can really tell? Maybe the kid does resemble Madara, but what can we do about it? What I mean is, for the next time," Tobirama said, his gaze fixed on the battlefield littered with bodies. "This time, that guy summoned us. Next time, he might do the same, and we'll likely encounter him again. If given the chance, I think we should. Don't overthink things, Tobirama." Before he could finish, Hashirama interrupted him. Hashirama smiled gently before saying, "Actually, I think it's fine the way it is. Though he hasn't become the Hokage and I don't know the reason, he might not necessarily be bad at it. I've always said that we should leave matters to the next generation. And you know who I consider the first Hokage in my heart. Allowing someone from the Uchiha, like Madara, to lead Konoha, it's not unacceptable. This time, that guy summoned us. Next time, he might do the same, and we'll likely encounter him again. If given the chance, I think we should. Don't overthink things, Tobirama." Before he could finish, Hashirama interrupted him. Hashirama smiled gently before saying, "Actually, I think it's fine the way it is. Though he hasn't become the Hokage and I don't know the reason, he might not necessarily be bad at it. I've always said that we should leave matters to the next generation. And you know who I consider the first Hokage in my heart. Allowing someone from the Uchiha, like Madara, to lead Konoha, it's not unacceptable." In an open space, Kaido and Kakuzu suddenly appeared, having moved a significant distance from the battlefield. Rubbing his eyes, Kaido felt some soreness and noticed that a significant amount of the dojutsu power in his eyes had been used up. Now he understood why Uchiha Sasuke's eyes deteriorated so quickly. Using the Susanoo with such intensity and continuity was absolutely lethal. Even Kaido, who has a way to reduce the difficulty of using the Susanoo, felt the immense strain on his dojutsu. Given the full range of his abilities to reduce the difficulty of the jutsu, including the use of his eye techniques, if he felt this way, how could Sasuke, who lacked all of Kaido's enhancements, withstand it? Perhaps that's why, in just less than a month, combined with the continuous battles on that day, Sasuke went blind, Kaido thought. However, such an event shouldn't happen since Sasuke's fate would surely change. Kaido wasn't overly concerned about his own consumption, as he felt the power in his eyes recovering. The recovery wasn't fast, but it certainly wasn't slow either. He felt that in about half a month to a month, the power he used this time would be fully restored. Half a month to a month might seem long, but for someone like Kaido, who hardly faced any combat pressure, it wasn't much of a concern. Moreover, even with his current dojutsu state, he could still maximize his strength. Are you okay? Kakuzu's voice suddenly came from the side. Kakuzu intentionally kept some distance from Kaido. He knew that Kaido's main reason for accompanying him was to monitor and assess his performance. Otherwise, only the two of them would have set off, with the Nara and Akimichi caravans waiting elsewhere. Of course, Kakuzu didn't mind being watched. After all, they had an understanding. Besides, Kakuzu had just started going on missions. If there was no supervision or deterrence, he would be the one suspecting something was amiss. Knowing his current situation and that following Kaido has potential financial benefits after all, Kaido has the support of the entire Konohagakure behind him. Kakuzu knows he needs to behave appropriately. He doesn't want to overstep and cause any misunderstandings. I'm fine, you don't need to worry too much. Seeing Kakuzu's actions, Kaido instantly understood his intent, which made him chuckle a bit. Although Kaido had used up a significant amount of his energy, he was still combat ready. Even if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he could at least escape with ease. Kakuzu's demeanor pleased Kaido. It's no surprise, considering Kakuzu's vast experience and age. Despite his appearance, which reminded Kaido of someone who might disdain scholars, Kakuzu's excessive love for money often made one wonder if he was once so poor that it changed his character. However, Kakuzu is incredibly sharp. He understands a lot but seldom voices his thoughts. After all, as he often claims, he has no friends or trusted allies. The only thing he trusts is money. To Kakuzu, Kaido is essentially a walking money machine, and Kaido's strength is genuinely beyond imagination. That's why Kakuzu is slightly kinder to him and behaves more cautiously around him. Though I've used up a lot of energy, I'm still within acceptable limits. After all, my recovery ability isn't weak. Moreover, this consumption doesn't impact my fighting strength, I just can't engage in prolonged battles. Kaido is well aware of his own condition. In reality, his current state isn't as good as he claims. He can indeed display a high level of combat prowess, but both his mental and physical fatigue significantly affects his performance. However, these aren't things anyone would openly admit, and even if Kakuzu suspected something, he wouldn't call it out. That's good to hear. After all, if something happens to you, it'll be troublesome for all of us. Kakuzu nodded, then scanned their surroundings. We should head this way, which leads into the land of birds. But if you want to continue in the land of earth, we just keep moving forward. Does it make a difference where we go? Even if we enter the land of birds, wouldn't it still be under Iwagakure's territory? Kaido sighed in exasperation. Didn't you confidently say there wouldn't be a problem here? Look at the mess we're in now. I didn't expect this. Who could have known that a place that's usually deserted would become so bustling today? Kakuzu looked even more puzzled, his bean-like eyes filled with confusion. Kaido could guess some reasons, and it was very likely because of Deidara. Deidara was a disciple of Noki. If Deidara fled, it would be impossible for Noki not to pursue him. In the original work, there wasn't such a conflict. It's likely that members of the Akatsuki found Deidara and swiftly took him away, avoiding any direct confrontations with Iwagakure's ninjas. However, now Kaido and Kakuzu happened to be on this route and, by a twist of fate, clashed with the pursuing party. This allowed Iwagakure's people to catch up smoothly and surround them. What Kaido hadn't considered was why Noki would send so many people. This decision seemed irrational. Perhaps Kaido hadn't fully realized that the massive turnout was due to his own actions. To put it bluntly, Kaido might have dug his own grave. Had he not instigated the impeachment of the Kage, would Noki have mobilized such forces? Forget it. Who knows what Iwagakure is thinking? We just need to move faster, Kaido murmured. He shook his head gently, then slowly continued, staying here will only lead to bigger trouble. Who knows if they'll get desperate and bring Noki himself. If Noki came, the situation would be challenging. Kaido's entire fight was concealed by Susanoo, and he also made his move from the sky. Thus, he was confident that he'd remain unidentified. But if Noki arrived, recognition might be inevitable. While ordinary ninjas might not recognize him, Noki might. So, it's essential to leave quickly. Any further complications would be undesirable. Indeed, we should leave sooner. However, there's one thing I don't understand, Kakuzu said, matching Kaido's pace, his voice tinged with curiosity. Based on your combat level displayed earlier, I deduced that your final move was just for deterrence, to show them what you're capable of. So I'm curious. You could have killed Itachi Uchiha when he was surrounded by Iwa Nin. But you didn't, you let him go. Killing him would solve a problem, wouldn't it? Plus, wouldn't that give you some peace of mind? This question. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Kaido couldn't help but chuckle. There are some considerations on my part. Indeed, I could have killed him, but I had other ideas. Kakuzu's question wasn't surprising at all, given the intensity of their recent fight. Kaido's target was evidently Itachi Uchiha, and letting him go was something that Kakuzu found strange. However, Kaido had thought it through. After all, he was meticulous and always acted with a plan. He wouldn't make rash decisions or let those who had wronged him get away. If he decided to let someone go temporarily, it meant that they held more significant value, much like Orochimaru. Or perhaps Kaido had a new scheme in mind, specifically targeting Itachi. Actually, I did consider whether or not to end him right there, Kaido began, walking and explaining with a smile. But after some thought, I decided it was best not to act. He continued, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the way Orochimaru and his lot looked at Itachi wasn't ordinary. Kakuzu nodded, I noticed. The Akatsuki isn't exactly united, but they're held together by Pain's presence. Being a former member of the Akatsuki, how could Kakuzu not be aware of these dynamics? So, you're suggesting that some Akatsuki members are discontent with him? Kakuzu inquired. Do I need to do that? Kaido replied playfully, you mentioned that Orochimaru once attacked Itachi, attempting to take his Mangekyo Sharingan, but failed. They likely became enemies from that point. Moreover, while both are rogue shinobi from Konoha, Orochimaru and Itachi have significantly different personalities. Their relationship was never bound to be good. With this, Itachi already has an enemy within the Akatsuki. Kakuzu nodded, true. Orochimaru never seemed fond of Itachi, even from the start. Their relationship only worsened after the failed ambush. The fact that Orochimaru hasn't attacked Itachi since is already a sign of his restraint. Or perhaps he simply couldn't beat him. Regardless of the reason, their relationship is definitely adversarial, Kakuzu agreed. And apart from Orochimaru, Sasori probably isn't fond of Itachi either. I'm also certain he doesn't like Orochimaru, Kaido said with a chuckle. Kakuzu nodded in agreement. Sasori's disdain for Orochimaru was a fact. He was curious, however, how Kaido knew so much about it. Little did he know, Kaido, being a transmigrator, had access to a lot more information than most. Sasori's parents were killed by Konoha ninja. He probably has a deep resentment towards anyone from Konoha. One of the reasons he intervened earlier might have been for Deidara's sake, but I suspect another reason was because I'm a ninja from Konoha. Furthermore, I noticed that Sasori isn't just a simple being anymore. He's probably conducted some experiments on himself. As for Orochimaru, he left Konoha because he took the blame for something, although he indeed conducted human experiments. When he meets Sasori, I bet he can't resist, right? Kakuzu's green bean-like eyes widened in surprise. How did you even guess all of this, Kaido? What kind of creature are you? Indeed, there is such tension between them, Kakuzu admitted after taking a deep breath. You seem to know Orochimaru very well. Given he was almost the fourth Hokage, it's important to understand him, Kaido chuckled. Knowledge of the plot helped, but in any case, information was his greatest advantage. This situation will likely heighten Sasori's existing distaste for Konoha ninjas. Even facing Itaki Uchiha might not change his stance. Besides, after our previous skirmish, they all must be feeling rough, especially after witnessing the strength I displayed. Do you think they'll get the feeling that they're on my radar? And if they do, what do you think will happen to Itaki? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Kakuzu stiffened. The potential fallout from such a situation was enormous. He didn't even need to ask about Kisame, who Kaido had severely injured at the start and who had been under protection since then. Everyone who joins an organization like the Akatsuki has their pride. Due to Itaki's association, if they angered Kaido and were subsequently injured by him, it's almost inevitable they'd resent Itaki. Thinking of this, Kakuzu felt a chill. The person beside him was not only a monster in terms of power but also in terms of intellect. Maybe it would have been better to eliminate Itaki right there. This way, within the Akatsuki, he'd become an outcast and despised by all. He wouldn't have any ground to stand on. So, once again, he becomes a stray dog, even if he hasn't been thrown out yet, Kakuzu pondered. Just as Kakuzu thought their conversation was wrapping up, Kaido spoke again. And the reason I didn't take action is because of my disciple. Kaido said nonchalantly, smiling even brighter, my disciple is named Sasuke Uchiha. He is Itaki Uchiha's younger brother. His hatred for Itaki is etched deep within his bones. He sought me out, hoping I could train him to be a proficient ninja so he could exact revenge on Itaki and reclaim the honor of his lineage. And do you know? When Itaki decided to act against the Uchiha clan, his deal with Konoha's top brass was to ensure Sasuke survived. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu felt an even deeper chill in his heart, his fists clenched slightly. Making Itaki, the person whom Sasuke loved most, chase and kill him, and treating him as a traitor and an absolute enemy. Was Kaido a bit twisted? However, that's not enough. Before Kakuzu could fully grasp the situation, Kaido spoke again, touching his chin as he did. He has always believed that the Leaf Village belongs to the Hokage, and that the Uchiha clan was destined to fail. But now, with the Uchiha clan rising, the Leaf Village is also improving. Is this destroying his will and faith? The current Hokage is Jiraiya, the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Tsunade has also returned to the Leaf Village. She, too, is a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. If both of them also hold immense hatred for Itaki and genuinely wish to eliminate him, denying all that he has done, wouldn't this completely shatter his beliefs, causing his spirit to crumble? With the entire Leaf Village seeing him as an enemy, viewing him as foolish and weak-minded, with every shinobi wanting him dead. Wouldn't that destroy his soul, turning him into a despised rat that everyone wants to beat? Kaido's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, stopped. However, Kakuzu felt as though he was enveloped in ice, plunging into a cold abyss. He stared blankly at Kaido for a long time before finally diverting his gaze. He was certain that Kaido was a monster in both strength and intelligence, and undoubtedly a true sadist. Murdering without batting an eye, it wasn't just mere revenge, he was attacking one's very soul. Why did this happen? At the location where Kaido had previously battled the Akatsuki, Kitsuke struggled to stand, his body shaking uncontrollably. Surveying the corpses scattered everywhere, and the wailing ninja, his heart broke. Especially seeing an area soaked with blood, with hardly any survivors and severed limbs strewn about, the sight was traumatic. He could never forget what he'd witnessed earlier, the massive half-giant soaring in the sky, a creature that reaped lives like a grim reaper. The scene was etched deeply into his mind, unforgettable and haunting. But who exactly are these people, and what jutsu was that? Kitsuke forced himself to calm down and began pondering everything seriously. He had to find a way to exact revenge, such deep-seated hatred was unforgettable for anyone. Kitsuke was the commander-in-chief. Although he personally came to the front line, he wouldn't rush into the battlefield immediately. Because he needed to identify the most challenging opponent first, and then he would enter the battlefield to confront that enemy. What terrified him was that none of the enemies present were easy to deal with. Each of their strengths was at least on par with his own, if not stronger. However, Kitsuke clearly saw that among these foes, a group of them wore the same attire, indicating that they were allies. Among these people, Kitsuke noticed someone using the puppet technique, and on such a grand scale, which left him puzzled. The puppet technique was a signature of the hidden sand village, and it had shone brightly in wars. Yet, controlling so many puppets at the same time required an extremely high level of skill and proficiency from the ninja. Only a handful of people from the hidden sand village could achieve this. Still, Kitsuke instantly thought of one person. Could it be Cho, the old lady? Kitsuke pondered with gritted teeth but quickly dismissed the thought. Cho held a high position in the hidden sand village. It was unlikely for her to join any obscure organization. If not Cho, then who else possesses such capability to perform this exaggerated feat? Apart from the puppets, there was also that technique that resembled trees. That should be the wood release, right? Kitsuke clenched his fists. The trees had a significant impact on him, and the only thing he could think of was the first Hokage's wood release. However, hadn't the first Hokage died long ago? How is there still a wood release? Could someone else have learned it? Or is it the experiment from the Hidden Leaf Village that has come here? Kitsuke was certain about what he saw. Those trees were undoubtedly the wood release, and the Hidden Leaf Village was the only place in the entire shinobi world with it. Even if the first Hokage had died, the Leaf Village continued similar experiments. Wasn't the third Hokage criticized because of human experimentation? And according to the spy reports from the Hidden Leaf Village, they had witnessed the experiment's combat abilities firsthand and were sure that it possessed the wood release. However, Kitsuke felt this possibility was also slim. Why would the Leaf Village let such an individual roam freely? Keeping him restrained for their use, or perhaps for further research, seemed to be the most logical and likely approach. But besides the Leaf Village, who else possesses such ability? And that water release, with such a vast range and magnitude? Could it be the shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village? And those endless lightning strikes from the sky, are they from the Hidden Cloud Village? Kitsuke's fists tightened even more. Including Deidara, whom they were trying to capture, did this mean they had individuals from all the 5 great shinobi villages? The question was, who were these people? Commander, the tally is complete. Just as the fury and sorrow in Kitsuke's heart reached its peak, a young shinobi from the Hidden Rock Village approached him. There was a total of 323 casualties this time, among which 183 died, and 77 were severely injured, probably unable to continue as shinobi. Hearing this report, Kitsuke's heart was bleeding. 183 people had just died like that? Furthermore, 77 were severely wounded, likely unable to ever serve as shinobi again? Such casualties were too much to bear, almost akin to the losses of a major battle. How many shinobi does a village have? Including the administrators and the newly graduated genin with little to no combat experience, the maximum might be around 45,000. In typical wars, only several thousands of shinobi are deployed, but the number does increase as the intensity of the war escalates. But to have so many die in a matter of minutes, and during an enemy breakout, it was only that individual using the chakra giant who seemed to genuinely engage in combat. Such a loss would break anyone. But amidst his despair, Kitsuke felt some relief. He had sent out the rapid assault teams known for their speed first, with the main forces trailing behind. If it had been the main force that confronted the enemy, given their density, the casualties from the chakra giant would likely have been even more significant. With this realization, Kitsuke felt a chilling fear, but his anger deepened as well. Such a loss was a heavy and unimaginable blow. He had to find a way to take revenge, only then could he wash away this shame. Where the hell did Deidara go? Damn it! Once I find you, I'll break your retreat. Kitsuke took a deep breath, his mind racing. Although he wasn't particularly political, his shinobi instincts were top-notch. The enemy was retreating. Even if he didn't know their exact destination, their choices were limited. And from what he could tell, there were two groups, and they could only be heading in three possible directions. Technically four, but going to the land of valleys was too far and would mean lingering in the land of earth, which seemed unlikely. Their current position was at the boundary of the land of grass, the land of rain, and the land of bears. Their destination could only be one of these three. The land of rain was under the control of the god Hanzo. The place was known for its extreme isolation, and with Hanzo's remarkable strength, strangers wouldn't fare well there. Eliminating that option left only the land of grass and the land of bears. However, the land of grass was adjacent to the land of fire, under the influence of the hidden leaf. The land of grass had been ravaged by wars, but its lack of current conflicts meant its defenses would be robust. Even if their defense forces were dispatched elsewhere, many Iwanin, stone ninja, would still remain. If the enemy were to pass through there and get discovered, the hidden leaf would undoubtedly react. Even if it were their own, the leaf village would still respond, and by then, many things would become evident. However, the most likely destination is the land of bears. The land of bears is in constant turmoil, making it the most suitable place to hide. Breaking out and escaping towards that region wouldn't attract much attention. With that thought, many ideas began to form in Kitsuke's mind. His chakra was surging uncontrollably, he could hardly bear it. You all, stay here and immediately notify the village to send a rescue team. The rest of the troops should immediately return to defend their respective areas. Don't delay. Kitsuke spoke with a cold tone. However, by the end of his statement, his voice had a hint of dejection, but he still forced the words out. Lastly, inform the village, our mission failed. Hey, can you not look at me with those eyes? As they headed towards the land of bears, Kaido felt the unsettling gaze from Kakuzu and was finding it increasingly difficult to bear. Ever since he shared his plan concerning Uchiha Kaito with Kakuzu, the latter's gaze seemed to change. Though Kakuzu hadn't said a word, Kaido felt as if he was being looked at as if he was some sort of psychopath. Kakuzu's look reminded him of a clueless French king, albeit that king didn't suffer from the same headaches as Kaido. Visibly annoyed, Kaido finally confronted him about it, and Kakuto looked slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought about something, and I didn't adjust my gaze immediately. Really? Kaido didn't believe him, but he didn't feel like pursuing the matter further. His attention shifted to the sky, sensing that someone had been following them. However, the pursuer never displayed any hostility, and their chakra felt unfamiliar, so Kaido didn't take any action. But being tailed wasn't something to be taken lightly. Whether or not the person had ill intentions, Kaido didn't like being followed. There aren't many shinobi who can use flying techniques, at most 10. Especially within the borders of the land of earth, who could it be? Kaido pondered internally. He wondered, could it be Deidara tailing him? The problem was, hadn't Deidara left with the members of the Akatsuki? Logically, he shouldn't have any reason to follow Kaido, right? Kaido really couldn't figure it out, and he also genuinely didn't want anyone following him. He abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. His chakra began to subtly surge. Even if he hadn't recovered to his peak, he wasn't afraid of an ordinary fight, unless he was unlucky enough to encounter someone like Noki. However, if it truly was Noki, that guy would have probably made his move much earlier. Why would he wait until now? Furthermore, it's unlikely that Noki would be aware of the current events here. Even if he wanted to rush over, it would take time. By then, Kaido would have long since escaped. Come out. Kaido spoke directly. His voice wasn't loud, but under the influence of chakra, it could travel a great distance. You've followed us for so long. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, I might have to take action. Of course, if you leave now, I'll let it slide. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Having said this, Kaido's chakra began to grow even more fierce. The person in the sky seemed to recognize their situation and promptly descended. However, when Kaido saw the person's face, he was stunned. He genuinely couldn't understand why this person was following him. Chapter 170, Chapter 170. Kaido truly hadn't expected that the person following them all this time was the blonde kid, Deidara. Deidara, when you think about it, was a ninja with exceptional talent. He was 2 or 3 years younger than Itachi Uchiha, but his strength was immeasurable. Though his methods of attack might seem somewhat limited, relying solely on clay bombs, his battle style was perfect for large-scale combat. If he had been around during the war era, Deidara would have been a nightmare for every village. That's not to say he didn't have any natural enemies. The lightning-style ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village had his number. Regardless of that, his abilities were undeniable. Anyone who faced him on the battlefield would feel chills down their spine. It could be said that he was simply born in the wrong era, leading many to misunderstand or even dislike his actions. But Kaido had little to do with Deidara. Strictly speaking, when the young ninja had joined the Akatsuki, Kaido was on the opposing side. Even without his association with the Akatsuki, Deidara hailed from the Hidden Stone village. Kaido's relationship with the Hidden Stone wasn't great, especially since he had recently shown no mercy towards them. He was curious as to why Deidara was seeking him out. "Why is it you?" Kaido raised an eyebrow, his tone calm but his chakra turbulent. He asked directly, "Why are you following us? Aren't you with the Akatsuki? And I know of you, Deidara, the disciple of Noki. Are you here for revenge?" Of course, Kaido knew Deidara wasn't there for revenge, otherwise, he would have attacked from the sky. Deidara had never shown any malice, which was why Kaido hadn't confronted him about his intentions. "You know of me? That makes things much simpler." Deidara looked at Kaido with intense enthusiasm. This passionate gaze was somewhat unbearable for Kaido, and it felt familiar. It was reminiscent of the look he got from Shisui Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha a year or two ago when he helped the Uchiha clan temporarily escape the restrictions of the Konoha higher UPS. Back then, Kaido even wondered if he'd failed some art exam or grown a beard, causing such reactions. He could understand the reaction from within the clan, but from outsiders? The only explanation Kaido could think of was that Deidara was an eccentric individual. Though it might seem rude to think this way, Kaido genuinely didn't like being looked at with such a gaze by another man. "Speak your mind and don't come any closer." Kaido stopped Deidara, who was attempting to move closer, and said with a frown. "You still haven't told us why you're following us. Don't forget, someone like you is quite dangerous to me." "Dangerous? What danger?" Deidara looked genuinely puzzled, his gaze still fervent, but he halted in his tracks. "I'm not a match for you. Even if I can fly, so can you. If I wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to. What harm could I possibly cause you?" Upon hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this kid just too young and naive to understand certain things? Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 11 or 12. Perhaps he hadn't been educated adequately. After all, not everyone belongs to the Nara clan, and Noki might not have been the best teacher, right? Otherwise, why hadn't Kitsuke become the Tsuchikage? Then again, it's possible that Kitsuke wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Some individuals might be competent as ninjas but not as decision-makers. Kaido wasn't sure if Kitsuke was one of those, possibly preventing him from becoming the Tsuchikage. Either way, his daughter with those impressive legs had assumed the position. "You really are an idiot." Kakuzu couldn't bear it anymore. Even though his words annoyed Deidara, he still voiced out. "Did you come here intending for us to eliminate you? Since you recognized him, you should be aware of his status in Konoha. His presence in the land of Earth signals the possibility of war. If we hadn't seen you willingly following Akatsuki members, you'd be dead by now. What's your purpose in coming to us now, to show off or seek death? Aren't you just the head of Konoha's security division? What's so surprising about that? Deidara, visibly irritated, glared at Kakuzu before turning to Kaito with a puzzled expression. I know your information, but what's the big deal? Alright, this guy was truly beyond help. Kaito and Kakuzu exchanged glances, silently agreeing on Deidara's naivety. At the same time, they were both considering taking action. However, before they could act, Deidara spoke up again. As for those guys earlier, I'm not close to them. They asked me to come with them, and I agreed. They won, and as a ninja, I naturally have to keep my word. That's why I went with them. Isn't that normal? Kaito and Kakuzu found it hard to maintain their composure at this reply. Should they say that this kid was hopelessly naive, or that he was the epitome of innocence? Regardless of either possibility, Kaito didn't feel like explaining any further. He directly asked, so, since you agreed with them, why didn't you follow them? Instead, you came to me. Did you lose your way, or? At this point, Kaito paused slightly. His expression changed as a realization hit him, turning slightly grim. Or did you guess we'd come this way, so you came here directly to meet us? I had intended to go with them, after all, I am someone who keeps his promises. Deidara noticed the look in Kaito's eyes, a look that made him somewhat uneasy. But he didn't flee, instead, he continued explaining, but later, there was a fight, right? I kept my promise by following them. Now they've fled without caring about me, so naturally, I'm not foolish enough to continue following them. As for Iwagakure, the hidden stone village, I don't plan to return. There's nothing for me there, nothing I can do. So, why should I return? Therefore, I don't consider myself part of Iwagakure anymore, and since those guys abandoned me, I don't intend to seek them out either. After much thought. At this point in his explanation, Deidara, ignoring the bewildered looks from Kaito and Kakuzu, enthusiastically declared, it's better for me to follow you guys. After all, I've nowhere else to go. I can just follow you back to Konoha. And you truly embody the art I've always pursued. Only by following you can I realize the art of my dreams. Deidara's fervent expression truly left Kaito and Kakuzu stunned beyond words. For a moment, Kaito truly doubted how this kid managed to graduate from the Ninja Academy, and what Noki was thinking when he chose him as a disciple. Could this kid actually be completely clueless about the real world? Seeing Deidara's unbridled enthusiasm, Kaito was momentarily at a loss for words. The boy indeed had vast potential, but bringing him to Konoha could spell trouble if people from Iwagakure found out. After all, Kaito couldn't explain how he ended up with the boy, especially since he had used the Susanoo technique, which would definitely be on record in Iwagakure. If not for the variable that Deidara presented, he wouldn't be concerned. He could easily pin the blame on Itachi Uchiha. Without one of his Manjiki Sharingan, whether Itachi could still use Susanoo was a big question, especially since he wasn't Shisui Uchiha. Considering Obito Uchiha, who, without one of his eyes, had never used Susanoo in his entire life, this was all a game of probabilities. Blaming him wouldn't matter either. Even if Itachi Uchiha later uses the Susanoo, could Kaito simply pin the blame on Obito Uchiha? If Itachi can use it, then let's see you use it. Unless you plan on taking Kakashi's eye, Kaito mused. But now with Deidara thrown into the mix, it's doubtful that Kaito could easily deflect responsibility. Even if he wasn't afraid, it would be a hassle. Furthermore, Deidara is a genuine threat. The kid spends his days engrossed in bomb-making research, that's not a good sign. If he started launching his attacks in Konoha, I, as the head of security, would have to throw him into the Konoha prison for some reflection, Kaito thought. Being with him seems like a path leading to certain doom, right? And Deidara's claim that Kaido represents the art he pursues is laughable. While Kaido does specialize in large-scale destructive techniques, he isn't a bomber. At best, his forte is fire release, which has a very low chance of causing an explosion. Unless someone aids him or his technique directly strikes the ground, there's a very low likelihood of an explosion. What art is Deidara talking about pursuing with him? Could it be when I used the Susanoo to fend off Hashirama's wooden dragon and caused a mushroom cloud, that's when he wanted to follow me? Kaido pondered. It seemed to him that only during his fight with Hashirama Senju, when such a scene unfolded, could there be a chance of attracting someone like Deidara. Of course, it's also possible that Deidara was inspired by seeing Ataka using the Sharingan in such a dramatic way. Maybe upon witnessing Kaido's strength, Deidara's inner artistic inspiration sparked, which made him decide to follow without hesitation. Art. Kakuzu, having heard Deidara's words, didn't even wait for Kaido to respond and shook his head. Why are you like Sasori, always talking about art? You'd be better off with them. At least you'd have someone to discuss art with. What do you hope to gain by following us? And as I've said, your identity is a liability to us. If you don't want to be a rock ninja, then join some rogue ninja group. Aren't you a rogue ninja? Deidara glared at Kakuzu, focusing intently on the forehead protector he wore. From the Hidden Valley, hey? How are you any better than me? If you can follow him, why can't I? As for them, I did promise, but if they ignored me, that's on them. I also don't plan on returning to Iwagakure. The old man there is too boring, and I can't do anything there. That's a huge blow to my art. Following you would elevate my art and grant me some freedom. What's wrong with that? Whatever you, a Hidden Valley rogue, can do, I can do as well. Don't underestimate me. Deidara's words almost made Kakuzu laugh out of sheer disbelief. He realized this kid really had a screw loose. Having lived for so long, Kakuzu naturally attached great importance to intelligence, especially as a bounty ninja. He needed to collect more information. He was indeed familiar with Deidara's background. Realizing this, he wondered how the third Tsuchikage, Noki, ended up taking such a peculiar individual as his disciple. Kakuzu didn't know what Deidara's art was, but he was aware that Deidara seemed to have a talent in the art of explosion. It was safe to say that Deidara was an explosion maniac. Sadly, since Kakuzu had been in Konoha recently, he hadn't gathered more intel. For instance, he was still unsure why Deidara was at the border. However, he was familiar with Deidara's infamous acts in Iwagakure. The deeds that left the villagers furious and Noki probably cleaning up after him many times. Did Deidara really plan to pull the same antics in Konoha? Wouldn't that make life difficult for Uchiha Kaito, the head of the security division? These thoughts occupied Kakuzu's mind, but he chose not to speak. He was well aware that the decisions were not his to make. Kaito would decide on everything. All he cared about was money. Everything else wasn't his concern. Meanwhile, Kaito was deep in thought, pondering on how to handle Deidara. To be honest, Deidara's sudden desire to join him both surprised and made Kaito cautious. He knew of Deidara's unwavering passion for his art and everything Deidara did in the Akatsuki. He felt that Deidara shouldn't betray him. However, one can't be too careful. After all, Kaido had just killed many shinobi from Iwagakure. He needed to tread cautiously. But if Deidara truly sided with him, it could be a boon. Considering the future, Kaido genuinely desired to overturn the entire ninja world. He indeed needed a diverse range of talents. Kisame was an ideal ninja and a war machine. So, Kaido did not hesitate to invite him. Although Kisame refused, given an opportunity, Kaido would try again. In essence, Deidara was a war machine on par with Kisame. His explosion techniques were tailor-made for war. Kaido could easily imagine, in the future, if he decided to attack a village like Tsunagakuer, Deidara could truly shine. He could make the war much easier and simpler. The most troublesome part might be how to place this guy. He's not the type to stay put. Someone will need to keep an eye on him. Kaido thought, frowning slightly. But then his eyes settled on Kakuzu. At that moment, Kaido had an idea. So, this idiot will be with me from now on. As they continued towards the land of bears, Kakuzu glanced back at Deidara, who was walking while continuously molding his clay with his peculiar mouth hand. He asked with a grim face. Kakuzu didn't really need to darken his expression since his face was already dark enough. But his mood wasn't great, mainly because Kaido agreed to let Deidara join. Whether Deidara joined or not wasn't a big deal for Kakuzu, who was just there to earn money. He wasn't going to foolishly oppose his boss's decision. However, knowing Kaido's plan to let Deidara accompany him left Kakuzu uneasy. There was no doubt about Deidara's potential and strength. But the problem was that this guy clearly wasn't right in the head. Deidara's overenthusiastic approach to explosions often gave Kakuzu a headache. To Kakuzu, Deidara seemed naive to the point of foolishness with his obsession for explosions. Moreover, with Deidara's constant tinkering with explosives, Kakuzu often wondered if one day the former might accidentally blow himself up. Even with Kakuzu's multi-hearted resilience, dealing with Deidara was stressful. Well, while he has some quirks in his personality, he's still young, Kaido commented, glancing back at Deidara's antics with a smile. He's only 12. There's hope for him, right? Plus, with future solo missions and potentially leading others, wouldn't having this kid with you be beneficial? In Kaido's plan, once Kakuzu became trustworthy, he would naturally take on more responsibilities. Kaido wasn't handing out money for nothing. Known for his generosity, Kaido never begrudged the substantial sums he provided Kakuzu. In the future, Kakuzu would be moving in dangerous territories with numerous missions to tackle. So, why not have him mentor the youngsters from various clans, including his own? After accomplishing tasks under Kakuzu's supervision, these kids could wait safely while Kakuzu handled negotiations, and then they'd return to Konoha together. Moving forward, Kaido envisioned that the children of shinobi clans would be competing with those of civilian shinobi. If they didn't fully exploit their advantages, it would be a great loss. As someone deeply connected to his clan, Kaido felt a strong obligation to ensure its holistic growth. If needed, he could simply offer more money to Kakuzu. They would never be short on funds, and the wealth would only increase. Buying Kakuzu's loyalty with money was a brilliant investment. The relationship between Kaido and Kakuzu was mutually beneficial, ensuring that neither would shortchange the other. As for Deidara, describing his potential and value as a weapon of war was almost impossible. Given his skills, Kaido found it hard to refuse the youngster. After weighing his options, Kaido decided to let Deidara accompany Kakuzu. While Kakuzu could handle solo missions, unexpected challenges might arise. With Deidara's addition, their team's security would naturally increase. Considering the money spent on Kakuzu's loyalty, it wouldn't be a stretch to ask him to keep an eye on Deidara. And if it became necessary, Kaido could always increase the pay. As for Deidara's restlessness, Kaido believed they could strike an agreement, research in Konoha but no actual explosive testing. However, during missions, bandit groups, robbers, and foes of their employers could all serve as experimental subjects for Deidara. After all, these operations would occur outside the Land of Fire, mostly against enemies or scoundrels. Deidara could have his explosive fun, possibly making Kakuzu's job a lot easier. Kakuzu might not necessarily think this way, but Kaido definitely did. The idea was to find someone for Kakuzu to converse with and also someone he could mentor like Deidara. Kakuzu once had a partner, but that unfortunate soul was now being used as a lab rat in Kaido's laboratory, subjected to various experiments. In the original narrative, Kakuzu had a certain bond with Haiden. However, Kaido's ruthless actions had disrupted that relationship before it could even develop. Having Deidara as a companion for Kakuzu seemed like a good choice, someone he could talk to during their travels. Furthermore, Kakuzu was a seasoned shinobi, having lived for so long. His ninja expertise and life experience were profound. At the very least, Kakuzu was someone who could match wits with Kaido, all thanks to his vast experience. By mentoring Deidara, maybe he could rectify some of the latter's character flaws. The hope was that Deidara could become a bit less naive and foolish. However, Kaido wasn't expecting any significant change. After all, changing someone's personality isn't something one can simply command. I hope he's salvageable. You've really burdened me with a handful, Kakuzu sighed in resignation, shaking his head in evident distress. Don't worry. Even though there were unforeseen circumstances in the land of Earth, you'll still get your 500,000, Kaido remarked, uttering words Kakuzu always loved to hear. On top of that, you know how to handle the kid since he's a newbie. I'll need you to guide him and rectify some issues. So, an additional 500,000. Just 500,000. Kakuzu was elated with the first half of Kaido's statement, but the latter half had him frowning. Was that all? Per month, Kaido added with a smirk. But I expect to see some progress within a year, or I'll have someone else take over. No problem. I guarantee significant improvement within a year. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Such a consistent income was very enticing. Of course, if you can wholly refine him within a year, I'll give you an extra year's payment, Kaido continued, concerned Kakuzu might drag out the progress for his benefit. You can see it this way, the quicker you mold him, the more you'll earn. And in the future, you can also mentor kids from Konoha's clans, and I assure you, each child's payment will be substantial. Kakuzu was astounded by the enticing vision painted by Kaido. He felt incredibly fortunate to collaborate with him. Wasn't this much more lucrative than working with the Akatsuki? Earning so much money just for guiding a youngster, and not even having to share the earnings, it all belonged to him. Kakuzu felt that he had made the wisest decision in choosing to work with such a generous employer. Kaido, looking at Kakuzu, could tell that he was completely sold on the idea. He didn't interrupt Kakuzu's mental calculations of how much he could earn. After all, no matter how much Kakuzu earned, it would still be less than Kaido's earnings. Kakuzu was a formidable ninja, capable of taking on a Kage in single combat. He was strong, experienced, and had seen much of the world. Having him teach the younger generation would be immensely beneficial, even if they only learned a fraction of what he knew. If Kaido shared this news with the heads of other clans, they would probably be more than willing to pay such a price. After all, finding a teacher of Kakuzu's caliber was no easy task. As long as Kakuzu was willing, the other clans would likely spare no expense. However, when he turned to look at Deidara, who was still playing with clay using the mouth on his hand, Kaido was suddenly struck by a thought. Could that mouth on Deidara's hand do anything else besides chewing clay? After settling Deidara's status, Kaido and his group began their mission. Though some less than serious thoughts crossed Kaido's mind, he dismissed them. In his past life, he had accomplished his dreams with his own two hands and had even been a bit boastful at times. Seeing Deidara in such a state when he was in a good mood naturally reminded him of some absurd thoughts. But Kaido didn't dwell on it. His present life was vastly different from his past one. He took these thoughts as mere jokes and didn't get hung up on them. Their pace was swift, and once Kaido realized that there was no need for Deidara to walk on two legs, they moved even faster. Hey, boss, this is tiring, Deidara complained, looking rather drained as he sat atop a white clay bird. After all, this Deidara was not yet the future Deidara. Even though he was undoubtedly a genius, he was only 12 years old, and his chakra reserves naturally couldn't compare to his future self. Kaido wasn't familiar with the workings of clay manipulation, but through his Sharingan, he could decipher some of its secrets. It was more like a transformation of chakra properties. The clay relied on chakra activation and coordination to trigger internal energy changes, ultimately resulting in an explosive effect. Even if the explosive effect wasn't activated, maintaining the clay's form and movement still consumed the caster's chakra. Kaido now understood why, in the original story, Deidara didn't always travel on clay birds while accompanying Sasori. One concern was the fear of being exposed while flying, and another might be the excessive energy consumption, which could hinder future battles. Observing Deidara slouched there, Kaido even noticed that the mouth on Deidara's palm looked so exhausted it seemed like it was sticking its tongue out. The scene was comically entertaining. However, having undergone rigorous training, Kaido's expression remained calm and collected. "Don't worry. As someone from the land of Earth, you should be more aware than us. We're almost there, just hold on a little longer," Kaido remarked casually. Then, his curiosity getting the better of him, he inquired, "By the way, aren't you Noki's disciple? With your notable talent, didn't he teach you his dust release?" "Dust release?" Deidara touched his chin, pondering the question before replying, "The old geezer never mentioned teaching me that technique. Even if he intended to, I'm not certain I'd want to learn. The art I admire and pursue is explosions." "Can dust release explode? Can dust release explode?" This question left Kaido uncertain about how to respond, and even Kakuzu facepalmed in exasperation. Was the only thing on Deidara's mind explosions? Wasn't he afraid of blowing himself up? Fortunately, Kaido had an answer. After a moment of thought, he began, "Pure dust release doesn't explode. Apart from your explosion release, few techniques can directly do so. However..." Pausing momentarily, he then slowly said to Deidara, "For shinobi like us, witnessing a massive explosion during battle is nothing unusual. Such explosions are far superior to the ones you pursue, both in impact and strength. Aren't you in pursuit of art? Art isn't something you can easily attain. It requires meticulous refining, and in a fleeting moment, a sudden spark of inspiration leads to its creation. The explosions you produce, in my opinion, hardly qualify as true art, they merely satisfy your sensory stimulations. However, don't abandon your path, perhaps someday, within the explosions you deliberately craft, you'll discover what you truly seek." Kaido's words were persuasive, reflecting his personal understanding. In his past life, he might not have had an artistic sense, not having been a student of the arts. Nevertheless, as someone with a background in liberal arts, articulating arguments and making points was second nature to him, and it seemed Deidara was easily swayed. He thought carefully, and it seemed that Kaido's words did make some sense. Is art that one deliberately pursues considered true art? Moreover, the most valuable art seemed to align with what Kaido said. It's that fleeting, spontaneous feeling that arises unexpectedly, right? Deidara rested his chin on one hand and began to ponder deeply, reflecting on Kaido's previous battle. Kaido had merely controlled the chakra giant wielding a blade, yet in that moment, the terrifying interweaving energies erupted, creating a breathtaking spectacle. That is true art. Deidara mused inwardly. He seemed to grasp what Kaido meant, but soon became wary. "You're not trying to use this as an excuse to send me back, are you? I don't want that. A ninja must keep their word. I said I'd follow you, and I will. Do you think you're Naruto? Following my ninja way is to keep my word." At this moment, Kaido felt he had met his match. In truth, he never particularly enjoyed dealing with overly naive individuals. While interactions with them could feel refreshing, at times their pure-heartedness and simplicity were utterly baffling. Kakuzu understood Kaido's sentiment. Even though he maintained a composed expression, there was a hint of schadenfreude. But upon thinking of the young troublemaker possibly accompanying him in the future, he sighed in resignation, anticipating challenging days ahead. "I didn't say you had to leave," Kaido sighed in exasperation, rubbing his temples. While you're researching your clay bombs, why not consider studying dust release? The power of dust release is beyond what you can imagine. I don't know why Noki hasn't thought to teach you. Due to your explosion release, you possess both fire and earth releases. If you put effort into mastering wind release, then you'd have the foundation to learn dust release. Plus, I can tell you that with dust release, you'll have a chance to seize that fleeting inspiration. After all, only with a powerful foundation can you generate even greater force, right? Hearing this, Deidara nodded. However, after nodding, he furrowed his brows again. Everything Kaido said seemed to make sense, but upon deeper reflection, Deidara couldn't shake the feeling that maybe Kaido wanted him gone. He had absolutely no information on dust release. If he wanted to research it, he could only obtain it from Noki. But could he return to obtain it? Clearly, he couldn't. If he went back, he wouldn't be allowed to leave again. He vividly remembered how he felt while in Uegakure, devoid of freedom and constantly hindered in his pursuit of art. Even if he decided to attempt learning dust release, whether the old man would teach him was an issue. And even after learning, whether he could experiment with it was another concern. So, returning wasn't even an option he'd consider. Thus, he had only one choice left. I'll first try to figure out wind release on my own, and then ask Boss Kaido about dust release. After that, I'll find a way to develop it myself. Yes. Deidara didn't realize that he had unknowingly been lured into a trap by Kaido. Kaido was also unaware that Deidara had taken the bait so quickly. He had merely intended to guide Deidara, partly to keep him from exploding things too eagerly. However, Kaido now wasn't in the mood to ponder that much because they had already reached their destination. The handover went smoothly. The convoy of Nara and Akimichi had long been in place, and they didn't wait long for Kaido and his group. Although they were puzzled as to why Kaido had returned with an additional blonde youngster, they were all smart enough not to ask such questions. After delivering the necessary items, they waited on the periphery for Kaido and the others. Kaido's trade was also efficient, as the third Tsuchikage had been waiting. He seemed a bit irritable. Ever since he parted with Kaido, he had been waiting for news. After waiting so long without any word, he had lost hope. But a week ago, he received a message which both alarmed and worried him. To ensure no issues arose, he had arrived early with his men. However, he hadn't expected to wait at the border for a week, and how could he not be irritated by this? They had to be cautious, considering they were in Uegakure territory. If caught, it would be troublesome. Of course, the chances of that happening were not very high. Due to the ongoing war, it was actually easier for ninjas to hide themselves compared to peaceful times. Yet, there's always some probability, and they couldn't be too careful. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Kaido said, noting the evident displeasure on the man's face. While Kaido didn't care much about what the Tsuchikage thought, he was still their main client, so Kaido decided to be polite. Some unexpected events occurred in the land of Earth. Maybe you'll receive news about it in a few days. Uegakure. The third Tsuchikage raised an eyebrow but didn't continue to question. Well, thank you, Lord Ito. It was just a regular trade after all, Kaido replied nonchalantly, not forgetting that he was currently going by the name Ito Makoto. Taking the scroll handed over by the third Tsuchikage, Kaido immediately passed it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu skillfully used his chakra to inspect the contents of the scroll. Upon realizing how much money was inside, for a moment, he genuinely wanted to take the scroll and run. It was filled with gleaming gold. Despite his vast experience and worldliness, Kakuzu was taken aback by the massive amount. Indeed, to make such a huge fortune, one must have considerable resources behind them. Otherwise, earning even a fraction of this amount would be impossible. Taking a deep breath, Kakuzu nodded to Kaido and then handed the scroll back to him. However, Kaido shook his head, indicating Kakuzu should keep it. Afterward, Kaido and the third Hokage left to have a private discussion. Their conversation wasn't extensive, mostly revolving around details for their next transaction. The third Hokage was now fully confident in Kaido's group's capability. The substantial weaponry and resources they brought spoke volumes. Moreover, the Hokage hoped that such trades could continue. The shortage of basic weapons and supplies was indeed a significant issue for him. With Kaido able to provide so much, how could he not be pleased? After quickly agreeing on a date for the next transaction, Kaido left with Kakuzu and Deidara. Before departing, Kaido instructed Kakuzu to hand over the scroll to Shikaku and Chiza's convoy, asking them to bring the money back and convert it to cash. They had their methods, so naturally, it was best left to them. Even though Kakuzu could handle these matters, Kaido preferred the money to be cleaner. On our way back, Deidara curiously asked, "Were you selling them something?" "That guy, he's from the Star Village, right? That small village doesn't seem to have much of a future." "Ha, you actually know about them." Kakuzu was in a good mood, thinking of the share he would receive. "Of course, the old man forced me to study much about the ninja continent, so naturally, I know." Deidara replied dismissively, "That village relies on some meteorite for training. The old man said it's self-destructive. They cherish it, but it's basically worthless." Surprising, Noki's insight is quite accurate, Kaido chuckled upon hearing Deidara's comments. Indeed, Kaido also felt that relying on a radioactive meteorite for training was harmful. Yet, they still did it. Although Kaido understood their predicament, such desperate measures seldom lead to good outcomes. Shaking his head lightly, Kaido wasn't in the mood to discuss it further. He was waiting for Deidara to recover so they could continue their journey on his clay bird. However, as they were walking, they all felt a chakra targeting them and instinctively stopped in their tracks. Chapter 171, Chapter 171. This should be the place. Kitsuka stared ahead, having been on the trail for several days. Initially, he found some traces, but now he had lost them. However, Kitsuka wasn't discouraged, because he remembered that the individual he was tracking could fly. He still firmly believed that these people were heading towards the land of bears, a place most suitable for harboring criminals. As an experienced ninja, Kitsuka knew very well that excessive fatigue would hamper his combat capabilities. So, even if it slowed him down, he would stop to rest from time to time or head to an Iwagakure base for some respite. Half of the land of bears was already under the control of the land of earth, so having an Iwagakure stronghold here was only natural. Although half of it was still under the land of wind's control, and a small part was held by the hidden star village, Kitsuka was confident that this territory would remain under Iwagakure's control. That was non-negotiable. Could those individuals be heading towards the hidden star village? As he pursued, Kitsuka couldn't help but consider this possibility. After all, the person he was after could fly, easily bypassing steep cliffs and avoiding deadly gases. His analysis seemed reasonable, and now he was heading in that direction. While on the move, he also pondered how to deal with the individual in question. The massive chakra giant had left a significant impact on him, no one he could remember had ever wielded such power. However, that technique does bear some resemblance to Peacock Mystical Palm, albeit on an entirely different scale, he mused. Although Kitsuka was not known for being a scholar, given his status as Noki's son, he couldn't be unaware that what had been used was likely Susanoo. As a ninja, his skills in analyzing and gathering intelligence were quite comprehensive. He remembered the intimidating aura and power the chakra giant emitted, truly frightening to the core. This was far beyond anything the Peacock Mystical Palm could match. Facing such a chakra giant, Kitsuka felt that the real difficulty wasn't its attacks. As a master of earth release, he was confident in his defense. Likewise, he had confidence in his own power. Like someone who manipulates the earth, Kitsuka himself was as steadfast as the ground, with an unbreakable defense and unparalleled strength. But the only challenge he faced was how to get close to the individual who summoned that chakra giant. Only by closing the distance would he have the opportunity to unleash a devastating attack. Of course, if it comes down to it, I'll use Mountain Earth technique. Although the Mountain Earth technique is only a B-rank jutsu, the power it can manifest scales with the amount of chakra used. This technique is particularly effective against large-sized enemies, which is why Kitsuka dared to pursue alone. Of course, if he found himself overmatched, he could immediately call for reinforcements, as this area was filled with Iwagakure ninja. In the midst of relentless pursuit, Kitsuka had already reached deep into the land of bears. Proceeding further would take him into Hidden Star Village territory. While he wasn't concerned about the combat capabilities of the Hidden Star Village, he found the steep cliffs and dense poisonous gas to be troublesome. However, he was resolute in his intent to press on, no matter what. Just then, Kitsuka sensed someone approaching him. "Who's there, daring to be so reckless in this area?" Kitsuka's eyes sharpened as his chakra instinctively locked onto the approaching figures. These individuals were clearly no amateurs, noticing his slightly aggressive action almost immediately. Soon, they were walking toward Kitsuka, who stood his ground and began regulating his breathing, his chakra surging wildly. In a moment, a masked figure appeared before him. Kitsuka's eyes tightened slightly, recognizing this as the person he had been tracking. This presence, this aura, couldn't be hidden by a mere mask. And what infuriated Kitsuka was the presence of Deidara, that scoundrel, behind the masked man. Kitsuka had subconsciously ignored Kakuzu, given his lack of remarkable actions so far, making him a non-factor in his eyes. What Kitsuka couldn't figure out was why Deidara would be with this individual. What had been done to Deidara? But Kitsuka also knew that now wasn't the time for these questions. His gaze remained fixed on the masked figure, before finally speaking in a grave voice. "Who are you, and why are you doing this? Who I am is irrelevant to you. As for the events in the land of Earth, let's call it an accident. After all, I have my mission, and I don't want to waste time." The masked figure responded dismissively, his raspy voice making it difficult for Kitsuka to discern any clues. Kitsuka clearly wasn't planning on letting this person go, his chakra was already gathered to its peak. "Not wanting to waste time, is that your reason for killing so many skilled ninjas? Firstly, you attacked me. Why else would I take action?" The man in the mask seemed to remain calm, but the arrogance in his demeanor, coupled with his raspy voice, was unsettling and eerie. "Secondly, I'm not the only one who has attacked. Aren't you being a bit excessive by focusing solely on me? Lastly, you coming up to me alone, aren't you a little too confident? What makes you think you can handle me?" "It's because I'm the son of the third Tsuchikage, Kitsuka, and because I'm a rock ninja." Kitsuka roared angrily, suddenly bursting forth at an unimaginable speed. Given the short distance, he saw this as an excellent opportunity. He was genuinely concerned that if the gap increased, he wouldn't be able to touch the opponent at all. Giving the masked man no room to react was his best approach. However, what Kitsuka didn't expect was that the man in front of him showed no signs of dodging. He just stood there, a chilling aura emanating from him, making Kitsuka more certain that this was the man he was looking for. But in the next moment, the man before him displayed an unimaginable burst of speed, skillfully evading Kitsuka's punch and leaning forward. At that moment, Kitsuka saw, from behind the mask, a pair of crimson eyes with strange, rotating patterns. Sharingan? No, the patterns of the Sharingan don't look like this. What's going on? Kitsuka analyzed quickly, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a lapse in his consciousness, as if he were becoming faint. It wasn't until he felt a sharp pain in his chest that he realized something was wrong. Sometimes, you don't know your own strength until you really exert yourself. Other times, once you've gone all out, you realize how important it is to hold back. In Uchiha Kaito's combat style, genjutsu had always had a low probability of use. Many strong ninja were not significantly affected by it, and they were constantly on guard because they knew he was an Uchiha. Because of this, the opportunity for Kaido to use genjutsu became increasingly rare. Additionally, Kaido himself hadn't obtained any powerful genjutsu techniques. Looking at people like Shisui with Kota Amatsukami, and even Uchiha Fugaku who possessed abilities similar to Tsukuyomi, his genjutsu abilities didn't seem ideal in comparison. Moreover, he had the strongest ability to break genjutsu, given his Alistar-like resolute willpower, which continually lowered his regard for genjutsu. But what he didn't expect was that this genjutsu, which he had never considered potent, turned out to be incredibly effective when he used it at full power. Even if there was an element of surprise involved, Kitsuka had no idea that Kaido was an Uchiha, so he boldly charged forward without avoiding eye contact. But under the influence of some mysterious power, Kitsuka was caught off guard, showing no resistance and freezing in place. Kaido, too, was caught off guard. While his consciousness had yet to react, his body subconsciously made a move that would give him a headache later. He swiftly drew his ninja blade and thrust it through Kitsuka's chest, infusing the blade with intensely powerful Raiden, lightning release, chakra. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Kaido came to his senses, Kitsuka was already kneeling on the ground, his breaths barely there. What the hell? Kaido was about to curse but quickly realized that doing so would only be cursing himself. He forced his mouth shut. Silently looking at Kitsuka, who was beyond saving, he finally pulled out the blade and watched him collapse onto the ground. The only thought in his mind was that this incident must not be revealed. Kitsuka was the son of Noki. Even if he would never become a Kage, Noki was no Hiruzen Sarutobi. If it were Hiruzen, he might endure it for the sake of peace. The disappearance of his own son Asuma was proof enough of that, wasn't it? But Noki would likely not tolerate it, the old man would certainly take action. If he found out that Kaido had killed his son, war might break out the next day. This really is a headache. Kaido lamented internally. He genuinely felt sorry for Kitsuka's bad luck. The reason Kitsuka charged at him was simple, he wanted to exploit his own strengths. After all, he was a pure close combat ninja, immensely powerful. But if Kaido were to fly away, he would be powerless. His tactics weren't wrong, his sheer physical strength could have shattered Susanoo's defense, but the problem was his lack of information. He didn't know that Kaido was an Uchiha, and worse yet, that Kaido also had Raiden abilities. He was not prepared for genjutsu, and his Doton, Earth Release, was countered by Raiden. That's how Kaido took him down almost instantly, leaving him no chance to showcase any of his fighting abilities. Which goes to show, information is critically important for ninjas at this stage. Kaido couldn't help but sigh as Kakuzu and Deidara also somberly approached. Kakuzu's expression turned quite grave at this moment, he knew full well what Kitsuka's death implied. Deidara also furrowed his brows, silently staring at Kitsuka, lost in thought. The atmosphere became exceptionally somber. Finally, Kakuzu sighed. Killing him really wasn't a good choice, but we would have had a hard time getting out of here otherwise. Although I'd like to say it was an accident, that I didn't expect him to be so bold, what's done is done and I won't deny anything. Kaido shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Deidara. I'm sorry this happened. What's your relationship with him? I know you were Noki's student, so I assume you had some connection. He was quite strict with me, much like the old man Noki, but generally he was fine. Deidara finally spoke after standing silently for a while. Don't worry about me. Though I may be somewhat sentimental, since he isn't one of those Iwanin rock ninjas whom I despise, I'm clear about one thing, I've left Iwagakure. I have my own pursuits, my art, and I have no intention of returning. If we meet in the future, we'll be enemies. Perhaps encountering this sooner provides me with deeper enlightenment. Death is the destiny of a ninja, much like the explosions I love, we might burst into radiance and then vanish in the blink of an eye. Also, thank you for not letting him suffer too much. His death won't expose that I'm with you, right?" After saying this, Deidara paused for a moment and then looked seriously at Kaido. "However, I do have one request. He was neither warm nor cold towards me in the past but took relatively good care of me. And Kurotsuka has been kind to me as well. I'd like to bury him, consider it the final tie I cut with Iwagakure." Kaido looked quietly at Deidara, suddenly feeling that the young man seemed to have grown a little. In the original series, Deidara was a crazed, arrogant, and somewhat cruel individual, with an obsessive nature that went beyond normal limits, easily losing his cool if his art was disrespected. This might be related to the fact that he joined the Akatsuki at the age of 12, but even with such a personality in the original series, he showed respect to some seniors. For example, he truly respected Sasori, despite their contrasting views on art. And from what Kaido remembered, Deidara really hadn't attacked anyone from Iwagakure except for those brought back through Edo Tensei. Even if he appeared to be indifferent, he at least knew that some people needed to be respected and that some human boundaries should not be crossed. This was in stark contrast to Ataki Uchiha, which is why Kaido was willing to have Deidara accompany him. Besides, this kid's abilities are really useful, and he's at an age where he can still be trained. His moral baseline has always been there. Although it fluctuates, he's someone who could use civilians as bait to force Gaara into a corner. But when you consider the time period when his values became firm and he was with the Akatsuki, it all becomes understandable. I understand. Go ahead. Kaido nodded, patting Deidara on the shoulder as he softly spoke. It's good that you think this way. In the future, I won't let you easily face off against people from Iwagakure. Once everything is sorted out, we will return to Konoha. What? Kitsuki is dead. Inside a highly secretive office in the Konoha Hokage building, the leaders of the 6 great clans looked at Kaido with astonishment. Clearly, they hadn't expected Kaido to stir up such a commotion on just this one outing. By this time, Kaido had already returned to Konoha, and Deidara had riskily brought Kitsuki's corpse back to the land of Earth. It should be known that Kaido and his group had just stirred up significant trouble in the land of Earth. Going back now was truly risky. However, with Deidara leading the way, everything turned out relatively okay, at least they were not so unlucky this time. After properly burying Kitsuki, the 3 of them quickly entered the land of grass and cautiously made their way back to Konoha. They returned relatively quickly, thanks in part to Deidara using his flying birds to carry them. Their speed was thus assured, flight made it easy to cross mountains and rivers. The only downside was that Deidara got somewhat tired. Deidara's recovery was quite good, whether it was his high level of artistic insight or his ninja training. After being down for a day or 2, he was back to normal, then returned to his usual somewhat naive state. That state was really a headache for Kakuzu, but Kaido didn't pay it much mind. After all, Deidara's future training was Kakuzu's responsibility. Of course, Kaido had to do something, but at least he didn't have to live with Deidara all the time. Upon returning to Konoha, Kaido led them both to a forest in the east, then summoned all the clan leaders to brief them on the situation. Kaido knew that what he had done this time was far from low-key, especially with the bad luck of encountering the Akatsuki. Konoha had always been infiltrating Iwagakure. In the original story, Kabuto had spent a lot of time in Iwagakure. Therefore, the conflict, or even war, that erupted between Kaido and Iwagakure on the border had likely already been reported back to Konoha. But all of that was secondary, the main point was that he had killed Kitsuki. In fact, this was true. The other 6 great clans had already received the information, and they confirmed right away that this was Kaido's doing. After all, Kaido had been out on a mission without any records within Konoha, even without formal reporting, they knew very well what had happened. This time, Kaido didn't make much effort to hide his abilities, so they naturally guessed it was him right away. This situation gave them some headaches, but Shikaku Nara handled it quite calmly. Who says only Kaido can demonstrate such strength? Aren't there also Uchiha Itachi and that mysterious Uchiha outside of Konoha? Just by shifting the blame onto them, won't everything be fine? On this matter, Shikaku Nara and Kaido were indeed on the same page, especially since Konoha had no official records of the incident. The crucial thing was that Kaido had left a shadow clone in Konoha. He wasn't afraid of being suspected by Iwagakure. However, the situation has changed. Kaido had directly taken out Kitsuki, and this was indeed not good news. Kitsuki's identity was far too special. Did you leave any evidence? Shikaku Nara rubbed his temples, visibly troubled. Although Kaido had already been clear, these matters still gave him a headache. Especially because Kaido had brought back that young rascal named Deidara, making his headache even worse. He knew who Deidara was. This kid was a disciple of Onoki. The fact that this kid was directly brought back by Kaido was surprising. Even if Kaido had given a compelling reason, they still felt Kaido was being too audacious. If this gets exposed, they'd have no excuse. But for now, Deidara isn't the focus. Don't worry, no evidence was left, Kaido reassured, confident in his actions, even if he knew this wasn't something to be proud of. Killing him was indeed accidental, but he left me no choice. Not killing him would have increased the risk of exposure. Those people you're talking about, you mean the Akatsuki? Would they expose you? At this point, Hayashi Hayaga also frowned, finding the renegade Akatsuki members to be a significant concern. They probably won't dare, Kaido said, pausing to think before answering. Orochimaru is a smart man, you all should know that even better than I do. And others likely don't want to complicate things further, especially when I noticed that one of them is highly skilled in puppetry. I strongly suspect that he's from Sunagakure. His skills are probably not inferior to Cho, the old woman. Do you remember that Sunagakure once had a genius puppeteer who disappeared mysteriously? Oh, and another interesting thing, the guy I fought had puppets that utilized magnetized iron sand. A missing puppeteer and puppets using iron sand? These 2 points immediately made the 6 clan heads present realize something. Shikaku Nara directly spoke up. Are you suggesting that the kid is likely Chiyo's grandson and that the puppet he controls is the third Kazekage? The probability is very high. I think that if he doesn't want to make life difficult for himself, he will keep quiet. And the member of the Hoshigaki clan I seriously injured was wielding same hata. If he acts recklessly, he'll have a hard time. The only real issue is Uchiha Itachi, but even he would not dare to speak out lightly. At this point, Kaido paused and a smile appeared on his face. Because of him, an avoidable battle took place with the Akatsuki. They're all injured and likely not feeling well, life is probably difficult for him now. If he leaks this information, what do you think will happen to him? Without the protection of the Akatsuki, his fate would be more than just bleak. Kaido's argument was logical, and after a thorough analysis, everyone felt that Kaido had handled the matter adequately. Although the issue of Deidara remains a headache, at least the most troublesome matter has been resolved, so everything else can be dealt with gradually. Furthermore, business is good, and after this trade exchange, they'll naturally need to expand. Having one more hand on deck is beneficial for future trade exchanges, so there's really no need for further discussion. As long as they keep these matters under wraps and maintain a proper distance from Konoha, everything will be fine. However, they still need to exercise a certain level of caution and vigilance, and keep an eye on the movements from Iwagakure. Though after analysis, it seems like there should be no problem, Onoki's personality just makes it such that one really cannot be too careful. After discussing the matters thoroughly, they naturally prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Hayashi Hayaga gave Kaido a certain look. The meaning behind the gaze was very clear, she wanted to speak privately with Kaido. Kaido was a bit curious. What could Hayashi Hayaga possibly want with him? Before he had a chance to think further, Shikaku Nara came to his side. "Director Kaito, you've worked hard on this journey. You're too courteous, Director Shikaku. Actually, it's better for me to get some activity, don't you think?" Kaito smiled. He didn't find it problematic that he, in his position, personally undertook missions. After all, it's good for people to have a work-life balance. Staying in Konoha all the time was not Kaito's style. A bit of outside engagement made him feel better, otherwise he wouldn't have encountered Uchiha Madara. If Director Kaito feels it's fine, then it's okay. However, Shikaku Nara smiled, but then his expression quickly became strange. "Director Kaito, did you have some kind of misunderstanding with Unico?" At the mention of Unico, Kaito's expression slightly changed. He really couldn't forget that heart-wrenching scene. He had been contemplating how to dodge the issue, but now it was being brought up again. He really was at a loss. The mission failed. Deidara was not brought back. Inside a tower in the Land of Rain, Pain scanned the room, his gaze as icy as ever, and the atmosphere heavy. However, none of the 4 Akatsuki members present cared much about his demeanor, they had long since grown accustomed to it. This guy never seemed fully alive, even less so than Sasori, who had transformed his entire body into a puppet. He seemed more like a corpse, a cold, lifeless body that somehow still had a soul. "We encountered Uchiha Kaito and due to certain individuals, we engaged him in combat." Sasori spoke indifferently, his tone matching Pain's icy demeanor. However, the corner of his eye unintentionally shot a glance at Uchiha Itachi. His strength was beyond our expectations, and now Kakuzu is following him. Dealing with him won't be easy. It was also because of the time we spent fighting him that the Uegakure troops who were capturing Deidara had time to return. That's why we couldn't bring the kid back. Sasori spoke clearly and logically, aligning with the reality of the situation. But could Nagato sense the dissatisfaction in his heart? Although it's unclear why they encountered someone like Uchiha Kaito, there could only be a few reasons why they would engage in combat. One could be Orochimaru, and the other would be Uchiha Itachi. If one had to find an issue between Orochimaru and Uchiha Kaito, it would just be that both have betrayed Konoha. This has little to do with Kaito. And according to some intel, Orochimaru did go to Konoha to visit Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he also had contact with Uchiha Kaito. Nothing problematic seemed to occur during that period. But the issue with Uchiha Itachi is far more significant. Itachi initially wanted to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, and that level of hatred is not trivial. Had it not been for that person who saved Itachi, he would not have joined the Akatsuki with one eye remaining, he would have died directly in Konoha. Nagato had basically concluded that it was because Kaito and that person met, which led to the combat, causing the delay and ultimately the mission failure. After sorting this out, Nagato's expression became somewhat gloomy. Nagato neither dislikes nor likes Uchiha Itachi, especially since he was brought in by the one calling himself Uchiha Madara, making him more cautious. He does not trust this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. He always has his own plans, and might have brought Itachi in just to keep an eye on him. If it weren't for the fact that the Akatsuki needs people and also needs to lower Itachi's guard, he would really not want to accept Itachi. But now that he has no other choice. Besides, he can't kick anyone out now, they have too few people. If there are no people, who will work for you? Even if Nagato feels disgruntled inside, there's nothing that can be done. I understand. Take this failure as a lesson. If we encounter Uchiha Kaito in the future and can't eliminate him, then let's avoid him for the time being. Nagato pondered for a moment and finally spoke through pain. However, we must seek revenge. Kakuzu was taken away by this guy, and it seems Haiden also died at his hands. Adding to that, he has caused you all a lot of trouble this time. If we let him go like this, no one will be able to accept it. But for now, we still need to keep a low profile, at least until their operation starts. Nagato was setting a precautionary tone. He knew just how arrogant his comrades could be, and he was concerned that someone might take unnecessary risks. If they expose their organization and lose members, then their plans will also be ruined. However, Nagato realized he might have underestimated their emotions, especially Kisame, who glanced at Uchiha Kaito before huffing coldly. "Humph, you're the leader, so you make the calls. I have no objections. However, I may not be able to participate in the next mission. I need a proper rest. My apologies, leader." After saying this, Kisame walked out without looking back. Nagato, watching from a distance, felt his expression change slightly. This made him ponder deeply, as he realized the group brought in by that guy isn't as united as he initially thought. Even more so, the situation seemed worse than could be simply described as bad. Are they not all on the same page? If that's the case. Nagato thought quietly, realizing he needed to find trustworthy people for whatever was to come. He had started to notice some details. Just then, Orochimaru spoke up, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I have many experiments that need attention. The mission's failure has delayed my progress, I need some time to catch up. Also, for the next mission, it would be best not to pair me with that guy. I'm worried if we encounter Uchiha Kaito, things could get problematic." After saying this, Orochimaru turned and left without hesitation. Only when Sasori spoke did he realize the gravity of the situation. Sasori watched everything dispassionately before finally saying, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to take my leave too. I've lost quite a few puppets this time, and I need time to prepare. Lastly, like Orochimaru, I don't want to be on a mission with that guy. You know who I'm talking about. Of course, if you could also get rid of Orochimaru, I'd be even happier." After saying these words, Sasori walked out of the tower without looking back, leaving Nagato's expression increasingly strange. He really hadn't expected Uchiha Kaito's interpersonal relationships within the Akatsuki organization to be this bad. Right now, the Akatsuki operatives were just the four of them, and the fact that Ataka's relationships with the other three could deteriorate to this extent was unimaginable. For a moment, he genuinely considered expelling Uchiha Kaito from the organization. However, he quickly restrained this thought, because the Akatsuki was truly short-staffed at the moment. Furthermore, wouldn't such an Ataka be easier to manipulate? If he was kicked out, he would once again become a stray dog, certainly to be pursued vigorously by Konoha and Uchiha Kaito. He even doubted whether Uchiha Kaito could leave the territory of the Rain Country, as these guys might not hold back. A person despised by everyone and abandoned by his allies, hey. Nagato thought silently, while he controlled Tendo Pain to look at Uchiha Kaito, who was still standing in the same place. Such a person, having no support, would be doomed if he left. But if Nagato kept him here, he could think of ways to better use him. However, this wasn't urgent for now. Nagato still needed to evaluate this guy and then plan accordingly. Thinking so, Nagato spoke directly, "You don't need to worry about them. You're still a member of the organization, but you should be careful." "I understand," Uchiha Kaito nodded. His expression seemed indifferent, but his eyes revealed some helplessness and concern. "Furthermore, after the failure of this mission, you must complete another to make up for it and prove your worth," Nagato said calmly. His voice came through Tendo Pain, sounding utterly indifferent. "Originally, this mission was supposed to be carried out by all of you, but you see the situation now. You can only act alone. You have to find a former Konoha ninja who is now a rogue ninja. Interestingly, he has evaded pursuit from the three legendary ninja of Konoha. With such ability, he's naturally not weak. His addition would certainly strengthen the organization, so I need you to recruit him." "I understand, I will complete this mission." Uchiha Kaito took a deep breath, then nodded. However, he knew that this mission would not be easy to complete. Would someone who could evade pursuit from the three legendary ninja be a simple character? Clearly, this was impossible. Nobody would dare say they could handle such a person in a one-on-one fight. However, Uchiha Kaito was well aware that he had no room for choice. All he could do now was to find out as much as possible about who this person was and gather any relevant information. Only then would he have a fighting chance against such an adversary. Who is this person, and what information is there on him? Uchiha Kaito asked. For information, you'd best ask Orochimaru, as they have had a decent amount of interaction, Nagato said indifferently. But how could Itachi possibly approach Orochimaru for information? However, Nagato quickly gave him another clue, and Uchiha Kaito finally understood who he would be facing. Also, this person's name is... Chapter 172, Chapter 172. The extent of Uchiha Kaito's bad luck and misery really doesn't have much to do with Kaido. On the contrary, the more miserable and unlucky this guy is, the happier Kaido might be. But Kaido is also quite embarrassed at the moment, as the matter with Unico really gives him a headache, especially when Naruto directly brings it up, making him even more befuddled. What misunderstanding could possibly exist between them? It's merely a cycle of social death and forced social death. Fortunately, Naruto doesn't know too many of the details, and it's likely that Unico won't discuss this awkward matter either. So Kaido can easily find some excuses to gloss over it, although he knows that he will have to clarify certain things with Uni in the future. Later on, I'll just say this was written by Jiraiya, and that he gave me the wrong document, causing the misunderstanding. Risking life and limb is no concern, as long as one's reputation remains intact in this world. Kaido has a strategy in an instant: better for his friends to die than for him to die, after all. Jiraiya is a Hokage, Unico couldn't possibly go verify with him. Moreover, with the existence of that lascivious book, Jiraiya can essentially be considered a highly sinful person. Creating some new, surprising stunts wouldn't be out of character for him. Having figured out the strategy and chosen the fall guy, Kaido suddenly feels relieved. Although it seems a bit unscrupulous, he couldn't care less at this point. After leaving this secluded meeting room, Kaido sees Hyuga Hayashi waiting for him at the door. When Hyuga Hayashi sees him emerge, he starts walking slowly forward. Kaido ponders for a moment and then follows directly behind. He's also curious about what Hyuga Hayashi is up to. In reality, whatever Hyuga Hayashi wants to do isn't completely undetectable. Kaido sensed something quite some time ago. Probably the first time he met with Hyuga Hayashi alone, Kaido already detected that his demeanor was a bit off. It was a subtle mix of envy, and a deeply hidden anger and melancholy. The envy naturally stemmed from Kaido's control over the entire Uchiha clan. How old was Kaido when he gained control of the entire Uchiha clan? But the strength of the Uchiha clan's cohesion is probably something all of Konoha knows. Such strong cohesion, and everyone rallying around Kaido, enables them to accomplish things together. As for the anger and melancholy, they're probably due to internal matters within the Hyuga clan, right? One has to admit, Kaido guessed quite accurately. Even though he didn't personally experience all that transpired within the Hyuga clan during the night of impeachment, he's not privy to these matters. But as someone who's crossed into this world, Kaido somewhat understands just how much Hyuga Hayashi detests the clan's elders because of his own brother's affairs. To put it bluntly, during that most exceptional and difficult situation, had the Hyuga clan been a little more forceful and insistent, would Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his temperament, really have dared to execute something like a clan extermination within Konoha? Perhaps there's a possibility of that happening after the fact, but at least he wouldn't have done it at the time. And yet, those elders helped Sarutobi Hiruzen achieve his goals. Kaido doesn't know what they were thinking, but if one considers the idea that branch families serve the main family, he could draw a relatively darker conclusion, that is, the struggle for power within the clan. In the Hyuga clan, the number of main families is truly minimal, and the belonging of main and branch families is also exceedingly ambiguous. No one can articulate clearly how this is determined and carried out. Kaido remembers reading some data before his crossing. The named main families within the Hyoga didn't even surpass 10. Of course, in the real world, this would be unlikely, but neither would the number of main family members be particularly large. Take, for example, those hidden elders. These people are definitely the bigwigs within the Hyoga clan. Each main family would have their own affiliated branch family members. And because there are many people in these branch families, and due to the issues of power and capability, they are attached to various main families. The elders may not individually control many branch families, but once they unite, the number becomes terrifying. This allows them to balance the clan head, avoiding mistakes he may make. Yet, under such a numerical advantage, they could also garner more power for themselves. Hyoga Hayashi, being the clan head, wouldn't lack branch family members under him, nor would their quality be poor. Especially Hyoga Hayashi's brother, Hyoga Hisashi, who is the leader of all the branch families. Should Hyoga Hisashi die, it would likely severely weaken Hyoga Hayashi's control. Considering all this, Kaido seems to understand a bit more why those elders would collaborate with Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the surface, it's all for a noble cause, but in reality, it's all for themselves. While the Hyoga clan was indeed weakened by Hyoga Hisashi's death, that's only the superficial issue. If you look beneath that surface, Hyoga Hisashi's death is advantageous for these elders. It significantly strengthens their own power. Truly an interesting zero-sum game. Having clarified this point, Kaido couldn't help but shake his head. The Hyoga clan seems calm and stable on the surface, but their internal dynamics might be even worse than those of the Uchiha. Such deeply entrenched and utterly despairing hierarchical domination turns all non-main family members into mere pawns, or even slaves. People nurtured in such an environment are bound to exhibit some neuroses and perversions, no? Kaido recalled Hyoga Niji from the original story. That young man's initial behavior was utterly neurotic. Always complaining about the world's unfairness while adopting a posture of helplessness against fate. Wasn't he the epitome of that mentality? Kaido wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he and Hyoga Hayashi eventually arrived at the tea house where they had last met. Chief Kaido, I apologize for bothering you right upon your return, but the current situation is very serious. I think I need your assistance, said Hyoga Hayashi. Perhaps returning to a familiar setting had relaxed him somewhat, he seemed more willing to speak freely. Chief of the Hyoga clan seeking help from the chief of the Uchiha clan. Such news would hardly be considered good if it got out, Kaido responded with a shake of his head and a smile. But he sat down and candidly asked, is it that you are finding some matters within the clan increasingly difficult to control, Chief Hayashi? It seems Chief Kaido does understand our Hyoga clan quite well. Hyoga Hayashi didn't deny the assertion, he simply nodded calmly, casting a meaningful gaze at Kaido. Yes, indeed, some matters have become difficult to manage. If not properly dealt with, I fear it could affect the cooperation among everyone. After all, we have a basis for cooperation, but they do not. Hyoga Hayashi's words made Kaido raise an eyebrow involuntarily. He found that the man's level of audacity seemed to surpass expectations. What does he mean? They have a basis for cooperation, but others do not. The essence of interest is, fundamentally, within the realm of social relations. It's obtained through mutual compromise and collaboration. This isn't specifically targeted at you, but at the value you can bring to the table. Hyoga Hayashi's approach is also designed to protect his own interests. Of course, it's perfectly understandable, he is, after all, the true head of the Hyoga clan. Facing a challenger or perhaps a persistent threat to his control over the family, it's only natural that he would take countermeasures. But for him to attribute this to the alliance of the 7 great families, well, isn't that stretching it? Kaido watched Hyoga Hayashi silently, his expression tinged with curiosity. Meanwhile, Hayashi's face remained utterly calm, seemingly unswayed by Kaido's demeanor. For a moment, the tea house fell into a palpable silence. Clearly, Hyuga Hayashi was pondering what choices Kaido would ultimately make. And Kaido, too, was in a similar contemplative state, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. The solution to the Hyuga clan's problem could indeed be simple: get rid of those so-called elders, and then let Hyuga Hayashi consolidate the remaining main family members. Problem solved, and he would get whatever he wanted. There's also a harsher method: to make Hyuga Hayashi utterly isolated. Brand everyone else in the clan as caged birds, except for him and his direct heir, thereby allowing him absolute control over the Hyuga clan. Naturally, these actions presuppose one thing: overwhelming martial force. And this force can't involve Konoha, since Konoha mustn't intervene in family affairs. It's an unspoken rule. After Danzo was taken down, almost all the clan's ninjas cheered. Why? It was because he had stuck his hands into the internal affairs of the ninja clans, a surefire path to self-destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also collectively impeached by the families for the same reason. Those grand-sounding justifications are merely for public consumption. Don't the participants know this? But Kaido had to admit one thing: cooperating with Hyuga Hayashi is indeed preferable to dealing with new, unknown characters of indeterminate disposition. From the start, Hyuga Hayashi had considered the outcome should he fail. And what he had in mind wasn't the alliance of the entire clan, but rather, just Kaido, or perhaps, just the Uchiha clan. Hayashi was willing to cooperate with the Uchihas, even willing to provide them with ample manpower. He had not even hinted at coveting the title of Konoha's leading family or the premier clan in ocular techniques. Even if he only appeared that way on the surface, at least he had made that effort, bringing stability and momentum to their alliance. But should an old fossil, adhering to the mindset of former family rivalries, take over and mess things up, well, that would be unacceptable to Kaido. Kaido lightly tapped the table, a gesture that caught Hayashi's attention. Noticing that Kaido was still in deep thought, Hayashi couldn't help but shake his head. The table tapping had essentially become a signature move for Kaido. Given their numerous encounters, Hayashi initially thought Kaido had made up his mind. Soon, however, Kaido lifted his head, revealing a faint smile. "Chief Hayashi, the trouble you're facing may be different from mine, but I think I can offer some assistance, however." Hearing this, Hayashi let out a slight sigh of relief until the word "however" was spoken, and he instantly refocused. As is well known, whether the words before the "however" hold water depends on what follows that "however." So, after helping Chief Hayashi, what do I stand to gain? Or rather, what can the Uchiha clan gain? As expected, what must come will come. Even with mental preparation, Hayashi still couldn't help but sigh inwardly at hearing it. Yet, Kaido's straightforwardness brought Hayashi some comfort. At least there were no roundabout tactics treating him like a stranger. Being direct can reduce misunderstandings among one's own people. Even reserved frankness is acceptable. I'd like to know what Chief Kaido needs, so I can make more targeted arrangements, Hayashi pondered before finally speaking. And it's not that I don't trust you, Chief Kaido, but I am a bit curious about what you're planning to do. It's not what I plan to do, it's what you, Chief Hayashi, plan to do. Kaido lightly tapped the table, then spoke in a calm and deliberate manner. In my view, your clan has only two options. The first is for you to gather those troublemakers together, and then I'll step in and eliminate them for you. After that, you handle the consequences. However, I must remain anonymous in this operation, or else retaliation will follow. The second is simpler: announce that aside from you and your direct descendants who serve as clan leaders, every other member will be treated equally, like caged birds. If those in the main family or elders object, you can sidestep Konoha and seek help from our 6 families. That way, we can openly help you quell the rebellion. The choice is yours to make, Chief Hayashi. And what I want is simple: talent. I need more talented individuals from your clan to join the guard unit. Besides that, when it comes to taking sides in certain matters, I want you to side with me when you have the power to make that decision. Just these two things. Kaido didn't beat around the bush, he spelled out his demands straightforwardly. Talent is always the most coveted resource for the guard unit, a fact that will never change. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't have implemented the last one out system even before the guard unit was fully developed. He's even considering making public examinations as the only way out, and then recruiting staff members of the guard unit through various tests. Only with a continuous influx of talent, and by keeping them engrossed in internal competition, can the guard unit thrive. Of course, benefits matter too, and this has been the focal point of Kaido's ongoing reforms. The demands Kaido put forth, as well as the two methods he provided for Hyuga Hayashi to consider, sent the latter into deep contemplation. Clearly, Kaido's requests were acceptable, but the ways he proposed put Hayashi in a bit of a bind. The first was excessively bloody. According to Kaido, not a single elder should be spared, new ones should be promoted who would heed to Hayashi's commands. That would indeed consolidate his rule. The second was too dominant, and while it would place Hayashi at the pinnacle of power, it would also isolate him completely. One could easily imagine how much future branch families would detest him while having no choice but to obey his orders completely. It would create a permanent schism between him and his clan members right from the outset. Even if this were beneficial to his rule, it contradicted his inner desires. In the end, Hayashi made no choice. He said he needed more time to think and to make preparations. "Take your time, I'm not in a hurry over this matter." "And you did agree to my terms, didn't you?" Walking away after leaving the tea house, Kaido pondered, while Hayashi, still inside, was lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. He had agreed to Kaido's conditions without hesitation, for the demands were far from excessive. What Kaido wanted was manpower and allegiance at critical moments, as long as it didn't conflict with their own interests. There was no good reason to refuse, especially when Kaido had already afforded them much face. After all, if Kaido was to lend a hand, he naturally required something in return. Introducing more talents to the guard unit seemed like forced bondage between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, but Kaido never specified a number. There was room for maneuverability. Likewise, in the matter of allegiance, Kaido hadn't stressed they must always side with him, it had to be when their interests aligned. Clearly, these were all courtesies Kaido extended to save face for him. Sometimes Hayashi truly wondered how could Kaido, appearing so young, handle matters so adeptly, grasping all the complexities of human relations? Youth usually implies a lack of experience and is often a time of impulsive behavior. Yet none of this is apparent in Kaido. Even if he does act impulsively at times, his actions always serve a specific purpose. He really couldn't figure it out, how did the Uchiha clan, which seemed as mad as a hatter, manage to cultivate such a talent? And why was his own Hyuga clan slowly veering toward insanity? As for how this related to Kaido, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't say. At this moment, Kaido was headed toward the Hokage tower. He hadn't forgotten his appointment with Jiraiya, but even thinking about that brought Yonako to mind and that awkward scene. Damn Jiraiya, insisting that my writing isn't as good as his and then actually agreeing to one of my requests. How could I not be tempted? Muttering to himself as he walked, Kaido was well versed in the art of double standards, he was indeed employing them now. But he was indifferent about it, having picked up these tricks from countries on the far side of the ocean in his past life, it had nothing to do with him. By the time he reached the Hokage tower again, he was somewhat speechless. Hayashi had been too eager, arranging talks immediately after a meeting. This required Kaido to return to the Hokage tower right after their conversation. But the extra walking didn't matter, he had no intention of returning to the guard unit anyway. Soon, he arrived outside the Hokage's office. The Anbyo guards, recognizing Kaido, didn't even bother to intervene. Kaido still knocked and waited for a response before entering the Hokage's office. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here?" Jiraiya was busy writing. Seeing Kaido enter surprised him. He hadn't seen Kaido for a week, but that was fine. Although most of Kaido's visits generally signaled nothing good, this also instinctively aroused some worry in Jiraiya. But such worries came and went quickly. One thing he had to admit was that some of the reform measures Kaido proposed were truly excellent. His last exchange with Kaido had enlightened Jiraiya on some matters, and he'd even gone to confirm them with Nara Shikaku. Shikaku was surprised to see Jiraiya come to inquire, but being clever, he instantly understood this was Kaido's doing, and that Kaido had told him nothing. So Shikaku filled Jiraiya in on the various plans, especially the changes in welfare for ninjas of all levels and the benefit scheme to keep Tsunade and the disabled ninjas. Hearing this really got Jiraiya's blood pumping. After all, these changes would benefit the entire Hidden Leaf village. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't such actions cause substantial losses to their major clans? Why would they agree to such a thing? Nara Shikaku gave Jiraiya a rather straightforward answer: competition. Clan members need competition to excel, and the overall improvement of Hidden Leaf benefits everyone. If we can't even achieve that, what's the point of impeaching the third Hokage? Shikaku spoke with such grand conviction that even if Jiraiya still harbored doubts, he had to admit that their reforms were genuinely beneficial to Hidden Leaf. After gaining this understanding, Jiraiya's attitude toward these major clans had slightly changed. He even tried to do as Kaido suggested, indulging in what he enjoyed and only scheming through the key points. He found that this approach was actually pretty good. Many things were better thought out by these clan members. Indeed, professional matters should be left to professionals. Is it that odd for me to visit you, Lord Hokage? Kaido spread his hands, then said with a chuckle. It's not exactly odd, but you usually bring up matters that perplex me, Jiraiya replied, pursing his lips, then continued, so, what is it this time? Remember our last agreement? Without any preamble, Kaido pulled out a scroll and walked over to Jiraiya. Agreement? Confusion flickered across Jiraiya's face, but he seemed to remember something quickly. Really? You actually wrote it? Show me, show me. The scroll GHS was undoubtedly the most exhilarating thing Kaido had produced in his past life. Given Jiraiya's typical disregard for the 3 prohibitions of shinobi, he was naturally even more interested. The truth is, Kaido didn't know that Jiraiya didn't really believe Kaido could write anything noteworthy. Given his understanding of Kaido as a person with great ninja aptitude, how could he possibly compare with someone as experienced as himself? Jiraiya didn't think he would lose the bet, he was merely curious about what Kaido might have written. Opening the scroll, Jiraiya began to read intently, while Kaido simply found a place to sit down. Not long after, Kaido noticed that Jiraiya's breathing had become somewhat heavy. Turning to look, he saw that Jiraiya's eyes had widened, and his face was starting to turn a shade redder. Jiraiya's current state and demeanor really are indistinguishable from how he looks when he's peeping on people bathing in the original story. This comical appearance made Kaido question whether this guy truly disregards the so-called 3 prohibitions of shinobi. Otherwise, how could he behave so poorly? Kaido couldn't quite figure it out, but what he did know was that he probably won this time. Although Kaido was not surprised by his victory over Jiraiya, he had access to resources and information beyond Jiraiya's wildest imagination. Therefore, writing something that even this old lecher couldn't fathom or endure was nothing out of the ordinary. After Jiraiya, still in his dumbfounded state, finished reading Kaido's manuscript, the first thing he said was, "Who wrote this? Where's the rest? Lord Hokage, if I said I wanted to compete with you, do you think I'd have someone else write it?" Kaido spoke dismissively. Was this not questioning his integrity? Although Kaido understood that denying everything would be best, especially since writing such content could be embarrassing, he saw no need to pin this on some non-existent person. Besides, Jiraiya's promise intrigued him. So he made no effort to conceal anything and openly admitted to it. You. Jiraiya, upon hearing Kaido's words, stood up and circled around him a few times, examining him closely. His gaze seemed somewhat distrustful of Kaido, but even more, it appeared that he couldn't quite believe him. Finally, Jiraiya let out an almost incredulous sigh. Who would have thought, Director Kaido, you're actually this impressive? Are you really that experienced despite being so young? If that's how you want to see it, I can't help you. Strictly speaking, many of the scenarios in there are things I've witnessed firsthand. Kaido shook his head and then provided an irrefutable reason that even Jiraiya couldn't argue against. After all, I used to be a mission ninja. I've executed some assassination tasks. Before carrying out those missions, I would hide in people's homes. As a result, I've seen similar things happen, and what I wrote is just my interpretation of those events. It's precisely because I've witnessed these things that I think what you, Lord Hokage, have written. He didn't finish the sentence, but Jiraiya understood what Kaido meant. This revelation left Jiraiya at a loss, but there really was nothing he could do about it. Truth be told, what Kaido wrote might even be more popular than his own work. But what can't be denied is that Kaido's writings are audacious, so audacious that probably no one in the entire ninja world is bolder. Is this considered realist fiction, just with some alterations? Even I can hardly stand it, Jiraiya muttered to himself. But soon he saw Kaido extend his hand in front of him, which left him perplexed. What's the matter? Aren't you going to give it back? I'm leaving. Kaido quirked an eyebrow, revealing a slight smile. Although I wrote this, I never intended to leave it with anyone. After all, it might cause some trouble for my reputation. And I believe, Lord Jiraiya, you should understand who won and who lost, right? Hearing this, the corner of Jiraiya's eye twitched, and finally, he let out a resigned sigh. A loss is a loss, there's really no room for debate. He himself admitted that he couldn't surpass Kaido, so what more was there to say? What really depressed him was losing in a domain he was familiar with to someone who was an outsider. What's more vexing? He couldn't stop thinking about the content of the book and was incredibly curious about what would happen next. For him, this was both unbearable and intolerable. He was, after all, a renowned best-selling author. All right, I lost. What do you want? Jiraiya hesitated but eventually spoke. He wasn't one to break promises. But you know my conditions. I'm a man of principles, there are some things I will never agree to, no matter what. I'm well aware, don't worry. I'm not one to make outrageous demands, Kaido said, smiling. He then ignored Jiraiya's somewhat reluctant expression and snatched back his own manuscript. As for what conditions I'll ask for, let's see. Though I'd really like to know your sage art techniques, I realize that's not very realistic. So, I'll seek it elsewhere. Let's leave it at that. Having said that, Kaido turned and walked away, leaving Jiraiya frowning. This guy Kaido is actually eyeing sage arts. Although Jiraiya had somewhat anticipated this after all, Kaido had once actively requested to witness him using sage arts in combat. His intentions had been clear. However, Kaido was also self-aware enough not to make that request, giving Jiraiya a way out. After all, such a marvel really isn't possible. Even if sage arts can't be cultivated in the outside world, Jiraiya would never spill the secrets. Quite smoothly securing Jiraiya's promise, Kaido chose to go home directly. For him, today had been fruitful, and he needed time to digest it all. As for Higahayashi planning something against his own clan, that's not surprising. What choice he will make, Kaido had no idea. Perhaps he won't go to extremes, especially since Kaido's suggestions had all been extreme. The rest is up to him. As for Jiraiya's promise, Kaido had to seriously consider how to use it. Sometimes Kaido can't help but marvel at how lucky that idiot Naruto is. Jiraiya's sense of debt towards him, plus that prophecy or whatever. Naruto gained substantial benefits in many ways: the Raise Nan, Sage Mode, even summoning toads, he learned them all. In contrast, Sasuke initially had Kakashi's guidance, but afterward, had to find his way mostly by himself. Orochimaru is a good teacher, no doubt, but he's not a member of the Uchiha clan. He couldn't teach Sasuke anything about the Sharingan. Moreover, Orochimaru's instruction was selfing, tailored to what best suited Sasuke's physical capabilities. In other words, Sasuke's path got somewhat twisted during his time with Orochimaru, but obviously, there was no other choice. Sasuke had no other options, given the imbecile of a brother he ended up with. If it weren't for Tobi figuring out the traits of the Uchiha clan, helping Sasuke activate the Mangekyou Sharingan, and later transplanting eyes for him, Sasuke's later strength would really be a huge question mark. So you see, even if they're both reincarnates, the paths they walk are entirely different. Kaido shook his head, and it wasn't long before he found himself back home. Today wasn't a day off, and the Uchiha clan's residence seemed rather vacant. Clan members were either at work or at school, so Kaido's abrupt return didn't attract much attention. Back home, Kaido pondered for a moment and then simply opened his system panel. It had been quite a while since he had last thoroughly checked his own status. Moreover, after his recent skirmish with the Akatsuki, he felt some new notifications had popped up on his system. But when he was outside, he simply had no leisure to check these things. Even after returning, he was caught up in various tasks. Now that he had some downtime, naturally, he needed to take a good look. Current binding, Uchiha clan. Current status, stable and thriving. You've solved internal issues within the clan and neutralized external threats, making the Uchiha truly settled in Konoha. Prosperity level, 20,900, a regular clan's base prosperity level is 10,000. Advice, continue your transformation of the clan. Making the Uchiha the most powerful clan in Konoha is a goal you must achieve as the Uchiha clan head. Points reached 1,000, you can initiate a skill draw. Based on the current state of the clan, the host may choose one of 3 abilities to learn, cultivate, or adapt to. Although Kaido was mentally prepared, he hadn't expected that his points had actually accumulated to this level. The current points might only be 20,900, but Kaido remembered that his ending digits were something over 800 before. Now that they were all added up, Kaido realized that he actually had a chance to draw a skill. However, it seems like I haven't really done much, so why have the points increased? Could it be because of my actions against the Akatsuki? Kaido couldn't help but think of this question, but surprisingly, this time the system actually provided Kaido with an answer. It's not as the host thinks. While the individual strength of the host can indeed elevate the prestige of the clan, the host is, after all, just one person. Unless there is a significant breakthrough, within a certain limit of strength, no points will be rewarded for growth in power. The system's explanation had Kaido unconsciously stroking his chin, thinking that the reasoning seemed indeed plausible. After all, he had grown a great deal on this journey. His current power, compared to when he had just activated the Mangekyou, was worlds apart. And not just himself, Shisui and Fugaku's abilities had also seen improvements after being injected with Hashirama's cells. However, such improvements didn't seem to add many points to Kaido's score, a detail he hadn't pondered before but now understood wouldn't have happened anyway. So what's the situation this time? Why did the points suddenly increase so much? Kaido questioned, somewhat puzzled. He needed to understand these things clearly so he could better and more effectively earn points to improve himself. No, rather, it was to improve the strength of the clan, which would, in turn, benefit himself. It's because the construction of the host's clan has made progress. The reputation of your clan in Konoha has been continuously improving, along with the overall aspects of the clan. The comprehensive improvement is the most crucial, whether it's the collective strength, economic development, or even population and so on. Such point feedback might not be glaringly obvious, but every little bit adds up. The host is encouraged to keep striving. This explanation had Kaido in an aha moment. So that's how it was. He had long realized that the development of the clan wasn't solely determined by the strength of one individual, and he had been acting accordingly all this while. And now, having received this feedback, it confirmed that Kaido's thought process and efforts were correct. How could he not be pleased? However, I can't slack off in terms of personal strength. In a world full of extraordinary powers, one can't do without strength either. But comprehensive development is equally crucial. This world isn't kind to lone wolves, after all. Kaido mentally recited, and promptly, he had the system open the skill selection interface. He was curious to see what skills he could obtain this time. Night Song Ballad: when any of your jutsu strikes an enemy, or is blocked by them, it will leave your chakra mark on them. You can activate these chakra marks with your Sharingan, instantly trapping everyone within an illusion. Hero's Arrival: you can acquire the Justice Colossus Galio, Pseudo, as your spirit beast. When you summon him, he can descend from the sky to protect you and assist you in combat to a certain extent. Upon landing, Galio will form a massive chakra shield, effective only for you. Both allies and enemies within his landing range will become targets of his attack. Galio has outstanding defense and can employ simple attack modes, including wind style. Kaido's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Up until now, he didn't have any spirit beast, and suddenly here's a Galio. How could he not be tempted? The size of that Galio is no joke, he's an absolute war machine. Even though the system explicitly labeled this creature as pseudo, not the real Galio, Kaido was still thrilled to the core. I wouldn't dare to take the real Galio anyway. After all, it seems that Galio only communicates with Lux, doesn't he? Kaido was entirely sold. Unless something unexpected occurred, he would definitely choose this ability. However, when he saw the next set of skills, he fell completely silent. Sometimes he wondered, why did his own assumptions get proven wrong so quickly? And for some reason, the system always presented him with such difficult choices. Chapter 173, Chapter 173. Friend of the Forest: due to world constraints, the skill is modified. You are a friend of the forest, exuding a natural aura. As such, animals won't attack you, and you can communicate with them to a certain extent. Additionally, you can feel the power from nature itself. The forces of nature won't trouble you, you can absorb and utilize nature's feedback. However, after each absorption, you need time to adapt and comprehend the power. The absorption and comprehension of power occur in 3 stages, with varying amounts of power that can be stored and different durations for usage. Kaido was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing this ability. What the hell is this? If Kaido remembers correctly, this should be Ivern's skill. Ivern is a genuine friend of the forest, a chap who can't even bring himself to attack the neutral monsters. What he does is charm these beasts and, with a single smite, send them away, leaving behind so-called gifts of nature, the red and blue buffs for teammates. It's only natural that these things would be modified to suit this world. Instead of smiting the neutral monsters, now he could communicate with them, and the left-behind gifts had transformed into forces of nature. Yet, all of this was enormously suitable for Kaido, who has been trying to manipulate natural forces, or perhaps more precisely, Sage Chakra. He's been following the developmental trajectory of Uchiha Madara, albeit with some deviations here and there. Such as the order in which he gains power, or some of Madara's powers that he didn't acquire, like the fusion of chakra forces. Nevertheless, he was advancing steadily in Madara's footsteps, which makes natural chakra an indispensable force for him. Now, this power is suddenly thrown in front of him. How could he not be tempted? But the problem is, he still has that spirit beast Galio waiting for him, descending from the heavens with justice. This instantly plunges him into a momentary silence. He felt a slight ache in his face, but regardless, this is still a good thing. After all, it made Kaido realize more deeply just how incredible his system truly is, and how enriching the options it can provide really are. We'll talk about spirit beasts later. Even if I can't use the ones the system gives me, I can find suitable ones in this world. But the power of nature is a different story. If I miss this chance, it's hard to say what will happen later. In this world, the power of nature, as Kaido understands it, isn't something humans can easily obtain. It's exceedingly untamable, nearly impossible to control. To put it simply, a slight mishap could turn you into stone. Such natural forces are vastly different from what Kaido understood in his past life. Considering that this world bears some resemblance to the island nation of his previous life, it all doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, where I live is right by a massive, active volcano. Who knows when it might erupt? Natural forces in this world can't be casually absorbed, even perceiving them is incredibly difficult. You'd need to align with special products found in sacred places just to feel them. Even in cultivation, constant supervision is necessary, and someone must be there to snap you out of it if something goes awry. Given this level of difficulty, you basically have to find a sacred place, form a contract with them, and hope they see potential in you to have a shot at cultivation. Otherwise, stop dreaming. Of course, not everything is absolute. Uchiha Madara did leave everyone a backdoor. That is, directly defeating someone who possesses Sage Chakra and then forcibly absorbing the Sage Chakra within them. The problem is, there are far too few who know Sage techniques, and the inherent danger of Sage Chakra makes it something you can't just use on a whim. Take Jiraiya, for instance. Even he can't seamlessly switch in and out of Sage mode, and he even drew on his own Sage markings. His Sage mode should be considered relatively rudimentary. Naruto from the original story did well, he pretty much mastered the use of Sage mode. But when he prepared for Sage mode, he relied on shadow clones to collect chakra on the spot and then dispersed them to return the chakra back to himself, thereby storing Sage chakra. In doing so, he ensures that once in Sage mode, the natural chakra within him wouldn't be excessive. While this method may be easy to manage, it's nowhere near meeting Kaido's desired criteria. Unless you're like Uchiha Madara, taking down a near-prime Hashirama Senju, and then forcibly absorbing his Sage chakra. And the chakra from the reanimation jutsu is virtually limitless. Madara truly had a blast. Could this be considered his revenge for Hashirama draining his Susanoo with that wooden dragon? Kaido was pondering internally, but quickly, he decided not to dwell on it too much. He took a deep breath and made his decision. I choose Friend of the Forest. Skill acquired, Friend of the Forest. Friend of the Forest activated, currently at stage 1. The more you use it, the deeper your comprehension, the greater the power you can store, and the longer it lasts. Friendly reminder, upon reaching stage 3, the host can be considered integrated with nature, and can infinitely draw upon and use the power of nature. Kaido silently read the description of the skill. For a moment, he questioned if he was cultivating as an immortal. After all, aside from the term power of nature, it also mentioned Sage Chakra. But he quickly dismissed the idea, feeling it was more apt to say he was cultivating himself into becoming the 10 Tails. In his 9 Tails Chakra mode, Naruto had felt the power of the 10 Tails, which had fully integrated with nature. When Naruto felt the power of the 10 Tails, he could only sense the boundless power of nature. It was as if it were nature itself, as if it had merged into the very essence of nature. Taking a deep breath, Kaido stopped pondering these matters, because he could feel his own changes at this moment. He found that he could clearly sense the power hidden within nature, and most crucially, he could absorb that power into his body. Asuma had been back in Konoha for a while. All this time, he had been staying within the Sarutobi clan, and he'd been struggling. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen had hit him hard. Even if he sometimes really didn't agree with his father's ideology and actions, at the end of the day, that was his father. It seems I was right, the most important part of the village isn't the Hokage, nor the daimyo, but the people living in Konoha. Asuma had visited his father's grave more than once. Each time he was there, he couldn't help but mutter these words, insights he'd gained outside of Konoha. His father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had put it all into practice quite well. His father's death was proof that his beliefs were correct. But what a painful realization it is. He may not know the saying, what you can't have always disturbs you, those who are favored are emboldened. However, he does understand that only when you lose something do you truly realize how much it hurts, and that often, you've never cherished what you had when you had it. He knows that his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, committed suicide. Such a suicide preserved his own dignity, allowing him to remain in everyone's hearts as a Hokage who washed away his sins. But what he understands even more is that all of this was forced. His father had no choices left. Because in the end, death awaited, whether it would be a humiliating death spit upon by others, or a clean and dignified one, was the only difference. The 7 great clans. Asuma took a deep breath, sitting in his house looking at the photos hanging on the wall. Finally, he took another deep breath, stood up, and walked out. These days, his family hasn't been so peaceful due to his return. The reason, he can somewhat guess. After all, he had spent so much time as a guard in the daimyo's residence. He'd seen plenty of treachery, lots of schemes. He's grown up a bit, matured somewhat. He knows that signs of chaos have begun to appear within the Sarutobi clan. Some want to completely rid themselves of the shadow cast by his father and start anew, while others are plotting revenge, aiming to take back what belongs to them. It's not just the Sarutobi clan, clans like the Mito Kaito and the Udadan have similar sentiments, and they've sought out Asuma as well. They hope that Asuma, as the 3rd Hokage's son, can take the lead, uniting them all to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the 7 great clans over Konoha. Especially now that the 5th Hokage is Jiraiya, a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this gives them great hope. Even though they know that Jiraiya is a puppet, isn't that even better? Who among the puppets is willing? Doesn't he want to take back the power that belongs to the Hokage? And with Tsunade returning to Konoha, they're even more overjoyed. As long as they can persuade these two, get enough support, they'll definitely have a chance. Asuma is truly hesitant deep down. He's been pondering all these days, but the pressure on him is too great, he can't afford to do nothing anymore. Therefore, today he needs to have a proper meeting with Jiraiya, meet this disciple of his father, this member of Konoha's legendary 3 ninja, this Hokage. If Master Jiraiya supports us, then surely Lady Tsunade will support us too. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Asuma had to go through multiple screenings to get there. This was worlds apart from Kaido, who seemingly had no restrictions at all. Yet Asuma didn't mind. He silently observed the current state of the Anbu Black Ops. He knew that most of the original Anbu had been killed off, and the survivors had mostly been dismissed. The man in charge of the Anbu now was Kakashi, his former classmate who had betrayed the Anbu's principles and contributed to the death of his own father. His attitude toward Kakashi is exceptionally complicated. On one hand, he had found out why Kakashi had done what he did through various channels. Quite simply, it was to avenge his own father, who was indeed killed by the collaboration between his father and Danzo. But on the other hand, his own father also ended up dead and gone due to his actions. Lord Hokage. Full of resignation, Asuma had passed through multiple checks and finally arrived in the Hokage's office. At this moment, Jiraiya was reading a report. However, he was looking down, his eyes somewhat unfocused, making it unclear whether he was pondering the content of the report or thinking about something else. Asuma, it's you. However, as soon as he heard Asuma's voice, he snapped back to reality. He returned a smile, although internally, he sensed trouble. Asuma had been back for quite a while and had been staying out of trouble, which had allowed Jiraiya to breathe a little easier. But his sudden visit today was hardly a good sign. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Asuma had thought things through and intended to resolve the matter peacefully. But Jiraiya had gotten to know Asuma's personality, while it was a possibility, the likelihood was really quite low. Lord Hokage, I would like to speak with you privately. Asuma directly knelt on one knee, his voice laden with gravitas. Although this request may be inappropriate, please, for the sake of my father, I hope you will agree, Lord Hokage. Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh at Asuma's action, as if Asuma had truly cornered him. But in the end, Jiraiya nodded. He wanted to see what Asuma would say. With a light clap of his hands, the Anbu hidden in the room quickly withdrew. Had it been anyone from the 7 great clans, especially Kaido coming to see Jiraiya, these Anbu would have left long ago rather than remaining here, without Jiraiya having to personally dismiss them. However, Jiraiya didn't dwell on these details. Only when everyone had left did he speak in a serious tone. Your time is limited, within 1 or maybe 2 minutes, someone will come. Be direct, and don't dilly-dally. Of course, if you're going to speak of impractical matters, I'd advise you to hold your tongue. Because I can tell you, some things are simply impossible. Jiraiya's words effectively choked off Asuma, who suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He truly hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so blunt, so decisive, not even bothering to listen before making a judgment. Asuma remained half-kneeling on the ground, his head lowered and fists slightly clenched. It took him a good while to finally ask in a subdued voice. Lord Hokage, is there really no room for choice? Are you truly willing to be manipulated by them? Somebody has to swallow this bitter pill. They chose me because they know I would seek redemption for my master's actions. Jiraiya shook his head gently, standing up and looking out of the window. The Hokage monument was bustling with activity, a new statue was clearly being sculpted. It was apparent that this statue would be of Jiraiya himself. Konoha needs peace, stability, and development. They can bring all these to Konoha, and I can see their sincerity. So, discard any impractical thoughts. They've been watching you, watching all of you. They haven't made a move because they are waiting for you to make a decision, waiting for you to create chaos, or waiting for you to take action. And when you do take action, that will be the darkest day for Konoha. So, I hope you'll act wisely. For the sake of your master, for your clan, think long and hard. Chapter 174, Chapter 174. While Jiraiya and Asuma were in their meeting, Kaido was quietly sitting in a forest. By his side, Kakuzu and Deidara were looking at him with curiosity. The Kaido they saw at this moment felt exceedingly strange. They were both exceptional ninja. Even if they didn't possess much sensory ability, they could still sense enemies in close proximity. Like the ninja lurking around them, even if these folks held their breath and concealed their presence, they could still sense that someone was near. Even if it was just an eerie feeling that originated from deep within, ninja usually trust such sensations. It's a special awareness honed through relentless combat. Yet, the Kaido before them was puzzlingly paradoxical. He was clearly sitting there, but it was as if he wasn't there at all. It seemed like he had merged seamlessly with everything around him, everything appeared so natural, so harmonious. This scene struck Deidara as particularly interesting. At 12 years old, he was still brimming with curiosity about many things. But Kakuzu, a ninja who had lived for who knows how long, instantly sensed the extraordinary in the mundane. Kaido's closeness to nature, his blend into the surroundings, it looked so harmonious. But hidden within it all was a crisis that filled him with unparalleled dread. Kakuzu didn't know why he felt this way, but he believed that this excessive harmony couldn't be something simple. Besides, nature's power has always been the most terrifying force for humans. No matter how strong a ninja you are, you're powerless against natural disasters. It must be said that Kakuzu was incredibly sharp. Even if he didn't know about the existence of things like Sage Mode, he still sensed the danger. Unfortunately, all of this was unbeknownst to Kaido. At this moment, he was deeply immersed, absorbing and understanding the power from nature. After obtaining the power of the forest's friend, Kaido had already sensed these energies, and realized he could absorb them. So, after pondering for a moment, he simply left a shadow clone at home and directly came to this forest himself. After all, he was the head of the security division, certain matters might actually require him, so leaving some trace of himself was essential. And besides, he was a friend of the forest, wasn't he? Perhaps he could gain more insight here. Just as he had anticipated, when he arrived in the forest, he truly felt that the essence of nature had become much richer. And those natural forces, sensing his presence, rushed into his body like a swarm of bees. These forces were extremely gentle, utterly devoid of the ferocity described in the original work. And Kaido could clearly feel that no matter how much of this power he absorbed, it wouldn't cause any issues with his body. Passive abilities from the system are indeed the most powerful things in this world. He had long understood that passivity is divine. What often elevates him the most are those passive skills. This included his kaleidoscope and the constant repair and growth of his bloodline, all thanks to these passive skills. It's just too hard to get them. Either a bunch appear at once and I can only pick one, or none show up at all, leaving me with no choices. Kaido let out a small complaint in his mind before slowly opening his eyes. By now, he could feel that he had absorbed as much natural power as he could. Moreover, he noticed that his body seemed somewhat unfamiliar with this kind of power. Though his body was indeed incredibly strong, unfamiliar powers would always take some getting used to. Especially in terms of controlling these forces, he probably still had much to learn even with the forest's friend passive ability. In the end, Kaido is no Uchiha Madara, that titanic figure. Even if he absorbed Sage Chakra for the first time, and in such large quantities, Madara could instantly control it, saying, "These powers are nothing special," fully showcasing his prowess. Kaido hasn't even touched the tip of Madara's tail yet. Could he really get the Eternal Eye that easily? Although I have a ton of skills that could help me level up instantly, I've only seen these skills once so far. Who knows if the next one will also be a true evolution? He shook his head slightly. When it comes to the luck of the draw, Kaido has always been a bit skeptical. Perhaps if he'd been luckier, he could have rivaled the 6 paths by now. But his mindset is still very healthy, growth takes time. Gaining great power without any struggle is no different from being a pig. Aren't there similar figures in the ninja world? Isn't that Satsuki on the moon a prime example? He had zero combat experience. Apart from maximizing the use of his powers, he had no finesse whatsoever. Thanks to his Rinnegan, he practically reached the power level of the 6 paths, capable of sweeping across the entire ninja world. But a pig is still a pig, even with such immense power, it's useless without sufficient refinement. He was taken down by Naruto, who had clearly lost his cheats and was weaker than him, just collapsed, beaten. Even those like Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, they're all of the same ilk. But, to be fair, their base strength is way too formidable. Even if they have raw power but lack combat experience, they're not something I can handle right now. Kaido muttered silently to himself as Deidara and Kakuzu joined him. Deidara was circling Kaido like a perpetually mischievous monkey, as if inspecting and observing what might be different about him. Kakuzu, on the other hand, respectfully maintained some distance. He didn't dare act as boldly as Deidara. "Boss, what's going on? If I hadn't known you were there, I would have thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." After scrutinizing for a while and drawing no conclusions, Deidara couldn't help but rub his head and asked curiously. Kakuzu also looked at Kaido, his mung bean-like eyes filled with puzzlement. "Nothing much. I had some exchanges with Jiraiya and had some personal insights, so I came to give it a try." Kaido showed a slight smile. Then he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again the next moment, a streak of crimson appeared at the corners of his eyes. His aura also became eerily stronger at that moment. They could all feel that Kaido's presence had greatly intensified. "What is this?" Kakuzu asked with a mix of confusion and unease, finding the aura somewhat uncomfortable. Sage Chakra mode, or let's say. Kaido was in a good mood. Although these forces were hard to control, they ultimately still listened to him. With just a slight activation, they began to merge with Kaido's own chakra according to his wishes, thus allowing him to properly activate this mode. And it was a good thing Kaido had read the original work, he knew what Sage mode was really about. Otherwise, even if he had obtained these powers, he'd be utterly clueless. It's called Sage mode. Sage mode. Both Kakuzu and Deidara were puzzled by Kaido's explanation, as they had really never heard of or knew about this chakra mode. But one thing was clear to both: they could sense that this chakra mode seemed truly formidable. Kaido was already quite powerful, now he had become even more unfathomable. Yet at that moment, Kaido's eyebrows subtly furrowed, his gaze involuntarily shifted toward the distant horizon. Asuma silently walked through the forest on the eastern side of Konoha. His expression was stern, it was apparent his mood was extremely foul at the moment. Jiraiya had rejected his request, and he did so forcefully, not even letting Asuma finish speaking. This response shattered Asuma's spirit. He knew that he couldn't entertain the idea anymore, for Asuma too had received a warning from him. Although somewhat concerned about this warning, Asuma knew that the 7 great clans practically ruled Konoha single-handedly at the moment. Even Jiraiya, so unyielding in his presence, had no desire to confront them. This was something Asuma had never anticipated. And Jiraiya's words tormented him. Jiraiya had clearly told him that the reason he became the Hokage was due to Konoha's needs and as a redemption for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Asuma acknowledged this answer internally, he felt immensely stifled. After learning of all this, Asuma couldn't persist any longer. All he could do was leave and think about what to do next. But just as he stepped out, he encountered ANBU members, and leading them was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Seeing Kakashi, Asuma's face immediately darkened. However, he also knew that he had anticipated this occurrence. After all, Jiraiya had already told him that his boldness in coming to see Jiraiya was because he knew Konoha wouldn't take any actions as long as he didn't make a move. Not to mention, the 7 great clans had just been implicated in the death of his father. Were they to act recklessly now, they themselves would come under scrutiny. And since Asuma had been back in Konoha for so long without seeing Jiraiya, paying a visit to the current Hokage should have been without issue. But Kakashi didn't give him any room to speak. Kakashi simply told him dispassionately. "Someone wants to see you, the specific location is to be determined. Wait here for now. What if I don't want to see them?" Asuma was equally defiant. He was, after all, someone who had dared to leave Konoha on his own as a youth. He wasn't cowed by Kakashi's threat. "Whether you see them or not is your choice, I won't force you. But you should understand one thing: you'll have to take responsibility for your own decisions." Kakashi remained impassive, clearly not taking Asuma's attitude too seriously. "After all, you're an adult, and you have your family behind you. You know how to make your own choices." Kakashi's words silenced Asuma. In the end, he stayed put, waiting for Kakashi to reveal the exact location. He was also speculating who exactly wanted to meet with him. Though it wouldn't be surprising if it were a member of another clan. About 10 minutes later, Kakashi finally spoke, informing him that it was in the eastern forest. Asuma didn't drag his feet, he immediately headed toward the designated location in the forest. He knew this meeting likely wouldn't yield positive results, but he needed to go nonetheless. At the very least, he wanted to understand the other party's intentions. However, the eastern forest was considerably vast, and Kakashi had not specified a particular spot. All he could do was continuously search within. Or perhaps, all he could do was wait for the person who wanted to see him to find him. "Jainin Asuma, long time no see." Just then, a young voice suddenly reached his ears, prompting him to stop in his tracks immediately. Swiftly turning around, Asuma's pupils slightly dilated. Standing before him was a young man with black hair. And this young man made Asuma instinctively go on high alert. Because this young man was none other than Kaito Uchiha, the clan head of the Uchiha family, the very person who had driven his own father to his death. Unexpectedly, the one who wants to see me is you, director. Watching Kaito slowly approaching, Asuma slightly crouched, his posture resembling that of a cheetah, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. His hands were already positioned behind his back, ready to draw a weapon for a counter-strike at the first sign of trouble. You're too tense, Jainin Asuma. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't let you saunter in here so freely, Kaito remarked. Kaito noticed Asuma's preparedness, but didn't take it to heart. He simply walked to a safe distance before stopping. At the moment, his mood was rather decent. After all, he had just recently grasped the basics of Sage Mode. Even if his natural chakra reserves could sustain him for only 1 to 3 minutes of combat, it was more than enough. This technique, after all, has 3 stages, and he's only at the first. He had every reason to look forward to the future. Just as he had finished testing the technique, his shadow clone relayed some information to him. It turns out Kakashi had located his clone and informed him about this matter, piquing Kaito's interest. The issue with the 3 major clans remained unresolved, and within his own 7 great clans, there had been no final decision concerning them. Kaito had never taken a stance, as he was of the mindset to simply observe what the 3 clans would do. But dragging this issue wasn't sustainable. The assets of the 3 clans were already investigated, and their members were now under strict isolation. Continuing this way would push things to the extreme. Kaito realized he needed to do something. Coincidentally, here was Asuma, taking initiative. Kaito saw an opportunity. He didn't care what Asuma might have discussed with Jiraiya, what mattered was the stance Asuma would take in his presence. You're still my senior, technically. Neither of us may have wished for things to come to this point, but such is life, Kaito said calmly, his eyes meeting Asuma's before breaking into a slight smile. Besides, I know about you leaving Konoha. Wasn't it because you disapproved of your father's actions? I'm curious, have you found your answer? Asuma's mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak. He had found his answer. He knew how the relationship between the Hokage and the village should be, because he truly believed in the phrase, the most important thing for the village is not the Hokage. But facing Kaito, the man who had killed his father, articulating these thoughts became unbearably difficult. In the end, he fell silent. I think I understand your answer, but it's painful for you, isn't it? Kaito continued to gaze calmly at Asuma, but in the next moment, his chakra surged wildly, its aura engulfing the entire forest. Such vast chakra made Asuma feel as if he were suffocating. Especially since Kaito's aura had zeroed in on him, giving him the illusion that he might die in the next second. Have you ever thought about the suffering your father and Dan's inflicted on how many people, how many clans in Konoha? You seek revenge against me, should they not seek revenge against you? Not to mention, your father and Dan specifically targeted the Uchiha clan, they even had a Taki Uchiha act upon it. If I hadn't reacted quickly and didn't have sufficient power, what would become of the aggrieved spirits of the Uchiha clan? Should I annihilate your 3 clans now to fulfill my desire for revenge? Under Kaito's immense pressure, Asuma struggled, and Kaito's words were a relentless assault on his soul. But these were things he had always known, things he really didn't want to face. In that moment, images began to appear in his mind, images that were incredibly painful. He remembered the way the villagers looked at him when he returned to Konoha, and even more vividly, he remembered the way Kakashi had looked at him just now. That gaze was icy cold, suffocatingly so. Just then, Kaito's aura suddenly retracted, and Asuma immediately collapsed to his knees, gasping for air as if he had been drained of all strength. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. Kaito had now walked up to him. Looking at Asuma, he spoke in a serene tone. What right do you have to seek revenge, and what ability do you possess to enact it? Is it by relying on the ragtag bunch from your 3 clans? If you wish, I could even provide you with resources to arm yourselves. This would also serve as a good opportunity for me to settle the score for what your 3 families have done to the Uchiha clan. Kaido's words were delivered in a matter-of-fact tone, but they made Asuma feel as if he'd plunged into a freezer. He could sense that Kaido's words were absolutely genuine. That concealed, chilling intent to kill could not be faked. And judging by the chakra that Kaido had unleashed earlier, they could easily accomplish all of this. He had heard that his father had displayed unimaginable combat strength before he died, harking back to the days when he was a pinnacle shinobi over a decade ago. He didn't dare to believe it then, but feeling Kaido's power now, he had no choice but to believe. Because the aura that Kaido had just released could absolutely defeat his father at his peak. So, what do you intend to do? After quite some time, Asuma managed to lift his head and ask, struggling for words. Kaido hadn't acted despite having such power, which indicated he must be holding back for some reason, perhaps harboring other intentions. Asuma, still keen, guessed what Kaido might be contemplating, and so he directly questioned him. He knew this might be his only chance. If he didn't seize it, he might never get another opportunity. Among our 7 great families, some support the complete eradication of your clans. After all, what they did was too outrageous, only your deaths could appease public anger. Kaido looked at Asuma, and although his expression remained placid, inwardly he couldn't help but wonder, had he accidentally mastered the tongue technique or something? Otherwise, why had this guy yielded so easily? Kaido had originally just wanted to gauge Asuma's inner thoughts and plans. But now, Asuma was letting Kaido make the choice for him. Could anything be easier and more straightforward than this? But some families do not support this course of action, because Konoha requires stability, and your clans contribute a significant number of ninjas. These ninjas can keep Konoha's strength from waning. As for me, I've not yet made a decision. I'm waiting for you to make yours, and then I'll counter accordingly. But now that you've proactively asked, I can share my thoughts. You may live, but don't even think about reclaiming your former assets. This is your punishment. These assets were gained through the influence of the 3rd Hokage. Starting from scratch offers you a chance to reform and redeem yourselves. Secondly, some people are filled with resentment, they are accustomed to the good life and won't easily comply with our demands. Therefore, these individuals must die. Consider it a form of redemption for the people your clans have wronged. Of course, we disdain the shedding of innocent blood. If someone can persuade those ignorant followers, we might relent. However, if problems arise in the future, don't blame us. Our patience has its limits. Lastly, we need someone to help us deal with the daimyo. I know the daimyo harbors some inappropriate thoughts, which should not be tolerated. Either eliminate such thoughts or replace him with a qualified daimyo, that would be in our best interest. At this point, Kaido paused slightly, looking at Asuma, whose face had turned pale, and gave a soft chuckle. As long as these conditions are met, we will provide the resources that the 3 clans need. And I can assure you, the person who guides them to complete this task can securely retain their position as clan leader and even ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha. The choice has been given to you. What to do next is your matter. You're an adult, you'll have to take responsibility for your choices. Chapter 175, Chapter 175. What Asuma ultimately decides is now of little concern to Kaido. The opportunity has been extended, whether Asuma can seize it is no longer Kaido's business. As Kaido himself put it, Asuma is an adult, he must bear the consequences of his actions. In handling the matter of Asuma, Kaido spends the subsequent days hiding in forests. Having just acquired the power of nature, he's naturally curious about the Sage Mode. Especially, he wants to test the limits of this Sage Mode's strength, making Kakuzu an obvious choice for his sparring partner. Strictly speaking, Kaido's ideal sparring partners would be Shisui or Fugaku, given that they are all Uchihas with similarly potent eyes. This allows for immediate adjustments in troublesome situations, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. But the unfortunate fact is that both are still recovering, remaining in a relatively weakened state. The density of Hashirama cells in Danzo's arm is no joke. After all, not all Hashirama cells are created equal. Some are good for taijutsu, while others can directly execute wood-style techniques. Given Danzo's key role, his Hashirama cells are certainly not weak. But this does bring about some less favorable circumstances, namely that it's foreseeable Shisui and Fugaku will go through a period of decline after absorbing these powers. However, this is hardly a big deal, given that Konoha is relatively stable, and the duration of each slump is likely to get shorter over time. Thud. In the depths of the forest, Kakuzu is sent flying by Kaido's fist. He crashes violently into a tree behind him, and with a muffled sound, the tree cracks and breaks apart. Kaido doesn't pursue him further, he knows that at this point, it's enough. Anymore, and Kakuzu would need a new heart. You really are something. Kakuzu painfully rubs his chest, finding it rather frustrating to be used as a punching bag in this way. But what frustrates him even more is that Kaido is ridiculously strong at this moment. Although they haven't fought at full strength after all, using techniques like fire style in the forest would inevitably lead to catastrophic outcomes. They mostly stick to smaller scale, individual techniques. And Kaido has restricted himself even more, he didn't even use the Sharingan. Yet even so, Kakuzu finds himself disoriented, beaten soundly by Kaido. He noticed that after Kaido displayed those red eye markings, every aspect, be it speed, strength, or even the quality of chakra, has dramatically improved. This is nothing short of incredible, as he has never seen such a flawless chakra mode in his memory. The lightning-style chakra mode from the Hidden Cloud Village is indeed famous and powerful in the ninja world. However, aside from a robust chakra shield, it only amplifies one's speed. As terrifying as that is, it pales when compared to whatever this natural chakra or sage mode of Kaido's is. The potential difference is not even close. Even if Kaido's boost is somewhat limited and doesn't last long in continuous combat, it's still an incredible advancement for someone as strong as him. Are you okay? Kaido looks at the dent in Kakuzu's chest and can't help but ask, somewhat apologetically. The power of the sage mode is immense, even at this first stage, the enhancement it offers is significant. In any extraordinary profession, the closer one gets to the peak, the harder it becomes to make further progress. Kaido knows he's far from that peak, but even getting to his current level has become increasingly difficult. And that's the marvel of Sage Mode, it grants you a massive boost, regardless of your current strength level. Even the formidable Rikudo Sennin, Otsutsuki Hago Romo, experienced tremendous growth after mastering Sage Mode, uniting with his brother to go to war against Otsutsuki Kagaya. And Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands and the Buddha atop his head rely on sage art to manifest powers capable of completely blowing up a fully formed Susanoo. Uchiha Madara exhibited unimaginable fighting prowess after acquiring the power of sage art. You can only imagine how insane the power of sage techniques really is. To put it bluntly, the stronger your foundation, the more terrifying the boost Sage Mode can offer. What could happen to him? Boss, you're too strong, Deidara incredulously observes everything from the side, hopping over to scrutinize Kaido. Although the duration of your power is too short, using it as a trump card would be even more devastating. Too bad this isn't the kind of art I'm interested in, otherwise, I'd study it well. You idiot, Kakuzu disdainfully snorts. Thanks to his Earth Grudge fear, his healing speed is quite fast, the dent in his chest recovers in moments. If he combined this mode with Susanoo, the explosions generated would be far more potent. You think only about exploding things, but never how to maximize their potency. Your clay won't accomplish that in a lifetime. Enough, no more arguing, Kaido, seeing the two poised to argue yet again, preemptively interrupts with a shake of his head. These two have bickered more than once or twice during their time together. Kaido has had it with their antics. They're not even an original pairing, and he can't figure out what they have to argue about so much. Mastering natural chakra mode is extremely difficult. You must first sense nature's power. If you can't do even that, forget it. And even if you do sense it, absorbing it isn't guaranteed. Nature's power is perilous, you can be consumed and die at any moment. And Kakuzu, Deidara has been doing something. The guy's already started learning wind-style chakra, hasn't he? Deidara, after all, is quite interesting and obedient. He seems to believe that the art of explosion should burst forth in a moment, brilliant as fireworks. Ah, the pursuit of art should not be a mechanical repetition, confined only to clay. Doesn't the art Kaido crafts employ other means? With this thought in mind, while Deidara continues refining his clay techniques, he's genuinely started to ponder the elements of dust style. And the kid just 12 possesses an unimaginable zeal. Once committed, he commits, thus, he's begun serious research into wind style, preparing for the future. Alright, I need to leave. I'll leave a shadow clone here. Kaido glanced at the time before speaking. By the way, are you guys comfortable living here? Do you want me to have someone build you a better log cabin? No need. We can handle the cabin ourselves. Kakuzu shook his head. Living in this place naturally requires preparations, and a house is the first among them. For shinobi, it's no big deal. Only the aesthetics might pose a slight problem. I don't need it either. Wearing a wig while shopping in busy places is very uncomfortable. Deidara also shook his head. His blonde hair is too conspicuous, so he needs to disguise himself whenever he enters crowded areas. But that's not the crux of it. He curiously looked at Kaido. You're leaving early today, boss. You must have something important to do. Yes, there's a small gathering today. Kaido nodded and spread his hands in a casual gesture. A guy is formally resigning, and he's on good terms with me. So, I must go and see how things are. Chapter 176, Chapter 176. Kakashi finally opted to leave the Anbu, a decision that didn't exactly surprise Kaido. After the self-imposed death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi had suggested something similar, only for Kaido to veto it outright at the time. Circumstances were complicated, the Anbu were nearly wiped out. Both Kaido and the 7 great families needed the Anbu to stabilize the situation. So, Kakashi was effectively conscripted by Kaido to remain. His performance in the last period of his Anbu service was indeed commendable. Kaido mused had Kakashi maintained such a trajectory, he might have become the head of Anbu due to his identity as the 4th Hokage and the merits of exposing the 3rd. But evidently, Kakashi had little interest in such a lofty appointment. Even though the Anbu he was leaving behind was practically sculpted by him, he had no lingering attachment. Kaido eventually supported his decision. Yet being a democratic soul, he asked Kakashi to explain this to 6 others involved. Specifically, he reminded Kakashi that he would have to report to the Hokage despite the de facto rule they exercised. The Hokage was still the nominal leader, and Kakashi had to recognize this, whether he grasped it or not. Kakashi acted in accordance with Kaido's directives. Despite some attempts to retain him, he eventually got his wish and left the Anbu, becoming a free shinobi. Though Kaido felt some regret, it was, after all, a golden opportunity to extend influence into the Anbu. He realized that everyone's aspirations differed. He couldn't possibly force someone into a role, especially if they hadn't provoked him. So, I've always been a person with moral boundaries. Even if I'm a bit flexible, I'm still far more ethical than many, Kaido thought to himself as he arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Kakashi had informed him that the gathering of his shadow clones would be here. Kaido found it odd that Kakashi would invite him. Their relationship, after all, was still relatively distant. They weren't from the same graduating class. Kakashi was about 8 years older than both Kaido and Shisui. To say that Kaido grew up on tales of Kakashi wasn't an exaggeration. Kakashi had graduated at age 5 and built his own reputation on the battlefields, participating almost throughout the entire Third Great Ninja War. Kaido, although an early graduate, had joined after most of the fighting had ended. Between them lay a considerable generation gap. Yet since he was invited, Kaido saw no reason to decline. Strictly speaking, for a long time to come, the backbone of Konoha would indeed be Kakashi's graduating class. Maintaining good relations with them is crucial. This is something Kaido deeply understands. Besides, Kakashi didn't invite me for no reason. I did offer him direction and the opportunity for revenge after all, Kaido pondered quietly. Quickly, he stepped inside. He recalled this restaurant was run by the Akimichi clan. Dining here is akin to lining the Akimika's pockets. It's unfortunate that tourism is so average nowadays. The income from hotels isn't high either. Why didn't the Uchiha choose a more profitable industry back in the day? Kaido mentally grumbled, although he soon felt a bit helpless. As he entered, the crowd in the barbecue restaurant noticeably turned their attention toward him, causing many to pause subconsciously. In Konoha, Kaido is a man of significant influence, a key figure in the impeachment of the third Hokage, no less. Frankly, without him, impeaching the Hokage would be unimaginable. Forget everything else, the third Hokage's combat prowess alone isn't something an ordinary person could contend with. Without him, any would-be impeachers would have been suppressed long ago. How could there have been a successful impeachment? To put it bluntly, Kaido's importance is unparalleled, and his combat skills are shockingly potent. Nobody could forget what Kaido did that one night. It was eye-opening for everyone in Konoha. And they'd heard that Kaido is a man of good temperament, very agreeable, driven to this point only by the needs of himself and his clan. Young as he is, he's already the clan head of the Uchiha, head of the security department, and one of the de facto rulers of Konoha. Such an array of roles combined breeds insatiable curiosity. Director Kaido, hello. Just as Kaido felt like the center of a zoo exhibit, a panda, perhaps a burly man, hurried over. I didn't expect Director Kaido to come. This really brings glory to our humble shop. Ah, hello. Kaido greeted with a somewhat numb smile and a nod. He instantly recognized the man as a member of the Akimichi clan, though unfortunately, he did not know him personally. Actually, I'm here looking for Kakashi. He invited me, but he wasn't specific about where he is. Ah, Kakashi, I know about that. Upon hearing Kaido's words, the Akimichi clan member instantly understood. He offered Kaido a breezy smile and began to speak. Director Kaido, let me take you there. They've arranged a big gathering, all in the back. Thank you, that would be helpful. Kaido nodded with a smile. No wonder he didn't see anyone, they were all in a separate room at the back. It must be said that the Akimichi clan's restaurant operation is genuinely superb, commendable even in the culinary arena. Following this Akimichi person deeper inside, Kaido noticed the atmosphere was significantly more refined compared to the entrance area. Not only was there a courtyard, but also a rather charming little pond. Clearly, this place was reserved for those who preferred not to be disturbed. Here we are, Director Kaido. Just as Kaido was observing the surroundings, the Akimichi clan member halted, smiling at Kaido. Also, thank you, Director Kaido. Enjoy your gathering. Thank you. This Akimichi person is rather intriguing. While he didn't specify what he was thanking Kaido for, his demeanor was exceptionally pleasant. Conversing with someone like this is genuinely rewarding, at least it doesn't leave Kaido guessing. Watching him turn to leave, Kaido then stepped into the room. He was genuinely excited to meet the young talents who were Kakashi's contemporaries. Asuma sat silently at home, his mind constantly echoing the choices Kaido had presented him. Ever since meeting with Jiraiya and Kaido, he had locked himself inside, grappling with a critical decision. Whether it was Jiraiya, Kakashi, or Kaido, each had emphasized one point: he had to take responsibility for his choices. Indeed, Asuma understood this well. He needed to be accountable, not just to himself but to the family that stood behind him. But what should I actually do? Asuma sighed in frustration. He still remembered that upon his return, members of his clan, as well as people from the two neighboring clans, had come to see him. Clearly, they were all eager to hear about the outcome of his meeting and were desperate for the answers they hoped to receive. However, Asuma had gotten no satisfying answers, and now he was utterly lacking in confidence about what his clan intended to do. Uchiha Kaito hadn't lifted a finger, he'd merely released his aura upon Asuma, and that was enough to render him powerless. That sense of helplessness, akin to drowning, had filled him with utter despair. He had already learned from others that the annihilation of the Anbu was a consequence of the collateral damage from the fight between Kaito and his father. In his eyes, if Kaito truly wanted to do something to the Anbu, he undoubtedly could. Although these Anbu operatives could flee due to the lack of geographical constraints and organize counterattacks without worrying about hitting unintended targets, when it came to individual power, Kaito absolutely and thoroughly outclassed them all, Asuma included. So, what choice should I make to safely navigate this crisis? Asuma's eyes shifted to a photo of Hiruzen Sarutobi hanging on the wall. His face was a study in turmoil and confusion. Revenge could avenge his father. However, the consensus in Konoha was that his father's death was well deserved. Any act of vengeance on his part would clearly place him in opposition to the entire village. What's worse, there was no chance of success for such revenge. Uchiha Kaito alone was terrifying enough. Imagine, then, the horrifying prospect of all 7 great families coming together. And he'd heard that Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku were no less formidable than Kaito. But not taking action would complicate things within the clan, for there are always those who yearn to reclaim what they've lost. The power they once had brought them immense benefits, and its sudden absence has left many discontented. Especially in his interactions with Kaito, Asuma realized that Kaito planned to strip them of everything to leave them with nothing so they could start anew. Now Asuma faced only 2 choices: to resist and die, or to accept humbly, leaving a spark of hope for his clan. As for revenge, don't even think about it. Asuma stood quietly, pondering for several days. Although Kaito had set no time frame, he knew it was because Kaito didn't need to. If things kept going this way, his clan would arrive at its own conclusions and take actions without Kaito lifting a finger. From there, everything would spiral out of control, leading to unpredictable outcomes. I think, I know what I must do. Amidst such rapid internal torment, Asuma made his shaky decision, closing his eyes tightly and taking deep breaths. Once his body ceased to tremble, he opened his eyes once more, settling his gaze again on the photo of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a moment, he deeply bowed to the portrait, then took steady strides toward the outside. He had made his decision. Though nearly driven mad in the choosing, clarity and ease flooded in once his mind was set. Besides, Kaito had already laid out what needed to be done. All he had to do was follow Kaito's plan. Reach out to those unwilling to resist, and those unsure of what to do. Bring them to our side. Only then will the clan have sufficient numbers, any chance at rising anew. Asuma saw clearly, he could only proceed according to Kaito's terms to secure his clan's fate. Although his heart ached, his reason persevered. His father had passed away, forced to death but departing with some dignity, even earning a funeral worthy of a Hokage. Moreover, Kaito's words incessantly struck at his core: if he sought vengeance, what about the children and families of those killed by his own father? Didn't they too desire retribution? Avenging one's father is indeed an honorable cause, but when the fault lies with the father himself, insisting on revenge would only drag the entire clan into the abyss. Rather than act irrationally, it would be wiser to contemplate how to lift the clan, already teetering on the edge of the abyss, and restore its honor by atoning for its sins. Perhaps this is the best course of action. An old man, you probably wouldn't want me seeking revenge either. After all, even Jiraiya and the others had no such intentions, and you were one for self-awareness. Asuma mused inwardly, his footsteps quickening. He was not like Uchiha Itachi, cold-hearted by nature. He knew his father had raised him. Even if there had been conflicts between them, upon his father's meeting such a fate, the desire for revenge still arose. He also knew that his clan had nurtured and trained him, and he could not bear to see it sink further into degradation. This is the reasoning of a sane individual, the kind of thinking a rational person should engage in. Also, it appears Kaido Uchiha is contemplating actions against the daimyo. It seems that Shikaku Nara picked up on something during his time in the capital of the Land of Fire. As Asuma walked, he pondered. Kaido had already revealed his intentions toward the daimyo and would likely take certain actions. In that case, as a former guardian shinobi of the daimyo, Asuma would be the most qualified to speak on the matter. If Kaido wanted to do this, he had no objections. After all, he remembered well how excessively the daimyo had behaved. Clearing out these individuals and reminding the daimyo of who he truly is and what he should be doing was entirely logical and correct. In the end, how could a shinobi allow an ordinary person to lord it over him? And Asuma was even more aware of one thing: collaborating with Kaido on this venture would benefit him, or his clan, tremendously. Chapter 177, Chapter 177. Kaido had no idea what kind of decision Asuma had ultimately made, but for him, any decision would be acceptable. The main concern was the time it would take to train new shinobi afterward. Stability was the key and most important factor after all. At that moment, he was sitting in a private room booked by Kakashi and couldn't help but marvel at the young man's extensive connections. Not only did he see Irika and former members of Minato Namikaze's guard team, but also individuals like Kurane, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Shibuya Barame, among others. One should note that many among them were not of the same generation. They were merely survivors of the same batch that had endured the worst of the three great wars. Beyond these familiar faces from the manga, the presence of Yamato, whom Kakashi had duped, also left Kaido somewhat speechless. And judging by his appearance, Yamato, like Kakashi, had opted to leave the Anbu. This intrigued Kaido. With both individuals who had once led and organized the Anbu under Hiruzen Sarutobi gone, who was in charge now? Could it be a descendant of the Senju clan? Kaido amusingly pondered. But that was it, the state of the Anbu had little to do with him. He hadn't given thought to meddling in their affairs. The security division under his command was already substantial enough, requiring all his focus to manage. Where would he find the time or mood to care about the Anbu? You could say that, except for Asuma, everyone has come. While Kaido assessed these future pillars of Konoha or old acquaintances now making strides in various departments of the Leaf, they too were quietly sizing him up. After all, Kaido's reputation was massive, and they hadn't expected Kakashi to actually invite him. Currently, Kaido was the head of Konoha's most prominent clan and also led the security division, making him one of the village's de facto ministers. Such an individual had, quite bluntly, outpaced all of them. Hence, they were genuinely surprised by Kaido's appearance. Moreover, they hadn't had much interaction with him. The age gap was evident, and they had only vaguely heard some stories about Kaido. They knew that he was a prodigy from a young age, and beyond that, his personality was incredibly amiable. The type who, if you had no qualms with him and could engage in conversation, would assuredly reciprocate, and might even become a decent friend of yours. This disposition was starkly different from their impression of the Uchiha clan, though it did resemble the Uchiha clan after their transformation under his leadership. However affable a person may be, Kaido is an individual whose feats are sufficient to be recorded in Konoha's history books. That fateful night, that one battle, that world-shattering slash, and the lifeless body left behind by the third Hokage, all indisputably attest to Kaido's formidable nature. Of course, they knew there was nothing wrong with what Kaido had done. Following the death of the third Hokage, details about Root had been continuously disclosed, corroborated by the third Hokage's own admission. Almost everyone in Konoha approved of Kaido and the actions of their 7 great clans, countless people were profoundly grateful to them. But to have such a person appear among them, or should I say, among any group of people, would inevitably induce a sense of tension, wouldn't it? I say, everyone, could you not look at me with those eyes? Seemingly sensing the awkwardness in the room, Kaido helplessly spread his hands. Though your gazes do flatter me after all, everyone has their vanities. But if everyone looks at me like that, it's not going to be good, is it? Humans do need friends, don't they? Yes, yes. Kaido's words stunned everyone in the room for a moment before they quickly responded. His words made them wonder if perhaps they had been overthinking things. Today is a good day for Kakashi. I've reviewed the records, I know why Kakashi entered the Anbu. Kaido didn't pay mind to the crowd's mood, maintaining his smile, he turned to Kakashi. Unfortunately, some things might be hard to change, but at least you're trying, aren't you? What I told you at the third Hokage's funeral, I hope you'll keep it in mind. You are you, not a shadow of anyone else. Rather than dwelling on a melancholic past, look ahead. Raise your head and look around you, you have so many friends and so many people who care about you. If you continue in your previous state, you'd be letting down not just Obito and Rin, but also all these friends. Kaido's words, though sounding like an elder reprimanding a younger or a superior instructing a subordinate, were utterly reasonable. And those words stirred up enormous goodwill among everyone present, all of whom deeply cared about Kakashi. Even Guy and Kurane had once thought of helping Kakashi leave the Anbu, and indeed, they had done something toward that end. Alas, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen led this matter to a premature end. What they didn't anticipate was that Kakashi would voluntarily choose to leave the Anbu, a decision that certainly eased the tension for everyone involved. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, Director Kaido. Kakashi nodded seriously. He had a lot of respect for Kaido, despite the roller coaster their relationship had gone through from initial distrust, to feeling exploited, to ultimately recognizing Kaido's wisdom and becoming trusting. Kakashi was further grateful when Kaido, in alliance with the 6 great clans, overthrew the third Hokage's reign and restored the honor of his own father. In many ways, Kaido changed him, clarifying many things in his heart. And being a member of the Uchiha clan only intensified Kakashi's innate sense of closeness to Kaido. Therefore, he trusted Kaido, took his advice to heart, and truly decided to change. Call me Kaido. There's no director here, you are not my subordinates after all. Kaido spoke with a laugh. But then, as if remembering something, he added. Of course, if you're interested in becoming my subordinates, that's an option. The security division is always recruiting, after all. Kaido's light-hearted comment instantly relaxed the atmosphere. One couldn't say he was a social recluse or agoraphobic in his previous life. Nonetheless, he had gained some skills in socializing during his college years and working career. Diffusing tension wasn't particularly challenging for him. With his intervention, the atmosphere quickly livened up. However, to his surprise, Anko Mitarashi quietly moved to his side. May I call you Kaido directly? Anko looked up at Kaido with wide eyes, a look that was rather appealing, truth be told. Anko, in Naruto's era, was someone Kaido found quite attractive. Unfortunately, they weren't of the same generation. And from what he recalled, in Boruto's era, her incessant indulgence in sweets had distorted that figure he admired so much. But the woman standing beside him now was not that future matron who had let herself go. At this point, her figure was more reminiscent of the Naruto era, even appearing somewhat more youthful. Of course, Kaido said, nodding with a smile. Then I'll simply call you Anko. Hey, you actually know Anko. Sitting not far away, Kurane couldn't help but shoot them a curious glance. Of course, I know each and every one of you, just as you know me. Kaido spoke with a smile. He had always retained his memories of the original characters. This, which seemed rather ordinary to him, evidently left quite a different impression on the others, Kakashi aside. The fact that a personage like Kaido could remember them was an honor indeed, deepening their fondness for him even further. Is there something on your mind? Feel free to speak. Kaido shifted his gaze toward Anko, asking somewhat curiously. Well, recently, Anko hesitated for a moment but finally spoke. I felt as if my teacher has returned. Your teacher? Might Guy looked at Anko quizzically, his reaction wasn't particularly fast. Consumed by the thought of sparring with Kaido, he hadn't really registered what Anko was talking about. However, the others did, their faces subtly shifting, as they were unaware of this matter. Ah, that! I am aware, I even met with him. Kaido immediately understood what Anko meant. He chuckled softly before continuing slowly. He indeed visited Konoha briefly, with the simple mission, to pay his respects to his own teacher. Both the Hokage and Lady Tsunade are aware of this, and I had Shisui, my deputy clan head, monitoring him. His skills are formidable and he possesses a heightened anti-surveillance instinct. Shisui couldn't trace him in the end, so we had no choice but to let him leave. Kaido's words made everyone involuntarily swallow. They hadn't expected such a dangerous individual to lurk in the background during the funeral of the third Hokage. Orochimaru's reputation was not just for external show, he was an internally revered and feared figure. Why didn't you kill him? At this point, Anko's fists tightened. Given your power, you should have been able to. What are you thinking? Kaido interrupted Anko abruptly, suddenly questioning whether he should have answered her question in the first place. After all, Anko's relationship with Orochimaru as a student and teacher was quite complicated. When you really think about it, it makes sense. Anko had such reverence for Orochimaru, yet when Orochimaru left, he didn't even consider taking her along. This seemed to indicate he didn't have much faith in her. Moreover, Orochimaru left her with an immature curse mark, a thing truly agonizing to bear. Kaido also remembered that Orochimaru's defection led to the elimination of quite a few ninjas in Konoha. These were people wholly supportive of Orochimaru, or at least those with significant ties to him. Konoha was worried these individuals knew too much. Anko was fortunate enough to survive this purge, but it's evident that the ordeal, compounded with Orochimaru's abandonment, filled her heart with real resentment. She genuinely hoped Kaido could eliminate Orochimaru. Orochimaru isn't someone who can be so easily eliminated. To some extent, he is also taking the blame for his own teacher. Kaido gently shook his head. The idea of taking down Orochimaru wasn't practical. This guy was almost unkillable. Besides, Orochimaru's worth was considerable. How could Kaido possibly want to eliminate him? Kaido was waiting for Shisui's body flicker technique to improve before making trouble for Orochimaru. However, Kaido seemed to think of something quickly. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the back of Anko's neck. Although it was covered by clothes, Kaido was quite sure that it should be right there. After some thought, Kaido finally spoke with a smile. I'm sorry, this is something I probably can't do for you. However, there are other matters where I could be of assistance. What kind of assistance? Anko's voice was somewhat dispirited, but Kaido's words still made her lift her head. Something that shouldn't have been on you in the first place has nonetheless left an almost indelible mark. Kaido chuckled softly. Subconsciously, his fingers began to tap on the table. Such as, a certain mark. Chapter 178, Chapter 178. Kaido's interest in Anko's curse mark might have seemed impulsive, but in reality, he initially had genuine plans to examine it closely. What Orochimaru had studied with the curse mark was essentially a simplified version of Sage Mode. The power within the curse mark was extracted from Jago, a peculiar fellow. Jago was an extraordinary person whose constitution allowed him to absorb natural energy without being petrified by it. However, the natural forces in this world are so ferocious that even Jago was not spared from their torment. Upon activating these powers, his personality split. Ordinarily a quiet individual, he transformed into a bloodthirsty demon upon entering Sage mode. This trait was also clearly exhibited in Sasuke. He had no qualms about dealing fatal blows to the sound ninjas. Of course, one could interpret it as their inability to master these forces. After all, these are not powers that any random person could toy with, Kaido thought to himself. But this perspective was only gained after he had befriended the forest spirits and initiated his own sage mode. Before that, he couldn't even begin to imagine the terrifying nature of natural forces in this world. He, too, had once desired to comprehend natural energy through the curse marks. Although this remains true, his perspective now greatly differs from before. He now hopes to better understand natural forces through these curse marks to deepen his own understanding and insights. Of course, if he could master the mechanics of the curse mark, that would be a boon for him. It means he could use these marks to uplift his clan once more, though not indiscriminately, but rather targeted toward loyal followers. This isn't due to Kaido being miserly. With his systematic approach, he's not worried about trivial matters. Even if everyone gains this power, what then? Can they reverse bloodline degradation like Kaido can? They can't, they lack that capability. They don't even know about Indra and Azura, let alone the Rikuta Sennin. Only those involved and transmigrators like Kaido would know such details. Despite the small episode involving Anko, the gathering went rather smoothly overall. The atmosphere was very harmonious afterward. Even Guy, after having some drinks, specifically came over to Kaido, expressing a desire to spar with him sometime. Kaido did not flatly refuse, for he was well aware of just how formidable Guy's potential truly was. Getting on good terms with Guy might be quite the strategic move. Although Kaido has no intention of delving into the 8 inner gates technique, as a master of physical combat, there's much he can glean from Guy. Why yes, glean through the Sharingan. Beyond that, Konoha's future reforms are definitely touching upon the specialist shinobi sphere. Guy, a maestro in taijutsu, could contribute by spending some time training the next generation. No need to go full on Rock Lee, just some basic training methods would suffice. Such a move would undoubtedly elevate Konoha as a whole. Only if prodigies emerge from the commoner ninjas can the major clans effectively recruit these talents. Though it might seem a bit sinister, a stronger clan means a stronger Konoha, right? Besides, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who forced us into this, dead or alive. His influence persists. The gathering ended on a high note, with everyone invited by Kakashi forming a whole new impression of Kaido. The collective perception? Kaido is an influential yet remarkably approachable man, an outlier even within the Uchiha clan, offering considerable respect to others. High praise, indeed, especially for someone in a position of power. Their affection for him seems to be on a steady rise. Yet they also clearly understood that Kaido's amiability hinged on the fact that they were not enemies. If their relationships were akin to that between the third Hokage and himself, they would be mortal foes, undoubtedly. But that's alright, ninjas should hold little mercy for enemies, otherwise, it's a surefire path to mutual destruction. Enemies are hardly ever easily swayed, and you're not everyone's cup of tea, so it's probably better to eliminate them. Kaido himself was in high spirits. The only thing that struck him as peculiar was that upon leaving the barbecue restaurant, he felt as if someone were following him. This puzzled him, who in Konoha would dare track him? His expression quickly shifted to one of bemusement, as he realized that he recognized, or just met, the owners of the 2 chakra signatures trailing him. One was Anko. Her following him was understandable. He had promised to do her some favors. Her impatience was expected, given her temperament. But the other was a bit more intriguing. Why is it Yamato? What's he doing following me? Kaido is somewhat baffled. He's not exactly on familiar terms with Tens, even though Tens had indeed been shafted, courtesy of their scheming, though Kakashi was the primary actor in that drama. This guy even showed up for Kakashi's dinner today, which presumably means he holds no grudges against him, right? So why is he trailing behind me now? Could it be he wants to settle scores with me? With his level of skill, isn't he biting off more than he can chew? Kaido mused, not without a trace of malice. After all, he has laid eyes upon the legendary Hashirama Senju himself. Even though the Hashirama he met was, for various reasons, not at his peak strength, he's still no comparison to this guy, right? Mulling over it, Kaido decided he needs to figure out what's going on with these two, especially what this Yamato guy, or should I say, Tens, is up to. Thus, Kaido casually veered off into a less frequented route. He intended to find a secluded spot to have a candid chat with these two. His demeanor remained relaxed. He doesn't think he's running into any sort of trouble, even if it turns into a fight. However, as he walked, Kaido suddenly noticed a figure approaching him. His facial expression shifted ever so slightly upon recognizing this individual. The person walking toward him mirrored this change. Both paused for a moment, standing their ground. Chapter 179, Chapter 179. Kaido has been back in Konoha for a while now, but during this period, he's avoided making any trips to the security division. The reason is simple: he genuinely fears social death. Even though he's already shown his manuscript to Jiraiya and made the resolution to have Jiraiya take the blame if need be, the fear persists. For a modern person like Kaido, sometimes, he'd rather experience actual death than face social humiliation. After all, you wouldn't have memes like "I'd rather confess to a crime than have people see my browser history in his previous life for no reason." While not that extreme, Kaido still genuinely dreads the prospect of social ostracization, especially in front of his friends. He's still mentally preparing himself for it, unsure when he'll actually be ready. For now, he dares not face Unico. But sometimes, the world works in mysterious ways. Kaido thought he was effectively dodging Unico, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he'd run into her halfway through his errands. Yes, the person walking straight toward him is Nara Unico. And clearly, Unico never anticipated meeting Kaido here either, judging by her rigid posture. The last time she saw what Kaido had written, it had been a significant shock. She never imagined someone could write something so explicitly. Not just explicit, but also detailed in every way, making her think thoughts she'd rather not entertain. Though she doesn't want to dwell on it after all, she and Kaido are just normal friends and teammates. This line of thought only makes her more uneasy. Most troublingly, Kaido hasn't shown up at the security division for days, as if he's avoiding something. Could it be that he has some important business to attend to? Unico mused. She's held her questions back, even from Nara Shikaku, making her increasingly restless. Yet, her ninja sense of duty perseveres. She's continued doing what needs to be done, even if it leaves her uneasy. Today, she has to deliver documents to the Hokage building, so she took a secluded route to avoid crowds, only to coincidentally run into Kaido here. The atmosphere becomes slightly awkward, and their silent eye contact only intensifies the tension. But Kaido, after all, is a transmigrator. He's got a bit thicker skin. Taking a deep breath, he manages a forced smile and finally breaks the silence. "Unico, what brings you here?" The moment he opened his mouth, Kaido almost wished he could slap himself. What nonsense was he spouting? If this were his past life, a girl might have turned and walked away by now. Who'd want to engage in this aimless chatter? Fortunately, this world isn't littered with such trivialities. Unico furrowed her brows but nodded anyway. "I'm delivering documents to Lord Hokage. After all, I'm still employed in the security division." Unico's words left Kaido feeling a bit helpless. She not only stated her business but also managed to throw a bit of shade at him. He's aware that his actions are somewhat inappropriate for a division chief, so he doesn't rebut. I've been a bit busy lately. Ask your uncle for the details if you're curious. Kaido internally adjusted his emotional state. Then, he walked over to Yanako with a smile and spoke softly. Speaking of which, I've only been back in Konoha for a short time. Is that so? Seems you're quite the busy man, Yanako noted. Observing Kaido's actions, the familiarity made Yanako feel slightly uneasy. However, her keen mind quickly caught on to something. Somebody's following you. Who dares? Mitarashi Anko, and another guy from the Anbu, although he, like Kakashi, has already left the Anbu. Kaido didn't plan on keeping secrets from Yanako unless absolutely necessary. Mitarashi Anko used to be Orochimaru's disciple, as you may know. She received quite a bit of unjust treatment after he left. But that's not the point. The point is that Orochimaru left something in her. I'm a little interested in that something, so earlier at Kakashi's gathering, I promised to help her. Little did I know, she'd actually follow me. As for that Anbu guy, he's a friend of Kakashi's. You should know his specific identity, he's that wood-style test subject. Kaido spoke in a hushed tone, but the information was rich. While Yanako was surprised to hear Kaido had attended Kakashi's gathering, that wasn't the key point. The crucial information lay in Kaido's interest in what Orochimaru had left in Anko, and, of course, the matter of that experimental subject. To speak seriously, this experimental subject had indeed been exploited like a pawn in a game. Although his subsequent performance hasn't been bad, nobody knows what he's really thinking, especially his current act of tailing Kaido, which raises all sorts of questions. Yanako is still Yanako, grasping at once why Kaido was walking in this particular area. He probably wanted to lure these two out and see what they were up to. However, her own appearance has complicated matters somewhat. Looks like I can't escape this, can I? Yanako sighed resignedly. Really, running into you never brings any good. You'd be better off ignoring me. You're one of my best friends, I couldn't do that, Kaido said, unperturbed. Besides, I'm not particularly concerned about him. If Yanako and Kaido's relationship appears too strong, if anyone really plans to harm Kaido, they're likely to target Yanako. Capturing Yanako to pressure Kaido wouldn't be anything extraordinary in the world of ninja. As Kaido pointed out, ignoring Yanako probably wouldn't have caused any issues, especially given that intelligence reports indicate they're on good terms. But to avoid complications, those who were really following him wouldn't easily mess with others. However, once Kaido spoke, the situation changed, particularly as he lowered his voice. No one would know what they were discussing. You're something else, really, Yanako glanced at Kaido, who still exuded the same confidence, giving her an unchanged sense of his character. For some reason, Yanako's dissatisfaction seemed to fade at this moment, although she still shook her head. What do you plan to do? Simple, but there's something I need to say before that. As he spoke, Kaido reached out and held Yanako's hand. He felt her tense up slightly, but like before, she offered no resistance. This action reassured Kaido completely. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak in a low voice as they walked. About that thing you saw last time. I really wanted to say, even prepared to say, that it was written by Jiraiya, because, honestly, he could indeed produce such a piece. But for some reason, upon seeing you, I felt I couldn't utter that lie. I must admit, that thing was actually written by me. Kaido's words paused ever so slightly here, as he distinctly felt his hand being clasped back by Yanako, who even began to squeeze a bit. However, this in turn utterly relieved Kaido. After all, a reaction is a good thing. But I did have a reason for writing those things. I made a bet with Jiraiya. I even told him to his face that his Make-out Paradise wasn't well written, and he remembered that. So, you wrote this because of that. Yanako obviously knew about the incident. How could she forget when Kaido even ended up fighting Orochimaru over it? However, that didn't seem like a sufficient reason for him to have written this. And to do it so proficiently truly leaves one speechless. He bet with me, promising that if I won, he'd grant me one request. Kaido chuckled lightly, then continued at a leisurely pace. In order to win that promise, I naturally had to give it my all. As for the contents, don't forget, I am a mission ninja after all. Chapter 180, Chapter 180. Asuma once again stepped into the Hokage building. Being the son of a Hokage, he had always been able to come and go as he pleased, but now each visit weighed him down with an unbearable pressure. He had already made up his mind, and in recent days, he had pulled out all the stops to win over anyone he could. He convinced those who already wished to sever ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen, reaching out to them given his own status wasn't as easy as it sounds to earn their trust. But Asuma was clever, no room for probing or pointless talk. He directly told them this was Kaido's plan. Make a clean break and bring over whoever can be won over. Otherwise, await collective death when those guys lose it. Decisions between life and death are the cruelest, but also the most resolute. The thing that most easily sows doubt in people is indecisiveness and waffling. While it's often said that action is better than overthinking, the practicality of such advice is often dictated by environmental factors. And the most extreme environment is choosing between life and death. After all, there's no room for hesitation here, one wrong choice means collective death for the entire clan. Uchiha Fugaku probably felt the same way. Knowing how unfit he truly was, he seized the opportunity without a shred of hesitation. And now, after learning that Asuma had met with Kaido and that an irresistible offer was on the table, those loyal to Hiruzen knew what they had to do. They knew they had to seize this opportunity. To be honest, they felt some sympathy for Asuma. After all, he was burdened with much more in this situation. After gaining their support and trust, Asuma put the pedal to the metal to persuade others. Because as he came to understand, things were far worse than he had imagined. The entire clan was reaching its breaking point. With Kaido's blockade, and the freeze on all clan assets, they were on the verge of collapse. He knew clearly that if he didn't act swiftly, these people would make the first move. And when that happened, not one but 3 clans would be annihilated. So, in doing this, Asuma had no intention of hiding his thoughts. He unambiguously told everyone that as the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had decided to reconcile with Konoha. My father poured his heart and soul into Konoha, and what the village needs now is stability. Setting aside whether we can succeed, plunging Konoha into warfare is something that absolutely should not be done. I think even if my father were alive, he would not agree. Asuma's stance garnered some nods of approval. Quite a few people clearly understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had erred, and they too hoped to cut ties with the old Hokage. However, they were also bound by the decisions of their clan, which left them wavering, even leaning towards those with thoughts of revenge. But now with Asuma stepping up, they too could make choices that sat well with their own hearts. Bluntly put, the Sarutobi clan had now split into 2 camps. One yearning for peace and the other yearning to personally reclaim what they had lost. This déjà vu, it's almost identical to what happened with the Uchiha clan back then. Sadly for them, no strong figure like Kaido had emerged. Therefore, they had no choice but to obey, to grudgingly accept this new reality. As he walked into the Hokage's office, Asuma saw not only Jiraiya but also Nara Shikaku, the minister of Konoha's political affairs. Shikaku appeared to be submitting some documents. Not that Asuma paid much mind, he quickly knelt halfway in front of Jiraiya. Lord Hokage, Minister Shikaku, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me. Asuma, no need to be so formal, get up. Jiraiya sighed softly as he saw Asuma approach. He knew why Asuma was here. Konoha's forces had imposed a complete lockdown on all 3 clans, naturally keeping an eye on every move within. In this, Konoha was indeed a master. They didn't even need the Anbu, clans like the Inyazuka and the Hyuga were more than capable of handling the surveillance. And Asuma was anything but low-key. Perhaps this was his way of sending a message to Konoha, to all of its inhabitants. So, both Jiraiya and Shikaku knew that today would bring good tidings. Still, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh internally. He knew what the outcome would ultimately be. I already know the reason for your visit, and I'm sorry you have to bear these burdens. Though Jiraiya sighed inwardly, he spoke earnestly, if there's anything you need help with, you can tell us. Jiraiya did not offer empty platitudes like, don't do it if the pressure's too high, or we haven't reached that point yet. Everyone understood that this matter was likely beyond alteration. Kaido and his group had already shown the greatest leniency. When his own teacher had dealt with the Uchiha, there was never talk of leaving any survivors. Keeping Sasuke alive was probably only done to keep Itachi Uchiha in check. Now, Kaido had at least given them an opportunity, the power to choose. All he aimed to do was to eliminate the most extreme among them. This was already quite merciful. Thank you, Lord Hokage. However, this is something Konoha should not, and cannot intervene in, Asuma said, his head still bowed. Slowly, he reached into his pouch for ninja tools. In that instant, he distinctly felt several auras lock onto him, yet he did not halt. Perhaps because his movements were slow and did not appear hostile, he completed the action smoothly. Soon, he had withdrawn a scroll and offered it up. His voice remained steady as he continued to bow. Additionally, Minister Kaido had spoken to me about the matter concerning the daimyo. I have written down all the intelligence I know in advance. Please review it, Lord Hokage, and Minister Shikaku. Daimyo. Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. He then involuntarily looked towards Nara Shikaku. He knew that Kaido seemed to have some thoughts about the daimyo, but no specific details had ever been shared. Not to mention Kaido, even Shikaku, whom he saw nearly every day, had never mentioned this. Now, it seemed the situation was far from ordinary. I see, thank you, Asuma, Jiraiya said, having given Shikaku a long look before finally addressing Asuma with a smile. You should go for now, and when you have time, meet with Tsunade. Although we can't do much, we can still offer something. Meeting with her could be beneficial for you. Yes, Lord Hokage. Asuma nodded, then rose to his feet and left the room without a backward glance. As the door closed behind him, Jiraiya's gaze once again focused intently on Nara Shikaku, his tone somewhat somber as he held the scroll. Minister Shikaku, can you elaborate on this matter? Since things have come this far, there are some matters that naturally need to be communicated to the Hokage. Nara Shikaku remained neither servile nor overbearing as he nodded and said with utmost gravity, Lord Hokage, do you still remember the reforms I told you about? Of course, I remember. But what does this have to do with the daimyo? You mean, have the daimyo fund us? Exactly. Defending the land of fire is Konoha's responsibility. And when Konoha needs to develop, the daimyo should provide greater support. That's his duty. That's true, it seems we have no reason not to. Lord Hokage, I suggest you carefully read the scroll first. If the intelligence recorded by Asuma is trustworthy enough, then I believe you will find your answers. If you are interested, you can get early chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/softcrow. Vote with your power stones bold down arrow. Comment. 5 comments. Vote. Chapter 181, Chapter 181. Kaido wasn't sure what was happening inside the Hokage building, but he was in an exceptionally good mood right now because he had successfully avoided social death. His emotional and rational explanations had left Yuniko with no choice but to believe him, even though it made her think, why are men so boring? However, when she recalled that Jiraiya had written a book like Intimate Paradise, everything else seemed inconsequential. Still, the way she looked at Kaido was somewhat peculiar. She knew that after their squad disbanded, Kaido continued to work as a mission ninja, taking on tasks beyond the squad mode. Kaido had been strong even back then, only their team leader was stronger than him. Once he started operating solo, Kaido would likely try to undertake even more difficult and dangerous missions, like the assassination ones he mentioned. Although assassination missions vary, hiding in someone's house to find an opportunity is quite common, so it was natural for Kaido to observe these things during his infiltration. But while it's all well and normal, why write it down in such meticulous detail? Yuniko was puzzled. You observed very closely, didn't you? Yuniko asked, frowning. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written it down in such detail, right? Indeed, quite closely. After all, you have to find the weakest moment of the enemy to strike. It's necessary to be meticulous, Kaido said, aware of what Yuniko meant but still enjoying a little banter at her expense. Moreover, such matters are hardly secrets. Being observant might be useful in the future, right? I never realized you were a pervert. Yuniko blushed slightly and glared at Kaido but didn't make any drastic moves to shake off his hand. Her mood, actually, was still pretty good. Kaido didn't mind Yuniko's words either. What's wrong with being a little perverted as a man? He remembered in a past life asking in a social group about men with foot fetishes being considered perverted. Before he could express his own view, that chat was filled with hundreds of identical messages, just 4 words: I am a pervert. Though Kaido didn't respond at the time, the message was clear to him: men are all the same, aren't they? Alright, enough of that. We have other matters to attend to. Kaido had no intention to continue this topic. Though he found it amusing, some things indeed needed to be curtailed. He had just narrowly avoided an epic social faux pas, a feat so simple it felt almost unbelievable. Yet, once the page was turned, he didn't want to dwell on it any further. Lifting his head, he surveyed the surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of onlookers did he finally speak. You've been tailing me for a while. So, I'm curious. Are you planning to reveal yourselves, or shall I take the initiative to flush you out? Kaido's words were eerily calm, tinged with a slight chill. Yuniko shot him a quick glance. She had seen this demeanor many times before. It signaled that Kaido was ready for action at any moment. As his words settled, there was a faint stir in the surroundings. A man and a woman slowly emerged from the shadows. Yuniko recognized the woman. It was indeed Mitarashi Anko, the dumpling-loving girl she vaguely remembered, especially from the dumpling shop. As for the man, Yuniko had never seen him before, but Kaido had mentioned he was an experimental subject of wood release techniques. Both of their expressions differed. Yamato remained stoic, seemingly unfazed by Anko's presence. Anko, however, looked bewildered. Apparently, she hadn't noticed Yamato at all. Anko knew this wasn't the time to nitpick. She was aware of the consequences that could follow when hanging around Uchiha Kaito. Having survived Orochimaru's purging, she wasn't naive. She quickly spoke up, "Sorry, Kaido. This happened, but I can explain." Anko was rather forward, opting to call Kaido by his name, given he'd said they could do so at Kakashi's gathering. Although others might have thought it was just a polite gesture, she didn't care much about that. "You said you could help me investigate this mark, but I wasn't sure when you'd be available. I didn't specifically ask earlier, so you decided to stealthily follow me?" Kaido sighed lightly. She was a bit careless, maybe even thoughtless at times. But Kaido didn't dwell on that. After all, she was the subject of his experiments willingly, even. So his attitude remained fairly amicable. "It's also my fault for not being clear earlier. How about this? If you don't have any missions on Saturdays or Sundays, you can come to the Uchiha clan and find me. Typically, I'm free on those 2 days and will be around. Even if I'm not, you can find my shadow clone. When the time comes, I'll make the arrangements." After all, unraveling the problems left behind by Orochimaru will take some time. Though slightly disappointed by the answer, Anko still held hope. She quietly sighed, then gave Kaido a slight bow before turning to leave. Her gaze briefly swept over Yamato. She was equally curious why this guy was following Kaido too. It wasn't until Anko was completely gone that Kaido turned his attention to Yamato, who had remained silent throughout. "Now it's your turn," Kaido softly spoke. "I think you owe me a reasonable explanation as well." "Lord Kaido, please believe I mean no harm," Yamato lowered his head as he spoke. "And I do know my limits, I am no match for you. So, what's the meaning of your following me?" Kaido arched an eyebrow but didn't deny Yamato's assertion. It was a fact. Even if Yamato had gained some strength, he was born as an experimental subject, and his wood release was rather average, however impressive it may seem. In essence, what he lacked was yang release power, which inherently limited the strength of his wood release techniques. There were many in the world who could utilize yang release, but those who could control it were depressingly few. Hashirama Senju was a case in point. Why else would his wood release be earth-shattering, while Yamato's merely amounted to planting trees? "Lord Kaido, I wish to join the security division." To Kaido's complete surprise, Yamato gave an answer that left him stunned, and even Yanako seemed taken aback. "What did you say?" Kaido looked at Yamato incredulously before confirming again, "You want to join the security division?" "Yes, Lord Kaido," Yamato nodded earnestly, "I want to join the security division." In a secluded laboratory within the Land of Grass, Orochimaru was engrossed in some special research. He didn't place his lab in the Land of Rain. He had no real trust in the members of the Akatsuki, after all. Yet, given he hadn't severed ties with the organization and might even venture to Konoha, the Land of Grass was the most fitting location for his lab. Though he personally felt that the Land of Rice Fields might have been better, considering it had no ninja villages. But certain things couldn't just be wished into existence, he had to consider a myriad of factors. Furthermore, for the progress of my experiments, I will need to seek additional help soon. Orochimaru paused and shook his head gently. While he could conduct his experiments alone, there were many tasks one person simply couldn't manage. Shadow clones could be a solution, but research flourished best in collective brainstorming. A singular mind could only drive one perspective, multiple minds would birth a plethora of ideas. Of course, more ideas could also make matters somewhat unwieldy, but Orochimaru knew that as long as he set a clear direction, all would be well. Recruiting research talent, as it turned out, could be even more challenging than recruiting a purely powerful ninja. Nonetheless, Orochimaru had already drafted a list of candidates. He planned to act in due time, as his current work had reached a critical juncture and demanded his undivided attention. But now, the experiments can commence. "I wonder what the outcomes will be," he mused. After 2 confrontations with Kaido, Orochimaru had ascertained his strategy for dealing with him. He was fully aware that relying on his innate powers alone wouldn't end well. So, the only effective means to counter Kaido lay in the technique of Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, and he had no shortage of material to work with. His present line of research aimed to enhance his control over the reanimated subjects. The individuals he planned to summon were anything but simple to manage. A moment's carelessness could very well ensnare him. Only by amplifying his control could he ensure that the reanimated would be stronger, while simultaneously maintaining his own safety. He had already made modifications. Now, the true test of effectiveness would require summoning a subject to see. The ideal direction for the future would be to let them retain their own consciousness while their bodies fall under my control. In this way, their subconscious fighting reactions would serve as optimal combat strategies, and I wouldn't need to obliterate their will. This would be the best outcome. Moreover, my cloning experiments must progress further. I may not be able to seize an Uchiha for myself, but I can still clone a body using their cells. Even if the cloned body is severely flawed, with a short lifespan, it will nonetheless serve as an excellent vessel. Slowly walking into an underground prison, these thoughts swirled in Orochimaru's mind. Kaido was oblivious to the fact that a prototype for the reanimation jutsu already existed in Orochimaru's thoughts, let alone that Orochimaru harbored such radical ideas. Of course, Orochimaru wasn't foolish enough to use cells from someone like Uchiha Madara for cloning, he still wanted to live, after all. "Let me go." As he entered the prison, a ninja from the land of grass let out a furious roar. It was evident that this individual was Orochimaru's experimental subject, and this one was far more powerful than the previous captive. No matter their strength, in Orochimaru's eyes they were but the walking dead. Why should he care about the wailing of the doomed? His hands moved quickly to form seals, his immense chakra wildly spreading out. The grass ninja's angry roar transformed into a wail. The next moment, he was entirely transformed into the likeness of Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru didn't activate Madara, he was merely gauging the intensity of this newly transformed Madara, as well as his own connection with the reanimated Uchiha Madara. After a long moment, a slight smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. The power of this Madara far surpassed the last, rivaling even the strength of Kaido. The outcome is not bad at all. Although this is just the first step in the experiment, the results are indeed perfect. My control is also not weak. As long as I'm careful, there will be absolutely no problems. With these thoughts, Orochimaru slightly lifted his head, his gaze turning toward the direction of Konoha. The next moment, the smile on his lips grew even more radiant. Chapter 182, Chapter 182. Inside a room within the Uchiha clan's territory, Kaido's hand rests on Anko's neck, his mysterious chakra surging continuously. Around him, Uchiha Izumi is busy operating various devices and instruments, recording and observing the changes in Anko's body. Since Kaido had already promised Anko, he had to do something, especially given his inherent interest in cursed seals. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. So he contacted Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki, asking them to find a vacant room and also to bring over some necessary equipment. Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki are now entirely responsible for the internal affairs of the clan, especially in the area of education, which they oversee. Although Kaido would periodically inspect their work, this did not bother them in the least. In fact, they welcomed such checks. After all, these inspections best showcased their professional capabilities. The Uchiha clan has undergone earth-shattering changes under Kaido's leadership, though not yet to the extent of competing with the Senju clan of old. Nevertheless, this is something they had only dreamed of achieving, yet lacked the ability to make happen. Kaido has made it happen, step by step, right before their eyes. This has elevated their respect for Kaido to unprecedented heights. Though Kaido's focus has slightly shifted, turning his gaze from the clan to the village, they understand that the clan is the fundamental base for Kaido's expansion. Their role is to not hold Kaido back and to diligently manage logistical matters. Only in this way can the clan continue to flourish and Kaido can rest assured in consistently bringing more benefits to the clan. Thanks to their efforts, the clan's circumstances are increasingly improving. Under their guidance, the Uchiha clan members have learned how to think critically and to restrain their personalities. After all, Kaido once stated that merely possessing the Uchiha surname is not a reason for pride. Those who take pride in their clan are useless, those who bring pride to their clan through their own name are the real talents. Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki emphasize this point in nearly every class, instilling this concept into the hearts of all. And now, the Uchiha clan is indeed getting better and better, the personalities of its members having changed more in these recent years than ever before. This is all the fruit of their labor, their most gratifying achievement, and they are personally responsible for approving some of the tasks every day. Witnessing the continuous growth and improvement of the clan is, at this stage, their greatest joy. But just a few days ago, they were sought out by Kaido, who also gave them a task. This year, Kaido has rarely contacted them, a fact that filled them with both joy and confusion. They're clever people, they didn't ask any questions but got the job done straight away. However, when they saw that the person who had arrived was actually Midoriya Hianko, once a disciple of Orochimaru, they couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that their esteemed clan leader plans to make a move against Orochimaru? Or perhaps capture him? Fortunately, Kaido doesn't know what they're thinking, but he would undoubtedly give them a thumbs up and confirm that both ideas are correct. Moreover, Kaido is also pondering whether these two should be included in the Zetsu cell experiments. There's already some data to support the Zetsu cell experiments' effect on the Mangekyou Sharingan, but there's hardly any record of their impact on the standard Sharingan. The only reference involves that fellow Dan's, but he has a Sharingan that probably came from Uchiha Kagami. He has not developed the armful of Sharingan that came about after the massacre night, and he used Hashirama Senju's cells, which are somewhat different from the Zetsu cells. The most crucial point is, these two are already so old. If the Zetsu cells can rejuvenate them, wouldn't that be a good thing? Kaido likes smart people, but he particularly favors those who are both intelligent and hardworking. Although these two are older, they still operate largely in a 007 work mode. How could Kaido let such useful people run themselves into the ground? Why not gather data and improve these two's conditions to some extent? It's a win-win situation. However, now is not the time for Kaido to focus on this, he has another project in hand that only he can undertake. Alright, I have a general understanding of your situation. Kaido withdrew his hand, signaling Uchiha Izumi to make a record. Uchiha Izumi is one of the most outstanding people in the lab, especially given her unique identity, once the childhood friend of Uchiha Itachi, and now a disciple of Shisui. Therefore, Kaido gives her special consideration in certain matters, such as securing her a training spot with Tsunade, and this time he outright brought her over to assist him. Anko sat up, one hand covering her neck, the other propping her up on the bed. Her body appeared somewhat stiff. Her eyes were also a bit moist, evidently, this cursed seal was causing her some pain. Upon seeing this, Kaido casually tossed some tissues onto the bed and made a remark. "Wipe yourself," Kaido said. However, the moment he uttered those words, he felt something was off. Moreover, the way Anko was postured made it seem even more out of place. Upon a bit of contemplation, Kaido figured he might have been influenced by Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru had been known to make some quite shocking and outrageous statements. But Kaido didn't ponder it too much, he stroked his chin and spoke again. "I've understood your situation. Specifically, there are two pieces of news you need to hear, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first?" "Let's start with the bad. After all, good news is a rarity for me," Anko said, picking up the tissue Kaido had handed her and dabbing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "The bad news is that this cursed seal is an incomplete experiment, and the power within it is extremely dangerous for you. You can't even use its abilities properly," Kaido stated, clearly remembering that Anko had never really activated the cursed seal. "Moreover, I can tell you the coarseness of this seal is beyond imagination, it could be fatal." "As I thought, he only ever used me as an experiment." Anko lowered her head, looking silently melancholic. It was evident that she was in immense internal agony and distress, given that Orochimaru was once her most trusted teacher. However, Kaido didn't give her emotional state much consideration and continued after a moment's thought. "But there is also good news. This crude seal of Orochimaru's happens to be quite a gem. It contains natural energy. Natural energy is hard for ordinary people to wield, but it's not absolute. Even the Hokage possesses the capability to use natural energy. To utilize this power, your body needs to adapt, which could be a painful process. But, if you were to master this energy..." At this point, Kaido paused ever so slightly, then spoke with a grin, "Who knows, you might gain the strength to take on Orochimaru." He was genuinely curious whether Senjutsu could indeed counteract Orochimaru. And when Kaido mentioned taking on, he meant it in the most straightforward one-on-one combat sense, without involving any other variables and certainly not to the extent of killing Orochimaru. Orochimaru is, at his core, an unkillable monster. Every time you think you've got him and you act on it, turns out the guy is back from the dead. In a way, even the cockroaches I used to see every day back in my previous life don't have Orochimaru's survival skills. After all, step on a cockroach and you might get an egg popping out, lose focus and you've got an infestation. But that cockroach is truly dead. Orochimaru, on the other hand, has always been just one. Die and rise again, he's the very epitome of an unstoppable force. Orochimaru's indomitable nature is a hard pill for Kaido to swallow, especially considering Anko's cursed seal also bears Orochimaru's imprint. Such an imprint is enough for Orochimaru to wake up and perform another reanimation jutsu, thus fully reviving himself. While inspecting earlier, Kaido did indeed notice Orochimaru's chakra hidden within the cursed seal, but he didn't tamper with it. After all, he had no expertise in dealing with such methods, and acting recklessly could result in Anko's death. Kaido was still pondering deeply on researching these natural energies. If he accidentally killed Anko, that would be a major loss. Capable of taking on Orochimaru. Hearing this, Anko's eyes widened involuntarily. Are you sure? Our Hokage has used this power, so naturally, I'm aware of its potency. Whether or not it can stand up to him, you are the key, Kaido responded, maintaining an even tone. He even took a cursory glance at Uchiha Izumi's records before continuing. If your own strength isn't up to par, even if you possess natural chakra and gain some power, the extent of that improvement will be limited. But if your own strength is sufficiently high, then using this power would naturally reach an inconceivable level. The foundation decides everything. Senior Anko, you were once a genius, or else you couldn't have been Orochimaru's disciple. However, it seems Orochimaru's departure had a major impact on you. Your growth began to slow, even overtaken by us, the younger generation. If this is the pace of your growth, even if you adapt to the power within the cursed seal, and I help you modify it for use, the improvement, limited by your basic level, might not be significant. This is something even I can't change. At this point, Kaido paused, and Anko fell into silence. Everything Kaido said was the truth. A finicky person like Orochimaru wouldn't pick a disciple with weak talent. Whether it's the early Sound 4, Kimimaro, Sakan and Yukon, or even the future members of Team Taka, all are beings of extraordinary talent. Anko, as Orochimaru's sole disciple in Konoha, may not have exhibited any bloodline limits, but she became a Chunin quite early on. Kaido remembers, she was obviously younger than Kakashi's generation, but she had fought against Obito during the exams. Sadly, her talent did not persist into the future. In the original story, she seems to have remained an elite jonin throughout. It's a fairly clear tale of unfulfilled potential. Anko is now 20, an age at which a ninja's skills are nearly set in stone. After all, for a ninja, the golden age of growth is from 13 to 20. Earlier than that, you're just laying the foundation. Past 20, growth still happens, but it's far slower in comparison. By 30, a ninja generally reaches the peak of their career, with their experience, willpower, and physical abilities at their zenith. What follows is a period of maintaining that peak. Once you reach your 40s or 50s, it's a period of declining skills. Take Sarutobi Hiruzen, for instance. Although he's at this stage, anyone who gets here tries to slow their decline, or uses special abilities to keep it at bay. Like Orochimaru, who uses reanimation jutsu to slow everything down. Jiraiya is another mystery, he seems to have neither declined nor plateaued. Perhaps it has something to do with his mental state and sage techniques, his strength always seems terrifyingly consistent. Tsunade is more straightforward. She uses sealing jutsu to maintain her strength. Being a descendant of the Senju clan, her natural abilities are also quite formidable. Anko is at the tail end of this golden age for growth, whether she can improve is really hard to say, and Kaido was simply giving her a heads up. Having said all this, Kaido didn't linger. He left the room with Uchiha Izumi. Some things are better left for Enko to ponder on her own. Kaido helped her merely because of that cursed seal, he doesn't really have much to do with Enko otherwise. In such circumstances, Kaido doesn't need to do much. His own choices are the most crucial. As long as he can properly research that cursed seal, that's all that matters. You've worked hard, Kaido said to Uchiha Izumi with a smile after they left the room. Coming to help me even when you're busy, thank you. Clan leader, there's no need to say such things, Uchiha Izumi immediately shook her head, her voice earnest. Whatever the clan leader asks of me, it is my duty to help. Being able to assist you is an honor for me. Upon hearing her words, Kaido couldn't help but purse his lips, wondering why people around him often spoke in ways he found peculiar. This even influenced the way he spoke at times, just like what happened a moment ago. But that's beside the point. Kaido had other matters to address. The words I just spoke are enough for you to hear, and do make a record of it, but one thing. Clan leader, I understand, Uchiha Izumi cut him off, already knowing what he meant. I will never divulge this information. Please rest assured. That's good to hear, you're a smart person, Kaido nodded, smiling. Then he proceeded to ask, by the way, how is Shisui doing lately? I've been a bit preoccupied, so I'm not fully updated on his situation. The young master is recovering quickly, much faster than Elder Fugaku, Uchiha Izumi responded right away. According to our data monitoring, his combat capabilities have almost fully returned, although he's still under observation. Is that so? That's truly good news. Hearing this, Kaido nodded with satisfaction. It was only natural for the young Shisui to recover quickly. Moreover, his recovery comes at an opportune time, as there will probably be a lot to handle in the upcoming days. By the next morning, Shisui had returned to the clan. He felt as if he'd nearly turned foul from staying so long in the laboratory. Even upon exiting, the smell of disinfectant lingered on him. However, Shisui's spirits remained high. Although he didn't particularly enjoy the lab environment, the gains he made were obviously significant. Upon his return, he didn't immediately report to Kaido. Instead, he first took a thorough bath to wash off the disinfectant smell before setting out. Kaido had been waiting for him. After learning of Shisui's situation yesterday, he had told Uchiha Izumi, if Shisui is fit, let him come back. Although Kaido wasn't averse to getting directly involved in many matters, especially combat, as it helped him better understand his own strength. He's nonetheless a prominent figure in Konoha. Constantly taking the field might give the impression that the Uchiha lack manpower. Image is a manifestation of soft power, a crucial way to build perception for others to see. As someone who crossed worlds, Kaido naturally understands this. Besides, Kaido never aspired to be some Grand Vizier. Lacking both the capability and the energy, he preferred to leave tasks to the professionals. For him, guiding the overall direction was sufficient, which also served as a testament to his trust in his people. Chapter 183, Chapter 183. Back, are you? Kaido looked at Shisui, whose hair was still not entirely dry, and let out a faint smile. Did the kid think his days in the lab were like a hospital stay? Kaido himself had been hospitalized before crossing over, and the first thing he did after being discharged was to take a thorough bath. Even though he could bathe in the hospital, he always felt that lingering smell of hospital disinfectant on him, something that irked him deeply. Now, it seemed Shisui was quite the same, disliking that particular scent and environment. I'm back, finally back, Shisui said, rubbing his still damp hair with a somewhat helpless tone. Staying in that lab was driving me insane. The constant sound of machines, that smell of disinfectant. The worst part was not being allowed to move around. If they didn't need the data, I'd probably have bolted long ago. It's good you're back. But I still need to trouble you a bit more. I've seen your report, but I'd like to hear you describe it, Kaido casually smiled. Anyone would be frustrated and helpless in such circumstances, but Kaido wasn't planning to let Shisui rest just yet. Of course, Shisui himself probably wasn't planning on resting either, he'd had quite enough of that. I feel very good, extremely good, Shisui said, the smile on his face intensifying. It's truly strange, the power you injected us with is somewhat magical. Though my body seemed to initially reject it, it later integrated incredibly well. The boost it provided me is also beyond comprehension. I can distinctly feel an additional form of power inside me, or more precisely, this power is continuously growing and intensifying. This growth has significantly improved my physical abilities, and this power even affects my eyes, causing changes in them. The most immediate sensation is the restoration of the power in my eyes, and even the waiting time for my special abilities has further reduced. Shisui spoke not in many words, but he laid out the changes in himself quite clearly and concisely. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Kaido immediately latched onto the key points. First and foremost, the power Shisui mentioned likely pertained to Yang release. Yang release is innate in everyone, but it's somewhat unfortunate for the Uchiha. Beyond the Yang release needed to sustain life, the idea of harnessing and using additional Yang release was hardly worth contemplating. However, conversely, the Uchiha's Yin release is extraordinarily potent. Even those without activated Sharingan are by no means weak in terms of mental power. Genjutsu serves as the most vivid manifestation of Yin release. Though not every Uchiha excels in Genjutsu, their skill levels are by no means low. Now, under Kaido's intervention, Yang release had emerged within Shisui's body, even if this energy clashed somewhat with the pre-existing Yin release inside him. But in circumstances where such power was originally scarce, the body would accept it whether it wanted to or not. And this acceptance had immediately transformed Shisui. Not only did this Yang release make Shisui stronger physically, its most crucial impact lay in the eyes. Arguably, the best news Kaido had received was the reduced wait time for Shisui's Kota Amatsukami technique. Because this suggested he was one step closer to bringing back Orochimaru 007, how could he not feel elated? How much has it shortened? Kaido directly asked, having little reservation when it came to Shisui. Approximately 2 to 3 years, Shisui provided a precise answer. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time Sasuke and the others graduate, my technique will be ready. This is indeed great news, Kaido's face brightened even more at hearing this. With the Kota Amatsukami technique, there's so much we can do. Kaido, you're not planning something against the Hokage, are you? Seeing Kaido's expression and considering their status in Konoha, Shisui asked a bit apprehensively. I don't think that would be a good idea. Besides, the Kota Amatsukami is meant to be used against enemies, not allies. Shisui's words momentarily left Kaido at a loss, amused yet also puzzled. What on earth was this guy thinking? In reality, Kaido knew that Shisui had always been very cautious about using the Kota Amatsukami. Unless absolutely necessary, he would probably be unwilling to use it against any sentient beings. Because the technique, once deployed, effectively strips someone of their free will to some extent. It could be termed a malevolent and terrifying ocular power. The reason he initially hesitated to use it against Uchiha Itachi was that, subconsciously, he had not entirely categorized Itachi as an enemy. Or perhaps one could say that he still harbored the fantasy that Uchiha Itachi might turn back from his path. However, he held no such hope for Tobi, thus using the technique without any hesitation. But the outcome turned somewhat tragic. After all, Tobi possessed both the Mangekyo Sharingan and cells from White Zetsu, his resistance far exceeded Shisui's expectations. Even if Tobi paid the price of an eye, he ultimately wasn't subdued. Yet Tobi is an exception, not everyone necessarily falls within this exceptional category. Even though Shisui deeply trusts Kaido, taking action against the Hokage does give him some discomfort. After all, Jiraiya isn't the same sort of guy as Sarutobi Hiruzen. You bastard, what are you thinking? Kaido landed a punch directly on Shisui's chest, then chuckled and cursed. My target is Orochimaru. Jiraiya might be strong, but he pales in comparison to Orochimaru in some aspects. Orochimaru. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shisui finally breathed a sigh of relief, then seriously stated. No worries, I'll have Orochimaru completely under control. As long as you say so, but be prepared. You're likely going to be busy very soon. Kaido stretched lazily before continuing. Whether it's within Konoha or outside, there may be tasks I'll need you to undertake. Also, I plan to assign someone to accompany you. No problem. Arrange as you see fit. Shisui didn't bother to ask what tasks were involved or even who Kaido planned to assign, he simply nodded in agreement. You really are something. Shisui's attitude left Kaido both amused and puzzled. Yet Kaido soon spoke with utmost seriousness. The person accompanying you won't be a stranger, he's the experimental subject with wood release that we exposed during our last impeachment against Sarutobi Hiruzen. You mean, Yamato? Shisui's reaction was swift. In a flash, he knew precisely whom Kaido was talking about. After all, Shisui had spent a considerable amount of time in the Anbu Black Ops. Even if he wasn't familiar with many within the organization, he at least knew their code names as they all belonged to the same department to some extent. Yamato? Ah, that guy wasn't someone Shisui could possibly be unaware of, though he was rather enigmatic. Moreover, this guy was the leader of Team 6. The gap in their statuses was not minor, so their relationship was limited to mere acquaintance, they were far from familiar with each other. Otherwise, Shisui would have known that this guy was indeed an experimental subject for wood release. Now Shisui found himself in a state of confusion. Shouldn't this wood release experimental subject be in the Anbu? How did he end up in Kaido's hands, and how come Kaido could assign him so freely? He resigned from Anbu, along with Kakashi. Kaido knew Shisui had been out of the loop in terms of information and intelligence, so he cut straight to the chase. After resigning, he trailed me for some distance and then told me he wanted to join the guard unit. Are you serious? You agreed to that? Shisui looked incredulously at Kaido, then finally asked in astonishment. Does this guy have some other motives or plans? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter, Kaido nonchalantly smiled, before leisurely continuing. So, I'm entrusting him to you. If any issues arise, I believe you can handle them well. Of course, if there are no issues. Don't worry about it. Shisui grasped Kaido's implication, if there are no issues, I'll take good care of him. Shisui had cooperated with Kaido for several years. Many times, Kaido only needed to give a hint of his intent, and Shisui would be able to gauge what Kaido truly wanted. Such tacit understanding wasn't something that could be formed casually, it required a certain level of mutual resonance. Actually, when Yamato proposed joining the guard unit, even Kaido was taken aback. After all, Kaido had no idea what exactly this guy was thinking. But upon further reflection, Kaido thought, well, maybe having him join wouldn't be such a bad idea. After all, having this guy join would demonstrate the guard unit's inclusivity. And let's not mince words, his combat abilities are certainly up to par. Though Anbu's modus operandi may not align well with that of regular ninja, when it comes to fighting, he's way more ruthless. Frankly, if you have two ninja of the same caliber, one from the Anbu and the other from regular missions, the Anbu ninja would undoubtedly survive life or death combat. Their methods are both more ruthless and lack moral limits, that's an immutable fact. Moreover, the guard unit will inevitably establish a security division in the future, requiring many strong, even battle-experienced ninja. Wouldn't it make sense to recruit retired Anbu, and re-employ them? Based on this future vision, Kaido ultimately agreed to Yamato's entry, although the guy would still need sufficient training before formally assuming the role. And Kaido also needs to figure out exactly what mindset this guy holds in joining the guard unit, that's crucial. Though Kaido knows this guy may not hold much sentiment for the third Hokage, even if the third Hokage took him out of the route, what he's truly grateful for is Kakashi. After all, if Kakashi hadn't intervened, he'd still be controlled within the route. Furthermore, Kaido feels that after that night, he should realize that the source of his tragedy is, in fact, the third Hokage. After all, without the third Hokage's indulgence and tacit approval, how could his tragedy have unfolded? But speculation is one thing, a deeper investigation and judgment are necessary. Having Shisui oversee this guy is the best choice. After all, they both have Anbu backgrounds, which should make their interactions smoother. And within the guard unit, whether anyone else could beat him in one-on-one combat is genuinely a question. Shisui doesn't have this problem and can more gracefully handle any unexpected situations. Kaido and Shisui talked a lot. He not only told Shisui that he had abducted Deidara back, but also revealed that Kitsuka had already died by his hands. Both pieces of news shook Shisui to his core. It had been a long time since he was shocked to such an extent. The last time he felt this shook was when Kaido proposed various theories that transcended both his imagination and the constraints of the times, rendering him utterly speechless. This time, he once again experienced that initial feeling, except now he felt like he was literally struck by lightning. He never, ever expected that just because he was hospitalized for a short while, Kaido would pull off such unimaginable feats. Deidara, does Kaido not know who he is? The disciple of the third Tsuchikage, for heaven's sake. The kid may have some personality issues, but the third Tsuchikage, Noki, has been extraordinarily tolerant and nurturing toward him. In fact, there were jokes circulating in the Anbu before, wondering if they were grooming the kid to become the Tsuchikage himself. And now, someone Noki had painstakingly nurtured gets whisked back to Konoha by Kaido? How could he not be flabbergasted? On top of that, Kaido even killed Kitsuki right in front of Deidara? Do you know who Kitsuki is? That's Noki's own flesh and blood, and yet he died at the hands of Kaido. What in the world is going on? For a moment, Shisui seriously doubted whether Kaido had some grudge against Noki. Otherwise, why would he both snatch his disciple and kill his son? If it weren't for the presence of another child, Kuratsuki, Kaido's actions would essentially be like cutting off Noki's lineage. What on earth are you doing? Walking toward the Hokage building, Shisui let out a resigned sigh. He was utterly at a loss for words. He even felt that Konoha should probably start preparing for a battle, because the moment Noki finds out about this, there will surely be no holding back. Alright, stop overthinking it. I've told you, it was an accident. The guy just couldn't withstand my illusion technique, ended up being defenseless against my lightning style, and died. What could I do? Kaido also seemed somewhat helpless. Shisui had been harping on this issue more than once during their walk. If Kaido could have it any other way, he wouldn't want this to happen either. But what's done is done, and Kaido can't change that. Moreover, he's aware of the severity of the matter, or else he wouldn't have briefed the other 6 families. Let's focus on the meeting we're about to attend, it's very important. If all goes well, I intend to nominate you as a participant in the mission. I might even lobby for you to be the team leader. At Kaido's words, Shisui took a deep breath, nodding solemnly in agreement. Just a short while ago, Kaido received a notice inviting him to a high-level meeting, one that was scheduled in response to recent events. Kaido instantly grasped the situation. Likely, Asuma's timing for taking action had been decided, along with matters concerning the daimyo. Kaido could indeed get intelligence on Asuma's activities within the Sarutobi clan. This was sent to him by Hyuga and Abarame. Though the intelligence had a slight delay, upon seeing it, Kaido couldn't help but rejoice. Isn't this a mirror image of the Uchiha clan? Isn't what Asuma is doing now exactly what Uchiha Madara aimed to do? They just have a more specific objective, that's all. Besides, Kaido isn't as ruthless as Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is why they even have a slim chance at life. However, even with that slim chance, there are some guys Kaito won't let live no mercy. Those extremists would be better off in the Pure Land, having tea with Hiruzen, than suffering in the human world. Kaito has no intention of participating when Asuma makes his move, and Konoha absolutely shouldn't either. In Kaito's eyes, it's a dog-eat-dog situation, and Konoha must not intervene in clan affairs. Breaking this principle is absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, Hyuga Hayashi wouldn't have come seeking help, or discussed getting Konoha involved with Jiraiya. When it's a matter of principle, you grit your teeth and endure, no matter how tough. As for taking action against the daimyo, that's another issue to be thoroughly discussed in the upcoming meeting. Unless something unexpected happens, Konoha will also send their own team to the capital of the Land of Fire to do something. To ensure the task's smooth completion, Kaito plans to get Shisui involved. There's no doubting Shisui's capabilities. When he makes his move, things will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. But let's be frank, this mission is also an opportunity to earn merit, so those who go will definitely form a combat squad. Even in a necessary situation, it's not impossible for all 7 major families to simultaneously send representatives. After all, Inoshika-CH could form a combat team, while Hyuga, Abarame, and Inyazuka could constitute a reconnaissance team. Kaito has seen these configurations in the original work, and the instructors for these 2 teams are rather interesting in the original work as well. Inoshika-CH is led by Sarutobi Asuma, while Hyuga, Abarame, and Inyazuka are led by Asuma's fiancé, Kurane. It's not hard to see this as Hiruzen setting the stage for Asuma. Just unlucky that Asuma bit the dust halfway. Otherwise, whether Kakashi could become the 6th Hokage would be up in the air. But I seem to recall that the future 8th Hokage is most likely going to be Konohamaru. Seems like I've done some good work breaking up certain monopolies, Kaito murmured to himself. At this moment, he had arrived at the base of the Hokage building. Lifting his gaze ever so slightly, he could see the Hokage monument towering behind the building. Gazing at the statue belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a wry smile spread across Kaito's lips. Unexpected, isn't it? The Uchiha clan's planned night of annihilation never occurred. Yet now, it seems your Sarutobi clan will have to bear a new night of annihilation. Chapter 184, Chapter 184. Amidst the vast rocky terrain of the Land of Earth, a group of Earth ninjas were trudging along, diligently searching. Their search was specifically aimed at one person, the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Kitsuki. Ever since the last mission to capture Deidara resulted in the loss of many Earth ninjas, Kitsuki had gone off on his own to search for the attacker. This infuriated Noki to the extreme. While failing the Deidara mission was hard to swallow, what was even more unacceptable was Kitsuki's reckless behavior. Yes, in Noki's eyes, Kitsuki had become reckless, completely overwhelmed by shame and a hateful mindset, leading him to make such an irrational choice. It's terrifying to think that a single person could wield such tremendous power, easily killing hundreds of ninjas. Even if these ninjas were not particularly strong, possessing such power is beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. Yet, despite witnessing all this, Kitsuki still had not the slightest sense of awe, opting instead to go alone in search of the perpetrator. If this isn't recklessness, what is? What separates this from a death wish? But Kitsuki was the highest-ranking commander at the time, and nobody could stop him. His subsequent disappearance added urgency to Noki's concerns. Noki only has this one son, he has to find out what happened to Kitsuki, whether he's alive or dead. Captain, we've been searching for so long, and there's still no trace of Lord Kitsuki. Under the relentless sun, a young Earth ninja finally couldn't help but speak up. His comment made a teammate next to him nod slightly in agreement. After all this time and no word from Kitsuki, anyone could guess that the son of the Tsuchikage might have met with some mishap. Let's keep searching, everyone. The captain sighed softly. Although everyone knew this mission was extremely difficult, the chances of finding Kitsuki alive were slim at best. Not to mention finding a body, those odds are even lower. But as ninjas, they still have to complete their mission. Don't forget who we are. No matter the outcome, we'll continue the search. It's not just our squad working on this task. Our search efficiency isn't low either, we've already scoured the land of bears. Now only 2 directions remain for exploration. One is the other side of the land of bears, and the other is within the land of earth. If we're lucky, we may even return to the village of the hidden stone for the search. This is already far better than fighting to the death with the sand ninjas. The captain's words were indeed grounded in fact. After all, based on the intelligence provided by the ninjas stationed in the land of bears, Kitsuki could only have gone in these 2 directions. Ah, just our luck, sighed the young earth ninja, exasperated. With a strong kick, he sent a rock flying across the ground. The rock sped towards a pile of rubble, ultimately smashing into a stone tablet standing amidst the ruins. Under ordinary circumstances, they wouldn't have paid any attention to such a thing, but the captain involuntarily furrowed his brows. He had been on missions in this area before, and he distinctly remembered that there should not have been a stone tablet there. Thinking this, he decided to go check it out. They were at a dead end anyway, and there was no time constraint for their current mission. Inspecting something unusual shouldn't matter too much, but once he reached the stone tablet, he was completely taken aback. Is this Lord Tsuchikage? After analysis and comparison, it's confirmed that this is Lord Kitsuki's body. Please accept my condolences, the message reached him inside the office of the Tsuchikage building. Noki was standing silently by the window, his eyes fixed on the world outside, not uttering a single word. Behind him, an Anbu ninja was kneeling on the ground, his head bowed low. His entire body seemed tense as Noki's aura felt unusually ominous at the moment. The silence exuded a suffocating pressure. Noki's slight figure was like a mountain, sturdy and steadfast, yet heavy enough to crush one's soul. Noki was furious, a kind of fury he had never felt before. Especially now, the pressure he was under was indeed immense. Ever since the successful impeachment of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, the weight of expectations had spread over him, with Deidara acting as a spark, neither too big nor too small. This mission was to capture Deidara, a mission teeming with political implications. But what he hadn't anticipated was not just the failure of the mission, but also the heavy loss of manpower, which struck a huge blow to his prestige. Moreover, his son died in this mission. The blow to him was even greater. This was no longer just about politics, it was a violent shock to his very spirit. Who could it be? And what should I do now? He wondered. Noki took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Yet, anyone facing this situation would find it difficult to remain tranquil. Still, Noki was, after all, a Kage, the only 3rd-generation Kage in the ninja world, no less. His powers of restraint and control had grown considerably over his years in office. Finally, he did settle down and began to slowly think through it all. Deidara's whereabouts are unknown, but we can't rule out that he buried Kitsuki. Who else would do such a thing if not an enemy? There are only 2 possibilities. Either he's with the enemy, which had been suggested in previous reports, or he escaped from the enemy but doesn't wish to return. Perhaps he witnessed Kitsuki's death, or found Kitsuki's body, which is why he buried him. The now calmed Noki had a keen mind, and his understanding of Deidara was exceptionally deep. Instantly, he pondered several possibilities. According to the report, their attackers were numerous puppeteers, users of venomous snakes and unique ninjutsu, even those adept at lightning and water techniques. They could be rogue ninjas from Konoha, Cloud, Sand, Mist, or even our own stone village. But that's not the point. The crux lies with the one who used the chakra giant. That kind of power, could it be Susanoo? Noki's eyes sharpened as he reminisced about his younger days when he had encountered Uchiha Madara. What a defeating, despairing experience that was. Even now, he couldn't shake off the shadow that Madara Uchiha had cast upon him. But soon he shook his head. Uchiha Madara was already dead, obsessing over a dead man now made no sense. Moreover, he now had an idea, a bold yet perilous one that could relieve them from this quagmire but also bring about a massive backlash. Konoha, Uchiha, only by diverting the conflict and dragging you into it can the current situation be alleviated. When Kaido arrived at the Hokage building's conference room with Shisui, the room was already full of people. This was Shisui's first time attending such a high-level meeting. Naturally, he was a bit stiff. Especially when he saw who was in the room, he became slightly more tense. To put it bluntly, if anything untoward happened in this conference room, Konoha would be incapacitated, as it gathered all of Konoha's top echelons. The 5th Hokage Jiraiya, the head of medical department Tsunade, the Minister of Public Affairs Narashikaku, and even his clan leader and the head of the guard department Kaido, among others. Chapter 185, Chapter 185. Moreover, the heads of various major clans were also seated within. The atmosphere here was hardly comparable to Shisui's previous one-on-one meetings with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, aside from these prominent figures, Shisui discovered that there were quite a few deputies like himself present as well. However, they all stood at the periphery, none had taken a seat. Therefore, Shisui simply chose to stand with them, dispelling his initial nervousness and awkwardness. It seems everyone is thinking along the same lines as me. Kaido noticed the situation and couldn't help but comment with a smile after taking his seat. His playful jab quickly elicited some amicable smiles in return. Clearly, everyone had arrived at the same conclusion, making it not an awkward situation but rather a harmonious one. Jiraiya and Tsunade, however, found nothing amusing about it. In fact, they genuinely wondered what there was to laugh about. But neither of them voiced their thoughts, as doing so would serve no purpose. After all, commenting randomly on matters they didn't fully grasp would only make them appear out of touch. All right, everyone. Pleasantries aside, let's proceed with today's meeting, Jiraiya finally spoke once everyone had settled down. He then slowly scanned the room before continuing. I believe you are all aware of the situation concerning the Sarutobi, Mito Kaito, and Uchiha clans, as well as Asuma's decisions. This matter has far-reaching implications, so what are your thoughts? Hokage-sama, quelling a rebellion is fundamentally a righteous deed. Asuma acted independently to spare Konoha any dishonor, which is commendable. I believe this won't negatively impact Konoha, and similarly, Asuma, who acted for the greater good even against his own kin, should not face any punishment from Konoha, should he? Of course, if all else fails, let him leave Konoha as a rogue ninja. That way, everyone is better off, said Kaido. Kaido knew Jiraiya had no malice and had implicitly consented to the course of action. However, he couldn't help but feel irked when he recalled the night of the clan annihilation years ago. So, quite happily, he brought up what the third Hokage had intended or might have intended to do back then, effectively throwing Jiraiya a curveball. Not just Jiraiya, Tsunade also gave Kaido a discreet look. After all, they had both seen the reports, they knew the original treatment plan for the Uchiha and Ataki Uchiha. Kaido was basically using that old playbook to bluff them, and frustratingly, they couldn't refute it. Let's forget about the rogue ninja label. We don't need to go that far. Asuma staying would be better than him leaving, Tsunade interjected before Jiraiya could say anything. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Of course, we naturally follow the Hokage's wishes, said Narashikaku. He didn't want Kaido to be at odds with the Hokage. He knew why Kaido said what he did, after all, the Uchiha had genuinely suffered such injustice. Moreover, Shikaku spoke up to preempt any interference from the Hyuga. The situation might not be ideal, but Kaido had already cut these clans some slack. Who knows what further awkwardness could arise if this were to continue. As for Asuma, we can offer covert support, which Tsunade has already done. However, it's not enough. We'll provide additional support, such as real-time intelligence. I believe Aberme and Inyazuka will not refuse. Also, we need to send someone from the barrier team. Only then can we keep this matter discreet without causing too much disturbance. The next issue is the daimyo, which I believe is the focus of today's meeting. It will determine the success or failure of a series of future changes. Shikaku's change of subject was rather successful. Kaido had no intention of dwelling further on the matter, and today Hyuga Hayashi was relatively quiet. Kaido had noticed this early on. He could guess what was likely troubling Hayashi, probably some internal family matters. Unschooled in the woes of others, who can speak to their goodness? What was bothering Hayashi was unknown to Kaido, nor did he have any interest in knowing. Though they were both clan heads, each clan's situation was unique. Kaido couldn't impose his own logic on the Hyuga clan. He didn't want to do so either, as that would undermine his own clan's core competitiveness. He could certainly help out to repay some favors or exchange interests, but he wasn't so generous as to casually help others boost their core competitiveness. Exactly, the matter of the daimyo is key, Kaido lightly tapped on the table. His gaze was already set on Jiraiya and Tsunade, and then he spoke in a somber tone. Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade, are you aware of the incident involving the Shikaku's Jonin in the capital of the Land of Fire? We're aware of it through Asuma's report. The situation at the daimyo's end is indeed complicated, Jiraiya said, while Tsunade nodded slightly, also aware of the matter. In that case, you both should be aware of our reform plans for Konoha. Kaido revealed a faint smile at this point. Knowing the situation with the daimyo made things easier and saved him a lot of effort. Whether it's the welfare for ninja at all levels, reforms in ninja education, or subsidies for war-disabled ninjas, these all require a substantial amount of funding, and the daimyo holds the purse strings. I dare ask you both, if the daimyo were to harbor some ill intentions, especially when such characters have appeared around him, isn't this an extremely bad sign for us? It even forces us into making choices. Therefore, we can't just sit idly. We're not the hidden sand village. While fulfilling our duties, we must also enjoy our rights. To avoid appearing too aggressive, we can start with preliminary probes, then we can take action. Here, Kaido paused ever so slightly, before adding, isn't the Hokage also concerned about the negative impact arising from Asuma's situation? This matter is easily manageable, by shifting the focus and impact. Doesn't the daimyo offer us that foundation? Kaido was unaware that his plan and Danzo's were in such serendipitous alignment. Shifting the focus isn't exactly a new trick in the shinobi world. For instance, the outbreak of the Third War was partly to divert attention. As for how Raza ascended, it was because the third Kazekage disappeared, offering this ambitious individual the opportunity. But can this guy really get the support of everyone upon taking the stage? That's undoubtedly a rhetorical question because the answer is an unequivocal no. The internal factions of the Hidden Sand Village are diverse, and even in the era of Raza, such factional divisions were extremely severe. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the situation where Raza saved the whole village, yet hardly anyone in the village cared to retrieve him. So, Kaido has always believed that Raza ignited the Third War to forcibly consolidate the internal factions of the Hidden Sand, and to give the village better room for development. Although the outcome was that the Hidden Sand lost many elite ninjas, and successive defeats made the daimyo unwilling to allocate funds, for Raza this was still a victorious move. He successfully shifted the internal conflicts of the village. Not only did he turn the pessimistic and angry emotions within the village into hatred for Konoha, but he also consolidated the power within the Hidden Sand, becoming the true, de facto Kazekage. One has to say that this is the tragedy of the Hidden Sand Village, even the tragedy of the Land of Wind, but it is certainly not Raza's personal tragedy. Of course, perhaps this is Kaido speculating about Raza with the greatest malice. Kaido himself has no good feelings for this man. Not to mention, this son of a gun ignited the Third War, forcing Kaido into the war as well. If not for his good fortune of being born a few years later, he might have really experienced the full package of war, perhaps even dying on the battlefield already. Furthermore, Raza's treatment of himself is quite ruthless, sparing neither parent nor child. This guy has no such scruples at all. Moreover, I've read many reports, and the evaluation of this guy is not good either, especially in terms of ability. He simply does not deserve to stand alongside the other Kages. Even Chiyo's evaluation is far higher than his, Kaido said. Kaido's idea of shifting the focus was passed without any surprises. After all, some things were already set. He simply offered a more rational, legal, and compliant veneer, while also allowing them to suppress the impact of one matter with another. Why wouldn't they go for it? And there was nothing to fret over regarding who would execute it. The 7 major clans each brought their own clan members to the meeting. The message was already abundantly clear. Perhaps the only point up for discussion was who would serve as the team leader this time.